Wait, sorry, chill for like 3, 4 minutes, okay? Calm down. It's announced. What's announced? Oh, damn. This part seems... The income-based repayment. Destiny, remove slow mode. Where are my mods at? How do I turn off slow mode? I have no idea how to do it. Let's see. We can't do it either, we don't know. Alright, well. YouTube chat slow mode.
Hey, this big fan. But what's up with the 400 BCE look? Are you going to the Agrina debate Zoroastrianism after the stream? That bush will need a chainsaw soon.
Okay, it should be off now, I think. Does that work? Try it. Wait, what? This guy's representing himself in trial for the kidnap and attempted murder of his wife and is currently questioning said wife.
Fighting, wrestling, me trying to get free and out of the house.
Did you notice excess dirt in those? Would you like me to get the picture to refresh?
No.
Okay. Do you recall?
You're catching up on the memes. I haven't caught up on the Steam in a while.
Any of the evidence?
Love your
you've
shit, man,
seen,
DGGL.
How long I was at your house before you were awakened?
Judge, I'm going to object. She can only testify to what she is aware of, not what she read in a police report.
The witness can only testify to her own personal knowledge, not what she obtained from reading. So rephrase the question.
Okay. Do you know do you know how long I was at your house until you were woken?
I woke up at 3 a.m.
You woke up at 3 a.m. and you said that you were woken by water droplets.
Yes.
Okay. So that was the first moment you were woken up by water droplets.
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was dark in your room?
Yes.
How dark was it?
The only light was coming from my digital clock. Very dark.
Was that enough light to see a figure standing in a certain position in your room?
Yes.
And when you say that you were startled awake, do you know? I'm sorry. Let me change that. You said then that your feet were grabbed.
Yes.
Is it one ankle or two ankles?
I don't recall.
Did you recall me saying anything about calm down, it's just me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if you threw any other items?
No.
Do you see H3 and H3 in Abo drama? Yes, and
Do you recall how those items got neatly placed back on a table in a vanity?
No.
Do you recall other items that were on the end tables?
No.
Your Honor, may I publish some of these state's exhibits?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'd like to use State Exhibit A, Set 1.
A set 1.
How weird. Why are we watching that? Because I'm eating right now. This guy apparently attempted to kidnap and murder his wife, and now he's representing himself in court. And now he's asking his wife questions about the... Just very strange.
Let's start from here.
Actually, you need to push something to turn it to the camera. There's a button on there. I don't know, Deputy Estella, do you know what button that is to change it from the computer to the document camera? Yes.
Photographs.
No.
Okay. This is picture set 1, A14. May I publish?
You may.
Is that an accurate picture of the playground in the backyard?
Yes.
And did the children use that frequently?
Yes.
And you would agree that that playground and that window are directly behind the children's playroom?
Yes.
I'm at photo A21, set 1. Am I published?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this is the living room?
Yes.
And on the evening that the children were there, do you recall where you, Brandon Grady, and Arden were sitting?
At what point?
On the evening of March 10th, when they were with you?
We were sleeping in the master bedroom, me, Bryn, and Grady.
Sorry, let me clarify for you. On the evening of March 10th, when the children were with you in the living room, can you tell me where everyone was sitting?
I was in the middle on the closest couch. I was in the middle of Bryn and Grady, and Arden was on the love seat.
Okay. Is that the same love seat that Arden went to sleep on that night?
I don't know. I was in bed asleep. I don't know which couch she slept on.
Okay. Photo A23, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
You see that one very well. Can you tell me what is on that desk against the wall?
A computer,
Anything else?
a sweater, papers.
Did that computer have internet service?
Yes.
Is there any kind of internet feed or cable feed on that wall?
I do. Not that I know.
Not that you know of?
No. It was Wi-Fi.
Photograph A22, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
In this photograph, do you see any cable or internet feed or router?
The router over in the left corner.
Okay. And do you know if you can hook a telephone to that router?
That's not where I hooked my telephone.
I'm not asking where. I'm just asking if you can.
You can.
Smile.
Photograph A21, or sorry, A25, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Mathewson, in this photograph is a picture of is it the garage door?
Yes.
The front door?
Front door.
Is the key hook there?
Yes.
It's a hook, I guess, a placard that you let keys hang on?
Yes.
Do you know what key is still hanging on that hook?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, we'll see if we can find a better photograph of that. The walls look pretty clean and intact.
Yes.
Would you agree that in the previous photos that the walls also We're clean. There's no dents, no scratches, no marks.
Yes.
Photograph A32, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson, is this a picture of your garage?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in
Is this guy a lawyer? I have no idea.
when you left the home?
I imagine he must have some kind of at least mock trial experience or something, right? To represent himself, maybe. Who knows?
Okay. Lines on the.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree?
Positive.
And
No, they just happened to be there.
this was this way before you went to bed?
I can't recall.
You think you can get away with murder if you really tried? I think so. The problem, there's like a catch-22. I think the easiest way to get away with murder is to just kill somebody that you have absolutely no connection to. But these are probably the people that you wouldn't really want to murder, right? that's always the issue. Anybody that I felt enough hatred towards that I wanted to kill, I'm probably going to be the first suspect in the murder, right?
Saying it's irrelevant.
Okay. As part of. Did we ever use scarves or strings or anything to, as part of our sexual encounters from time to time?
I don't recall a single instance. I don't recall any.
Okay. But you do recall us using a variety of quote-unquote toys and things of that nature?
We're going to object.
Just saying it's irrelevant.
Okay. Well, I'll move on. It was your testimony that we were in the living room when Arden came into the home. Is
Yes.
that correct? Is there any chance that you might be mistaken that we were in your bedroom when Arden came into the home?
The way I remember it is I was in the living room.
Do you recall possibly sitting on your bed when Arden came into the home?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered.
Not this specific.
Sorry.
Sitting on your bed when Arden came into the home?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered.
Not this specific question, only if you know.
Oh, I don't. What was the question?
Do you remember if you were sitting on your bed when Arden came into the room?
The way I recall it is I was sitting in the living room.
Okay. And when Arden came in, did you say anything to Arden?
No.
Did you look at Arden?
I looked at her. She did not look at me.
Did you say anything to the two younger children?
No.
How long was Arden in the home?
A few moments.
A few moments as in seconds, minutes?
Enough time to get the children and leave.
Did she take anything with her?
I have no idea if she took anything with her.
Did Arden leave peacefully?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that if there was some problem, Arden would have spoken up?
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. We'll go forward. After Arden left, was I on my telephone?
I have no idea.
Do you know if I was communicating with Arden while she drove to my house?
At the time, I had no idea she drove to your house.
Okay. While she was, right after she left, what did we do?
You tied me up.
Before she left? After she left?
After she left, you tied me up
Where?
in my bed.
In your bed. And you said this was with string. You said, Christmas lights. And you said a vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
Okay. So it was
Rewind 15 seconds. Why does everything good happen as soon as I start the room? Okay,
you
hold on.
said, sorry, Christmas lights, and you said a vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
Okay.
Rewind more.
So,
You tied me up. No idea she drove to your house.
okay. While she was, right after she left, what did we do?
You tied me up.
Before she left? After she left?
After she left, you tied me up
Where?
in my bed.
In your bed. And you said this was with string. You said, sorry, Christmas lights. And you said a vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
What?
Okay. So it was. How did I go get the Christmas lights?
I was already tied with the scarf and the string. Then you left and went and got the Christmas lights.
Wait. Did she just impeach herself? Wait, I thought she literally just said she'd never remembered ever using scarf or string or whatever, like 10 or 15 minutes earlier. Am I crazy? Did I mishear?
So I left the room to go get Christmas lights.
While I was tied up.
During sex. Oh, wait, is this not a sexual thing? Is this just him tying her up?
There were other items you saw in the room that probably would have been easier than going out to your garage to get Christmas.
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Just saying this is speculation.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Matheson.
Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Okay.
What is the time frame between when Arden left and there were videos made on your telephone?
Okay, I'm good on this. I'm good on that one, Chief. I'm good on that one, Chief. Okay, I'm good on that one. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do this. We got H3H3, ABBA and Peach, drama.
So I was like,
I have a huge fan, or a friend of mine who's a huge H3 fan, and she always sends me shit about them. And even she says that L3 took a big L here, so. Good luck. Let's find out.
so I was like, oh, okay, where's the mouthwash?
Wait. Oh. Dude, that whole fucking video was so fucking cringe. Oh god, I remember it. Sorry. Did you see the schizo tweets about you from iHypocrite? Okay, fuck, hold on. I'm hoping I don't feel bad. iHypocrite, I did a show with him and his wife or girl co-host at one point. He was really cringe, right? Like cringe and stupid. I feel like I remember the show and it was just him basically calling me like a cuck for like an hour or something. Am I remembering that correctly or am I incorrect there? Why did I scan this whole map like a dumb fuck? Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm trying not to, like, he's like in my mind, he's like on the Alex Stein tier of like dumb shit, so I don't, yeah, I don't know. Like, it was sad because his wife, I think, actually disagreed with my lifestyle more than he did, but his wife was able to have a better conversation about it, and he was just like a total retard. Yeah, I'm never, it's not even like a fun conversation, but it's just like stupid. So yeah, I don't know. I have no desire to like, to like be on a panel with him. I think Modern Day Debates emailed me, he's like, oh, do you want to be on a panel? I was like, no, I'm never doing any content with that iHypocrite loser. Ever. I will never do that. Sorry.
Would you be down?
Stop! Do you notice it?
No,
Do you
no.
see it now?
Hey,
Do you
no,
see it?
no.
Whenever it's a black
yeah,
person,
it's
whenever
KKK.
it's a black person,
Yeah.
whenever it's a
You're too stupid to understand.
Okay, today's topic.
ABBA and Preach, these guys are idiots. Andrew Tate is banned. Censorship will backfire. No, it won't. Oh my God, dude. Again, more men telling women. Now, did anyone actually watch this Abba and Preach shit?
So you call us fucking idiots for a video you didn't even watch?
Oh no.
And you didn't even. This is so on par for Ethan and his stupid ass friends.
Abba and Preach, by the way, I've never really talked about them, but they made a video defending fucking Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, they have a lot of bad takes.
Yeah, it sucks. I've watched a few of their videos like earlier this year, and I thought they were hilarious.
Me too.
But then, like,
yeah,
deeper dive, it's like shit.
I actually had the same opinion, and I was really surprised when they're like, "Yo, Fresh and Fit, there's no evidence to accuse them."
Picking coconuts in Barbados.
But it's just a woman's account, so like.
He's talking about.
What are they? It's such a weird reframing. Do you guys remember this drama? Like, it's not even a woman's account of anything wrong happening. It was just like, it was like a nothing. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what words to say. She was like, it was basically this. So I went over to this guy's house, and my goal was to just go over there and act like I was gonna fuck him, and then not fuck him, just to show him how cool I am. And I totally went over, and you know, I like basically convinced him that I was gonna fuck him, and then I totally didn't. And he was like a little bit grumpy about that, and he wouldn't even Uber me home. And like that's why Fresh and Fit are like disgusting people. Like, what the fuck is this story? This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. By the way, that's not an exaggeration. That is literally exactly what happened. Holy shit, how fucking stupid.
Oh my God, this man gotta be one of the slimiest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. He's actually sitting there trying to make it sound like Fresh and Fit defenders. Bruh, not even their.
Not to mention the fact, and then the ultra funny thing is that Abba and Preach, I'm pretty sure hate. I'm pretty sure these guys hate Fresh and Fit. So it's like even dumber, dude. Jesus Christ.
Fan base would echo what the fuck you're saying right now. That's how goddamn brain. You think we are what?
You just stupid.
To who? When? How? This dumb motherfucker said what?
I just want to point out, Abba's trigger game is so good that he's triggering his own self. I didn't do shit. He's triggered right now.
But how?
His game
Have
is.
you not done a simple Google search, motherfucker?
And not one. Not one.
Listen, we've done enough videos clowning these dumb people, okay?
God, you're.
Them aside, we do one video in their favor. Not because all of a sudden we turned a leaf. You wanna know why we did it? Because Ethan, what you did was so goddamn fucking stupid. You brought on some young teenager to come tell salacious lies about another man just because you dislike them so much, you're willing to allow someone to come on and tell disparaging lies just to get back at them. You lack so much character that you bring on a fucking liar, try to encourage her to say that she was somehow like...
Bad. This is very bad. I think
like,
he may have assaulted you. I mean, at
That's
this
so
point,
cringe.
Yeah, I mean,
Even the girl didn't go along with that.
I don't want to say that, but like again, like
I don't want to say that, but I'm gonna let you make your assumption.
Right? Just because you hate somebody, that's how twisted you are in your head. And you got the audacity to call us defenders? No, it's not that we're defenders. You're just so fucking unethical that we saw that shit, we said, damn, we gotta defend these niggas?
We saw.
and then I go to the bathroom, like in the kitchen, he's like, that's not where the mouthwash is. So I was like, oh, okay, where's the mouthwash?
True.
You, oh my God! I'm not addressing this.
We didn't defend them. We defend the principle of it, which is you brought up somebody who came to tell on some lies about somebody to disparage their reputation. Okay, and Ethan, you might wish that somebody did the same for you, because I remember very recently you were in some kind of little scandal where people were claiming that you guys were mistreating your employees and left a bunch of reviews, and you said these are all false. These are all false. Well, guess what? Guess what? Why don't we believe the people who claim that you did something wrong? You want to know why? Because we require evidence, proof that people are telling the truth when they want to disparage somebody. You think I would decide to go and interview those people and try to have them send me stories so I could take you down because I just dislike you? Of course I wouldn't do that. Why? Because that's unethical. And I hope one day when you get caught in a much bigger scandal, because it will happen, all right? Somebody will make up something about you. Or maybe it's true. I don't know. I hope that people don't just jump on that bandwagon because they dislike you.
I hope someone actually takes the time to have the evidence.
There's one thing to dislike these guys, criticize them, do whatever you want.
And that's what we did.
You brought up somebody who came to tell a bunch of fucking lies with a nonsensical story and then encouraged her to make the crime sound worse than what it actually was just because you hate them. That's you.
Very verifiable. Very verifiable.
Bruh. Talk about I'm lost. Bitch is 5-minute walk away from her place. Fucking Google Map that shit. You in downtown, 5-minute walk from your place. Talk about I'm stranded. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh shit, that's true. I remember that part. She's like, I was completely stranded. It's like, bro, you are staying in downtown Miami, and you are currently in downtown Miami. You are not in some fucking Hicksville nowhere. You're not in fucking random place, Kentucky. Oh my god, what a wacky, wild story that was.
Bro,
you Google. Oh wow, you.
No, they Googled it.
No, you triggered your own self. But I guess,
this guy is really a goober. He got so much to say. The motherfucker didn't watch the video.
He didn't even watch the video. He didn't have. It made no research, no Google search, nothing.
Bro.
And then you're gonna say that's really the audacity. Calling us. You're gonna tell me that we are fresh and fit defenders. Motherfucker, are you high or retarded?
You can't use that word anymore.
Are you high?
You can use that word.
Or retarded. Or late.
In French, I got you. You don't know. Whatever.
Matter, but here they're doing the brave act, the defiant act of defending Andrew Tate. Such bravery. What is the psychological thing going here? Because all these guys are like, I don't agree with him, but it's like they want to present.
Wait, why not just okay? Regardless if I agree or disagree with either side here, and I don't actually know Abba's take yet, although I probably can guess and I probably would agree with it. But like, why ask them? Like, what do you think is going on in their minds? Why not just like watch the video and then they'll probably tell you. Like, you don't have to guess, bruv. It's like it's right here. Sometimes when people are people do this to me too. Sometimes when people are reviewing like internet content, they act like they're fucking historians digging through like ancient Babylonian records. Like, what did he think? What was going through his head when he wrote these sacred texts? Like, bro, there's a 2-hour video on it right here. Just watch it. You're not a fucking archaeologist. Just watch the video. It's literally right here. Sometimes it's 10 minutes long. Why are you acting like it's a big fucking mystery?
Themselves as like the enlightened free speech warrior.
Yeah, a lot of people, have strong opinions about free speech and discourse and what should be allowed.
But I don't think they care, Dan. I think they just care about their perception. Because if you cared about free speech, you would understand that it has nothing to do with YouTube in the first place.
Oh no.
God.
Our video wasn't about free speech.
Oh my. Yeah, but when you don't watch it, you don't know that.
The video had nothing to do with free speech.
Jesus Christ, man.
Free speech, I don't even think was mentioned a single time in the video.
The laziness.
The video was about addressing the issues that men deal with that are being unaddressed in society, leading to people like Andrew Tate. That's why we said it would backfire, because another guy like him will come along who's much bigger, much worse. Okay? That's why we said that.
Oh my God.
But of course, when you come on these platforms and give dumb takes on videos you didn't even watch, you can afford to say stupid shit about free speech, free speech.
A lot of people ask me, I don't know about you, but they go to my DM, it's like, yo, what, or when I meet them, it's like, yo, I'm gonna start to do commentary. What are some of the keys and points that you could tell me in order to succeed and this and that? And I often tell them, yo, do your thing, and eventually you're gonna get better at it. Let me add this fucking shit. Don't be fucking lazy.
Don't be L3.
I'm not sure if I hate you or love you. Either way, take my Latino mug of money.
Thanks. What was that girl actually accusing Fresh and Fit of? I have no idea. I think she was accusing them of being sleazy. Like, I think the goal was to just... She was saying in the video that their goal was they wanted to try to lead on Fresh and Fit to make them think they were going to smash, but then not do it, to teach them a lesson or something. And then they basically went really far, was on his bed, did some shit. I think he made maybe a mean comment about her boobs or something. Like nothing, like it wasn't rape or assault. He might have, maybe, I'm not sure. And then after that, when she was like, oh yeah, like I don't want to do anything, like I'm just here hanging out. I think he was a little bit miffed Like he didn't like push anything, right? He was just kind of like annoyed. And then she was like, yeah, and then when I went to leave, he didn't even Uber me home. He just walked me to the elevator. And that was like their story. And it's like, why are you even telling this story? And she kept saying like, he was like, I can't believe you're one of those types of girls. But it was funny because she kept acting so indignant. It's like, I don't know what you meant by those. Yeah, you are literally one of those. What do you mean? You're literally fucking with the guy. Like that was your express purpose at the beginning of the story, is to fuck with him. It was the dumbest fucking story I've ever heard in my life. Oh, dude, people read so far and everything. This is a funny fucking comic, okay? I don't know if the Stone Touch Dude is a Nazi or not. I just know this comic is funny as fuck, okay? I'm not, it's not anti-trans, it's not whatever. I just thought it was fucking hilarious. I don't know what you want me to say. It's stupid and it's funny. Damn, dude. I'm glad I can keep Vosh's community invigorated, though. What the fuck does this even mean? I have no idea. Just the idea of some dumb fucking conservative kid kneeling for the fucking trans flag. The teacher be like, you motherfucker. It's just fucking funny to me. I don't know, dude. But I guess maybe it's anti-trans. I'm not sure.
If you got to comment on some shit, actually watch the shit that you're gonna comment about.
And listen.
That's the first. Fuck listening. You gotta watch the bitch first.
But if you don't listen, then you don't watch it.
Watch the shit. At least if you didn't listen, but you watch, I'm like, he missed the point. But if you didn't even watch,
you out here pontificating about
you just talking a whole bunch of shit, my dude. You didn't even watch. How lazy do you got to be to know that that's what commentary is? It's not just commenting on shit. You actually have to watch it. Like, you're talking about shit that we're not even mentioning in the fucking video, and you're making a case out of it. I don't know how disingenuous you is, or if you're doing that shit on purpose. You didn't even watch.
All right, listen.
Wow.
These guys are trying to be enlightened. Motherfucker, you need to start by turning on the motherfucking lights on. Cause bitch, you in the dark and you shooting.
We try to be
and
enlightened, you don't even watch.
No, you shoot and you miss. You talking about, we're not even in the room. Who you shooting at?
This motherfucker just shooting like this. They live right here. Gow, 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 gow. What are you doing, my guy?
Hey,
at least turn your head and watch where you're shooting.
Hey, listen, I think you've been hanging out with Hassan too much because you start sounding like his dumb ass talking about, I didn't even watch these guys. Were they talking about me? I think they're transphobic.
Yep.
You sound just like him.
Free speech is a more broad philosophical idea rather than the type of free speech that's actually enshrined by law.
Well, I'd like to know what Abba and Preach think if the KKK had a YouTube channel.
One of them was just
What do you think they would say? Hold on, before I sort of got it pre-watched. Hopefully they don't miss here. But I'm pretty sure what Abba and Preach is like, listen, if they want to have a YouTube channel, fuck it, that's fine. That would be my guess. Don't disappoint me.
one of them was just
This guy really thinks it's a gotcha.
Oh,
wait. These guys are black. Let's rebut them. The Ku Klux Klan. You want to know the truth? And this is something that black people will echo. You know what black people are really tired of? We're tired of innuendo when it comes to racism. We're tired of like this subversive stuff. You know, the stuff where people act condescending to you and act like you as a minority can't think for yourself. So let me, the enlightened liberal, tell you what you should think. We're tired of that.
In a word that you're gonna understand. Yeah. Let me put the KKK because you don't understand the other stuff.
Yeah, you don't understand the concept. Only you something that you, a black person, would be able to understand, right? You know, that's what we're tired of. We're tired of. Listen, I grew up in a different time where black folks and white folks used to fight each other all the time, and they used to just say what they thought. Okay. And I'm not gonna lie, I preferred that time. You wanna know why I preferred it?
Because you could straight up in your face.
You could call it out. This is kind of the take that I gave on sexual assault a while ago. That like, in some ways, it's kind of controversial, but in some ways, like straight out sexual assault / rapey stuff, in some ways is easier to deal with than the very subversive, very insidious, very like hard to tell stuff because it fucks with your mind a lot more, and it's way harder to call out because you can't just say like, yo, this guy's being creepy as fuck. What do you mean he's being creepy? Like, he watches me leave work every single day while he's in his car, and I think he's touching himself. He's like just staring. He's like, okay, well, is he actually hurting it? Well, no. Okay, well, every single time we're at work, he like brushes against me, like bumps into me. Like, he's a dishwasher. I'm in front of house. I don't know why he's even up there. He's like, okay, well, is he doing anything bad? no, I guess not. Technically not. Okay, well, why are you being such a bitch about it? It's like, okay, yeah, maybe you're right. Like, that type of shit fucks with your head way more than like, oh, after work, he threw me against the wall and grabbed my tit. Because that's like so obviously wrong. And you like, I know that was wrong. And I know I can tell other people and they all know it was wrong. As opposed to the other stuff where it's like so much more insidious. I think racism and everything is a lot, isn't exactly the same, but I think it can be pretty similar too. Like, white guy walks up the street, calls you an N-word, great. Everybody knows that it's bad. Everybody knows that it's wrong. Nobody's going to defend the dude, except for maybe Nick. Just kidding. Like, it's pretty obviously wrong. But a lot of the other types of racism is a lot more difficult to point out. It's a lot different. I don't know if I would say in this case that Ethan is being racist, other than maybe showing kind of where his mind is, the liberal racism maybe, but...
Racism was worse then, because let me tell you, it wasn't. But you knew what the other person was thinking.
It was straight up.
Okay?
I don't like you. Okay.
I nowadays deal with a lot of this like patronizing, very just like subtle kind that I can't call out directly, right? Because there's no proof. And so if I say it, everybody gaslights me. And they're like, no, it's not there, right? I told you that story, right? Where I did a comedy show and the woman kept heckling the show, but the way she was doing it, my spidey senses was tingling. I'm like, this girl's moving a little weird. And I think I know why, but I'm not going to say nothing. And the comedians were all watching the back end, right? Mind you, I have a good set. I leave. I'm back there, okay? She comes out. She starts dropping N-bombs in front of me and all the other comedians. I get excited.
Yeah.
You know why I get excited?
Because you can...
That's you, bitch!
Meant to send this yesterday. Matt and friends got kicked out of their hotel for holding a ticketed event in their suite. A VIP after party. Your instincts are correct.
Cool.
Because I was thinking it was that. I got the evidence now.
If you a fucked up person, I want to be able to see it. So I can call it out. So I could go, this is why I disagree. This is why you fucked up. It's much more difficult nowadays to do that because everyone's trying to toe the line, right? And the more you guys put up these barriers, what ends up happening is not that you silence this kind of rhetoric. It's not like you guys are making things better. That's not what's happening. You know what's happening instead? People are becoming much more smarter with the way that they do it, right? They start to use coded language to describe people they dislike. All of a sudden, they're thugs, right? They're this, they're that. They'll find different words to make sure you know what we talking about, but I didn't say it explicitly, so I'm good. Me, personally, I prefer it out in the open. Oh, that's how you move? We good. Because guess what? There's a white supremacist on YouTube right now, and they get to float through this space without any issues. Want to know why? Because they just knew what words to navigate so they don't get any issues.
Oh, I thought he was gonna call me
personally, let it all out. Let's see everybody's dirty laundry. Let everybody say what the fuck they thinking so we know what it is and we know what to avoid. People like Andrew Tate a woman finds out, oh, this guy likes Andrew Tate, this guy I'm trying to date. I'm gonna stay away from him because I know what Andrew Tate says. Now you can avoid it. You can't avoid it anymore. Because guess what? Now the same guy who's watching Andrew Tate is gonna watch somebody who's a little bit more coded with their shit, but holds the exact same fucking views. You didn't make the world a better place. You didn't think things safer for everybody. You just made it easier for problematic people to navigate this space. That's it. That's all you did.
You're giving out the codes. Basically, that's what you're doing.
That's it.
You're giving out you're
gave the game
fucking
away.
Waze. You're the Waze application for them.
Yep.
Okay, we can't do that. We're gonna do that instead.
CoffeeZilla, who...
Oh, look. CoffeeZilla had the pretty much exact same take as us. Let's see.
CoffeeZilla said, I dislike Tate, but kids are going to grow up thinking their only weapon against stupid ideas is deplatforming.
Is he friends with the CoffeeZilla guy or something?
My dude heard the exact same take
Destiny
as us.
did 9/11.
Or what he thinks is the exact same take. He went, well, this one doesn't sound so bad. Well,
Oh, no, man.
well, this one doesn't sound so bad. It's coming from Coffee.
You know what? This take sounds all white. I mean, all right.
CoffeeZilla, not these fucking
Just kidding.
idiots.
I shouldn't accuse Ethan of being racist. I'm sorry. He's probably not racist. He's just stupid, to be fair.
It's... No, let me be nuanced. Let me think about this thing. Bro, it's the same fucking thing you thought that we said in the person behind us. Why are you pondering all of a sudden?
And nobody's saying shit.
Oh, all of a sudden.
And nobody... And
Click RT.
You know, you're not racist, right?
No, yeah.
Yeah, you know. You know, you're not racist, right?
No, yeah.
Oh, shit. What are you gonna do, man?
fucking crickets.
Okay.
Fucking crickets on the team.
Okay.
What happened to the rest of y'all?
All right.
What? Tabarnak, man.
Hey, you know what? I'm starting to see what Jadeon was saying about this liberal racist. I'm starting to see it.
Play this shit.
It just doesn't happen that often, the deplatforming.
Huh? What the fuck are you talking about? Deplatforming happens all the time. Cancel culture is not this fake thing. There's people with menial jobs who lose it because they said something on Twitter, on Instagram. Oh, gee.
That's not famous people.
No.
That's everybody.
Tell me.
Like everybody I know is on their second account, third account. A lot of people I know. It's not because of their take. Sometimes it's meme. Sometimes it's risky shit. Sometimes it's just showing breastfeeding.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just showing art. Sometimes it's this. What? Are you high or are you late? Si de retard. I'll say it in Quebecer, so.
And again, this isn't misinfo. This is a violent hate group.
Wait,
Are
violent
kids gonna
hate
think
group?
that? Are kids gonna think that about when ISIS's YouTube channel got banned?
Is he being compared to
wild comparison?
ISIS now?
One can say Andrew Tate
Jesus.
is bad.
Jesus
His ideas are terrible,
Christ.
and not compare him to fucking ISIS or the Ku Klux Klan. Like honestly, it's almost insulting. It's almost insulting to black folks to compare Andrew Tate to the Ku Klux. What are you smoking?
I was gonna say it's kind of insulting to ISIS. These motherfuckers work hard. These guys coordinate terror attacks all over the fucking world, and now they're compared to Andrew Tate. There's got to be at least, statistically speaking, there's got to be at least one ISIS guy that watches H3H3 who sees this and gets pissed off. It's got like just a numbers game. There's got to be at least one of them.
ISIS? What are these comparisons? Jesus. These people are making the most wild analogies to make someone out to be bad. And that's what they always do, right? Anytime someone's bad, who are they, right? They're the mustache man, right? They're the triple Ks.
Ball mustache man.
Yeah. I'm just like, damn, can you guys not make an argument against these ideas without comparing them to the worst fucking humans that have ever existed?
Nope.
Is that not possible?
Nope.
Whittian, that's no surprise. I mean, censorship in 4K. Andrew Tate has been banned, yada, yada. I don't agree with him, but banning people because they say stuff you don't like is just straight soft. You mean like the KKK?
Stop!
Wait, why did he bring up the KKK for coffee so long? Oh no! Wait, Ethan, what are you doing? What are you doing? There's like some Native American out there who's tweeting like, I don't know if censorship is a good idea. And Ethan's like, what if John Smith from Pocahontas had a Twitter account and he was tweeting some racist shit? Like, wait, what the fuck are you doing? Ethan, stop. Ethan, you gotta slow down. You gotta pump the brakes, my dude. You gotta pump the brakes, my dude. Jesus Christ. Not good, man.
Notice it? Do you see it now? Do you see it?
No.
Whenever it's a black person.
It's
Whenever
KKK.
it's a black person.
Yeah.
Whenever it's a
You're too stupid to
Hey,
understand.
Oh,
Let's
no.
not talk about that KKK.
Oh my
Go
God.
fuck yourself, dude.
Oh my God.
Go fuck
Did you
yourself.
notice?
You bucket.
I'm gonna start doing this whenever I argue with Abba. I'm gonna invoke the KKK on every argument. Is that like a cheat code for black arguments? Just invoking the KKK to win every single one?
Bitch.
This is a base cheat code.
Yo.
Did you notice?
Yo.
Did you notice? I just want the audience to know.
All you free
And
loving
this
frauds
is
like the
why
video.
Oh yeah, hey, like my stream, losers.
I would much rather that all these like white supreme people had their channels. You want to know why? Because instead I wouldn't have to deal with fucking losers like L3 doing this very like innuendo, subversive type of like belittling of black people, right? Because this shit is way more infuriating than what like someone called me the N-word. I'll be honest with you. You want to know why? Because this is patronizing to a degree you cannot fucking understand. In the art world, I've dealt with so many fucking losers like this guy who are like, I'm here to fight for women. I'm here to fight for fucking minorities. These people have the worst opinions in their heart of hearts about these people. They think you're too fucking dumb. They just don't outwardly say it. They don't outwardly say it. Look how every time it's a black person.
It's like, are you saying we'd be okay with Hitler having a YouTube channel?
True.
Like we're too stupid to take ourselves out of our own experiences and try to understand other people. Back in the day, these motherfuckers would just say what they thinking. Like, listen, yeah, you know, I love black people and I want you guys to do well, but I don't think you guys can take care of yourselves. So let me just do it for you. I wish they just come out and say that shit. You know what I mean?
Just like fucking Piker, what his name is?
Hassan?
Stupid ass.
I didn't watch that.
You're
video.
only trans.
Hassan's relationship with the trans community is interesting. He once lost a trans-related debate, and people in his community were rightfully upset with
This
him
is
because
so
they felt
crazy.
like he made them look bad.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates.
Fair point. Let's see how humble his response is.
I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? There you go.
Oh my god, dude.
Suck my dick.
And I want people to have a better, more positive approach to dealing with issues.
I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer.
That's my ultimate goal, and I feel like I achieved that.
You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick. For the past 15 months, you've been able to fucking hide in these ranks. You catboy fuck. You are just a trans person. Sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What the fuck is that?
You're just a trans person. That was a mask-off moment.
That was wild.
And when the
That was fucking wild.
When the trans person came out and said, "Oh, this is what you think I think you're doing," you're just a that's a moment.
That was a moment.
That's a moment.
That's a moment I went, oh!
That's when you realize what these people.
Oh man. Rip. What? So who? To be fair to Hassan, he doesn't hate the Cheddar because they're trans. He hates them because the Cheddar is one of the pores. Yeah, maybe. I heard you're about to do a debate on JFK's assassination. I might. I have to think about it.
Will you react to Tate's final message? #content farm.
Yeah, we'll probably watch it. In a bit. The only thing is, after the 9/11 thing, I'm a little demotivated because I put in an okay chunk of work for that, and now I feel like the JFK debate is going to be the same, where it's basically going to be a bunch of claims. Where it's like, isn't that a weird coincidence? And this guy said this thing that's kind of ambiguous, and then by the end of the debate, they're like, yeah, I don't have any proof, but like, you got to admit the official story is like kind of weird, right? And like, that's going to be it. And I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck was the point of all the homework I did for this? This is like a waste of time. Yeah, I don't know, dude. But maybe it's worth like looking into. Now I feel like I can talk about 9/11 conspiracy stuff more. I feel like I have like a couple like kill shots to the 9/11 conspiracies, which is fun. But how often does that come up, right?
What do you think Tate and Slash should do to be replatformed again?
I don't know what he got banned for. So that's like the issue. What was this video? Hold on.
We got a longer message from Tristan.
So, Andrew's been banned on almost every social media platform you can imagine. I've sent you his final message. If nothing gets reinstated, if we don't make any other big moves, this is going to be Andrew's goodbye. So I know you respect a lot of the things that me and him say. My YouTubes have been removed as well. I think he's kind of speaking for both of us here. If you could react to it and, let people know his final message, that would mean a lot to me. I'm probably
I
going
still
to
wonder
disappear
if
from
Hassan was triggered by the critique or being told he's not Vosh.
Yeah, good question.
Instagram within a certain period of time. They are trying to silence us. But I think the most important thing for people to understand who know me and Andrew and who have seen me and Andrew is this. Our lives will remain unchanged. Social media is just me living my life, and every 2 to 3 days taking a picture of something I'm doing and posting it on a website called Instagram.com. But the yachts, the girls, the cars, the trips, the house, the money, the casinos, everything I'm doing is never going to end. This is why the haters can never actually defeat me and Andrew. They are defeated by life. They are sad in their lives, and the internet is all they have. All we were doing was showing the internet a little slice of our happiness, of our perfect existence. And if that gets taken away, and I think that my platforms will be taken away very soon, my YouTube channel certainly has been, I'm going to continue living the life. So, Sneeko, young man, if I disappear, I'm passing the torch to you. Keep spreading the message. While it's still relevant to talk about Andrew Tate, I appreciate you showing this final video to your followers and fans. You know, God bless you. And as long as I'm allowed to, I'll be jumping on your stream soon. Just give me a week. I've got vacation.
Give him a week, chat. He's got vacation. Okay, yours just went live. He said he wants to get on the phone. So you heard him. Tristan said he passed the torch to me. It's a lot of, bro, we got this. We can do it together. If you are like-minded, if you want a free freedom of speech, if you want a traditional family with grounded roles, if you believe in God.
Andrew Tate's final message. I was scrolling through this, and it's like over an hour long. What could he possibly have to say? Is he taking notes on brevity from Jordan Peterson? Is there a YouTube version of this?
A shot from a Nancy Myers movie. Obama.
What do you think about this Twitter people complaining PPP loans with student loan forgiveness? It's super cringe to equal, I already tweeted about this, to make all of the, like the PPP loans, to say that these are just government handouts, I mean, in a way they kind of are, but they went to the employees. Like, the whole point of PPP loans was to pay your employees. I mean, and part of the reason why was because there was like unprecedented economic damage. And they didn't want people to get fired and laid off everywhere. Like, it's such a weird thing to compare to student loans. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
Press when I did this, bro. That's what I'm saying.
What? Of course, Destiny defends PPP loans since he got one. What? Hold on. Why can't you ever defend your argument?
I love how
YouTube
Sneeko
chat?
loves free speech,
like,
but
hold
also
on.
love.
Like, it's always like the random personal attacks. I didn't need a PPP loan. It was like 20 grand. It was nice to get one, but you're not dealing with the substance of anything that I just said. The PPP loans were given to businesses to pay their employees. You can't just pocket the money, right? That's the whole point of the PPP loan. You got the loan, you paid your employees with it, and then you know, that's the only way it gets forgiven by the government. That's how the program worked. You literally said you needed one? I said I needed one? No, I didn't. I'm pretty sure I said the opposite the entire time. Pretty sure I said probably on some of these PPP loans, you probably should have had to show like a loss in business or something, I think, to prove worth so that it could have gone to like different types of businesses. Why are you triggered? Just admit that you took a PPP loan in bad faith? May Hart. I can't tell if that's a girl avatar. I think it is, which makes it even more happy to ban you. Get fucked. You do pocket the $20K that you would have given to those employees. The difference is that for a lot of businesses, the employees would have just been fired. So there were a lot of businesses that had huge cuts in revenue. And for those businesses, they would have just let their employees off. And then all of them would have gotten fired. I guess you can argue that I personally should have taken one. But That's inconsistent with everything I've ever said in terms of life. You should always maximize your financial well-being in any system that you exist in. Like that's a given, right? Like I live in Florida because I don't pay income tax here. It's one of the reasons I moved out of California. Like I do the best on my taxes to avoid my to minimize the amount of tax footprint I have as much as possible. Like the idea that like, oh well, you're in. It's like the argument of like, oh, so whose employees did you pay? I had 2 employees working for me at the time. If you want to accuse me of fraud, go fucking report me to the IRS, and then they can go and look through my fucking payroll shit. If you wanted to get the loan forgiven, you had to submit payroll information to the government that shows that you paid that money out to employees. If you want to accuse me of fraud, go for it. Report me to the IRS, get a finder's fee on it, or whoever you'd report me to get a thing. Like all of the paperwork is probably, I don't know if it's public filing for the PPP shit, or no, it is public filing because they looked up the Crowder shit. Chatters are mad because they are conflating you being against student loans with you thinking that anyone accepting this forgiveness as moochers. I don't think that student loan forgiveness is a good policy. I also didn't think that PPP loans broadly given to anyone was a good policy either. I don't think either of those things were necessarily good. I'm a big fan of means testing and whatnot. But if the money is there, you should always take it, right? If you're somebody that is like, I don't know if like student loan forgiveness is the best idea, but the government forgives student loans and you have a chance to apply for it, you should absolutely apply for it to take it, 100%. Your political positions, if you have like a political policy position that you're advocating for, and for whatever reason it doesn't get passed, but there's money on the table because something different passed, you should always go for it. It's not, I don't think that makes you a hypocrite. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of things that I might be ideologically opposed to, but because of the way they play out in society, like I think, for instance, like we should probably pay more taxes. If you're a wealthy person like me, you can probably afford to pay more taxes. But that doesn't mean I'm going to donate my money to the IRS. That's like a broad policy prescription that I'm pushing for society. Because if one person does it, it doesn't make a difference, right? Same thing with like if for the PPP stuff, I'm like, oh well, I don't know if I necessarily need this PPP loan as much as somebody else. I'm not going to not do it because then another like Steven Crowder is going to come by and sweep it up. Like, but you do tip your landlord? Yeah, of course, 100%. Somebody said, this sounds like a Hassan House argument. Okay, you're conflating things that I've said with things that other lefties said, okay? The problem that I had with Hassan, I don't have problems with lefties even buying big houses or buying cars. The issue is when you're making fun of other wealthy people for buying houses and cars, and then when you become wealthy, then you do it. That feels a little bit weird to me, okay? There are some core values that I think are important, like paying your employees well. I do that. Advocating for higher tax policy, I do that. But I've never in my life, or if you find a video, then you can call me on it, and I'll say, oh, I was wrong in this video. I've never in my life said something like, oh, if you're an individual, you should pay more taxes, like donate more money to the government. I've never said that. That's stupid. Because one person doing that wouldn't even do anything, right? Yeah, there's a difference between advocating for certain policies versus maximizing like your engagement with a system where you're not dealing with like a single actor. Like just because, for instance, let's say that we're talking about like, I'm trying to think of something I can even compare it to. I think the student loan example earlier was good enough. Like, I don't necessarily think student loan forgiveness is the best idea, and you might not think it is either. But if the government gives you an application to forgive you student loan, I think you should jump on that. I don't think you should just say like, oh, well, I'm not going to do that because I'm like principally opposed to it. Like you're principally opposed to like the policy en masse, not to like once it's already passed saying like, oh, well, I'm going to, fuck myself as hard as I can in that system. Epic rant. Yeah, true. If you say it, then we wouldn't criticize, but when it's Crowder who shits on all government social programs as handouts, then it's fine. I think if there is a world where if Crowder says something like that, then I think it's fair-ish. The hard thing, though, that you have to be really careful with about criticizing coronavirus stimulus is that a lot of those conservatives, if you attack them and you say, so if let's say a conservative comes out, this is the pitfall or the pitfall that you run into. If you try to do this argument in real life, you're going to get crushed because here's how the argument is going to go. You're going to say, oh, a conservative will go, I think in general we shouldn't do handouts. I'm against like social programs because I don't like the government like intervening too much. And then you'll go, oh, funny you say that. You're against social welfare and whatnot, but you took PPP loans, didn't you? Or you took some kind of a stimulus coronavirus handout. And the conservative will go, yeah, I did. But the reason why I did that was because of government intervention. And you're like, what do you mean because of a government intervention? You accepted a government handout. And they'll say, well, the only reason I needed that government handout is because the government itself shut down the economy when dealing with the coronavirus. And then you're fucked. Now you've completely lost the argument. It's like, okay, well, and they would have said, I wouldn't have wanted that handout, but the only reason I took it was because of a bad government action. It's an example of government intervention where the government has to come in and remedy the problems that they've created. So of course, if the government is going to force me to shut down my business or forcibly harm the economy, I'm also going to take a government handout on the back of that. But in my preferred world, the government wouldn't have shut down the economy or given the stimulus. That's what they would say. And now you're fucked. Now you're in a black hole of, you can't argue against that. Did an online show get shut down by the government? It's hard to measure like how far-reaching any of the impacts of government shit is. I would make the argument that online stuff probably benefited over the coronavirus pandemic from 2020 to 2022. Or was it 2019 to 2021? I don't know, whenever the fucking years were for the coronavirus shit. It seemed like most online content did better. So probably not, but like... I mean, the principle of the argument is still there that if the government is going to do bad things to the economy, is what a Republican would say or a conservative would say, and then the government is going to give handouts in relationship to that damage of the economy, that most people are going to jump on it, even if they're principally opposed to government handouts. Like, wait. Would future student loans also be forgiven if Democrats manage to pass forgive student loans? Could everyone just assume that student loans are just free money? Yeah, there's a weird moral hazard that's created when it comes to forgiving student loans. I'm not against the principle of forgiving student loans. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. The only thing I don't like is that if you have limited financial resources and if you have limited political capital to focus on certain issues, I think that targeting student loans is just really, really bad policy, because the people whose student loans are being forgiven are oftentimes going to be the wealthiest future members of society. They've got the highest future cash flow, and and there's like so many better and it's such an expensive thing to do too. Is 10K forgiveness that bad? No, I think 10K forgiveness is fine. I think that the way that he's doing it is okay, although I'd have to see how they're going to plan it. I don't like the steep drop off. I thought we were done doing this, or maybe they're just doing shorthand here. Forgiveness only applies to those earning less than 125,000. This has to slope off, because if you're earning like 126,000 and you get completely fucked, that would be really, really, really sad. I'm hoping that it's like from 125 to 175, it slowly ladders off or something, where it slopes off depending on how much you earn, rather than it just literally being a cutoff at this and you're completely fucked. But what about the billions of dollars going to Ukraine? I bet Destiny's for that. Yep, sure am. The COVID checks were like that? Yeah, I think they were. Someone in YouTube chat said it's 250K. It's 250K for married. Oh, okay. That's what I was almost going to think when that YouTube chatter said that. 250K just sounds like 2x, which means it's just for married people. One of the problems with PPP loans is that they overwhelmingly went to middle/upper class workers. 2020 showed that it took 169,000, 58,000 per job saved. There's also the issue that the firms that were affected by COVID were less likely to get loans than those who were large on connections with banks. Yeah, that was my problem with the PPP stuff, because I don't think people like me should have been able to apply for them, or a lot of online businesses. I think there were a lot of people that applied for those PPP loans that probably didn't need them because business was either doing better or... Actually, hold on. For the PPP loan, didn't we have to show that there was a reduction in income? I must have made... Oh, I think I got lucky because I think I got departnered from Twitch. I think that's why I was able to qualify for mine. Because I think when we filled out the applications, there was a rolling 12-month period where you had to show a reduction in income in order to qualify for the PPP loan. No, that was the ERC. Are you sure? I thought for the PPP loan you might have had to show a reduction in income. In which case, I probably would have been more okay with them. But I still think there should have been a little bit more of a test on it. But I don't know. I'd have to check. I'm not sure. AI rapper dropped by record label for saying N-word. What does AI mean? American Indian? I don't know. I'm having so much trouble keeping up with all the... Or is it literally artificial intelligence? One of the problems with, I think, I'd have to look at more. This is one of the reasons why I like negative income tax so much. A lot of government stimulus programs seem like they always go to pretty wealthy people. It's kind of like the rich get richer kind of thing. New study by economist David Otter and others showed the PPP was not well targeted. Only about 1/4 of PPP funds supported jobs that otherwise would have disappeared. In addition, the study found that PPP's benefits flowed disproportionately to wealthier households rather than to the rank and file workers that its funds were intended to reach. But I don't know. This is why I like means testing and stuff, but lefties fucking hate it. Progressives hate means testing, but hey, listen, it's more money for me. Why would he say something this stupid?
Yeah. Is it time? Yeah.
I don't know where is. Oh, is that his wife or girlfriend?
It's his wife. Yeah.
Yeah, hacking Destiny would be fun if I wasn't on probation. I would definitely fucking do it. Be like, yeah, bro, it could happen to anybody. Like you bitch ass culero. You cabron.
Yeah. Is it time? Yeah.
Why? Why? It's so cringe. Gem Bro takedown.
To the gym to run on the treadmill, watch the TV, text on their phone, do 6 squats and fuck off home.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Home.
We do have a negative income tax to the earned income credit. Yeah, a little bit.
Decided that
Jesus. Okay, stop linking me shit. Oh wait, where is... Wait, hold on. God damn it. The Australian PPE loans JobKeeper was first in because a lot of businesses just shut down for a month so they could claim for the next year, even though our state had less than 100 COVID cases. Oh, that's pretty funny. Ellie St. Crew? Welcome to Tier 1 Cyber Club, everybody. Being called a great guy is rejection over and over again starts to sound like a problem after a while. Why is being a great guy the go-to response to breaking things off gently instead of just being honest? Hearing the same type of rejection eventually sounds like a lie, and it seems like no one wants to come forward to tell the truth about why things won't work out. We can't read your minds to get a sense of... Oh, it's really hard. It's hard to be honest when you're breaking it off with a person because they might lose their fucking mind. That's the that's always the issue that really guys and girls go through, but... Hold on, real quick. I just need to throw up a quick 900. I'm sorry. 1 second. Stand one topic challenge impossible. Yeah, hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, where? Sorry, was this on YouTube? YouTube link. My final message. So dramatic. Oh my gosh. Did Destiny see Vince react to his talk with Nick? Who's Vince? Oh, wait. The red elephants guy or whatever? Yeah, that dude is... Oof. Would you be in favor of free college tuition like European countries? Here's what I think. If a student has the talent to go to school, they should never, ever, 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 ever have a financial difficulty doing so. That's what I think. So whether that looks like student loans, loan forgiveness, more Pell Grants, reduced interest loans, whatever the fuck, that's what I believe. What is wrong with Martin? What? Why are you linking me random shit?
Yeah, can you get the height and weight on Destiny, please? ASAP.
Let me check. I think he's like 5'6".
5'6"? It'll fucking knock his head off.
I could be wrong.
I got a long reach.
What is it? This is so cringe. Please stop. Oh my god. It's like, it's so much insecurity. How tall is that person? 5'4". Like, dude. Chill. Okay.
I was thinking for a long time how
God,
to
the
start
music.
this video.
Yes.
Because it needs to be concise and compendious.
Okay, bro.
But I also want it to be very, very comprehensive.
Wait. Oh. I'm sorry. I understand now. My bad.
And I guess the best place to start is at the beginning. There's been many different versions of my life story, which have been put on the internet as of late and from many years ago. But I'm going to give a very, very quick overview of my story. My life has always been difficult. I've certainly had a difficult life. I preach to the people who follow me that as a man, trauma and difficulty is extremely important because it's the building blocks for mental fortitude and physical fortitude. So I'm very, very...
Fuck, hold on, let me just... Jesus Christ, because these are like fucking the level 1 dipshit takes on things like trauma and stuff, okay? Having a life with no adversity is bad for you, but adversity in and of itself is not good for you. It has to be adversity that you have the tools to overcome. That's the type of stuff that builds up human beings, okay? If you take somebody and you throw them in shitty situations over and over again, and they don't have the tools or resources to deal with that, or the mentors to help them, that's not good for you. It doesn't build character. It doesn't make you a better person, okay? Going through adverse situations where you either have or develop the tools necessary to deal with that adverse situation, that's the things that builds character. I always hear this like really simplistic take, like we need bullying, people need to suffer to be good humans, blah, blah, blah. Like tons of people suffer and tons of people are bullied that grow up and end up being fucking losers their whole lives, or they end up having no self-esteem, or they end up being destroyed in other ways. Like that's more common than not. You can literally predict health outcomes based on these things called ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, where like certain numbers of traumas that you have can actually predict like things like longevity or lifespan, like all cause mortality, I think, and maybe even some types of cancers. It's pretty crazy, but like yeah, the idea that just having more and more adverse events in your life makes you a better person is just not true. Like it's such a selection bias. Like yeah, of course you see the people that persevered and survived, and you think that like wow, what a great thing. But you're missing all the people that you're missing all the people that slipped through the cracks.
very happy that my life has been difficult because it's impossible to become a capable man or a man of my capability without struggling with facing serious adversities, without trying to overcome often insurmountable odds. I grew up in south side of Chicago. I'm obviously a person of color. I was bullied in school to a degree, and my father always taught me to stick up for myself. I was never allowed to run and cry to authority. I was told that if someone wants to mess with you or come at you, you can't always go tell the teacher. Sometimes you have to deal with it. I was actually picked on by these two kids when I was riding the school bus home. I think I was around 5 and they were around 7. They were a bit older than me, and they used to pick on me on the school bus. They'd sit behind me, throw things at me, hit me, etc. And I came home and I told my dad about it. I said, Dad, these 2 kids are picking on me every single time I get the school bus. I don't know what to do. And my dad said, I'm not going to call the teacher because the teacher ain't on the bus. And I'm not going to call the school bus driver because they're busy driving. Son, if you want to deal with this, you're going to have to deal with it yourself. And I said, but Dad, they're bigger than me. What do you want me to do? There's 2 of them and they're bigger than me. And at the time, I'd just come home from school and I was holding a lunchbox. And my dad pointed and said, you have a lunchbox, son? Teach them. So weeks had passed. It was a few weeks. They kept picking on me, and I felt myself sitting there getting more insecure, and the rage was boiling inside of me. And one day, one of them slapped me in the side of the face from behind. I was sitting on the chair. He slapped me in the face from behind. And instantly, I don't know what it was, but this was the day I had enough, and I turned with my lunchbox and swung it over the back of the school bus chair and caught him and busted his eye clean open. The plastic Batman lunchbox hit him in the eye, and blood started squirting everywhere. All the children started screaming. And as I did this, the bus had just come up to a stop. It was a few stops before my stop, but it had stopped. And as the bus stopped and the screaming happened, I just got up and I ran, and I just ran off the bus and ran home. I've never run
sound
so
effects and
fast
everything.
or so far in my life. I was full of adrenaline. I just ran. When I got home, I had blood on my clothes, and my dad looked at me.
And he said, good
So
job.
what happened? And I said, that kid, I won't say his name. I said his name at the time. I said, that kid, he hit me in the face, and I had enough of getting hit in the face. And I was still holding the lunchbox, but it was all smashed up where I'd hit him with it. And my dad kind of smiled a little bit and said, don't worry, son. Get in the car.
We're gonna get ice cream.
And we went to Walmart. We walked up and down the aisle.
Oh shit, sorry.
And he looked and picked up another lunchbox, an exact replica of the same blue Batman lunchbox.
New weapon.
Gave it to me and said, I'll buy you as many of these as you need. And that was the last we spoke of it. Funnily enough, I never saw that kid again. I don't know if he changed schools. I don't know what his parents did, but I never saw that child again. So even from a very, very young age, I was taught that going to authority and crying and hoping someone else is going to fix your problems is not the way a man should conduct himself. When I left Chicago, I moved to Luton, England, which was multiple times voted the worst town in England. It's a high crime rate. It's a very bad area. My mother and father broke up, so I was in a single mother household. And now I'm a person of color in a single mother household. I'm also the only American at the time in Luton. And I had, again, repeat problems in school. I was picked on for being the only American. I was picked on for not knowing things I should have known because I hadn't been through the English educational system. I'd been through the American educational system. And I had trouble in school again, but I stuck up for myself. Unfortunately, nothing got violent at any point. But when people made fun of me, I stood up and said, listen, don't make fun of me. I'm from a different place, and I talk differently. And I always understood that standing up for yourself, I never went to the teacher, I never cried to anybody else. I just stood up for myself. And over time, people learned respect for me and my boundaries, and they were very respectful of me. And I had a very positive experience from then on out in school by simply standing up for myself, because this is how I was taught to act. In high school, I ended up having a reputation of a guy that nobody really messed with. I certainly wasn't a bully, absolutely the opposite, but no one really picked on me. I actually had a friend in school who was gay. I had 5 main friends in school, and I was also friends with a gay guy. And he would make fun of me for being American, and I would make fun of him for being gay back then. But the world was a very, very different place. This is many, many years ago. And we had friendly banter back and forth, but we were very good friends. And I stuck up for him and prevented anyone else picking on him all of the time. And the banter between us, the locker room talk, which would be considered absolutely unacceptable today, at the time was very, very normal. And we had a great time. We were good friends. And I heard from him, actually, after this ban. He said, you should mention the fact that the things they say about you completely aren't true. And this leads me on to the reason I believe these narratives have managed to gain such a foothold in popular consciousness. Due to the fact I've managed to develop an iron mind, because I'm probably the only individual on earth who can be vilified to this level without taking personal insult and without being emotionally affected, what I've done is I've allowed certain narratives to gain traction which I shouldn't have allowed to gain traction because they didn't personally bother me, because I know they are false. I live with a very, very pure heart. I'm a religious man. I go to church, and anyone who follows me in detail knows I donate huge sums of money to the church. And as long as I knew the truth of my heart and God knew the truth of my heart, I wasn't interested in lies being purported. I now understand that that's wrong, because even though I've done nothing wrong, even though it doesn't emotionally affect me, even though God and myself know my innocence, the public consciousness has been polluted to a point where narratives are being purported which are absolutely and utterly false. And it's having a genuine negative impact on the people who I care about and the people who care about me. And despite the fact it doesn't emotionally affect me, as a man, I have a duty to protect all of those I love. And for this reason, these narratives have started to become very, very harmful. I was under understanding that on the internet, people don't like you. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you say. There's going to be some people who don't like you, and the people who don't like you are not interested in the truth. What they are interested in is finding some lie that they can latch onto and accelerating that lie on as much as possible via their platforms to try and paint a negative picture of you because they don't like you. A lot of these
dramatic
attacks against me are disguised under the virtue of caring about women. But none of these people who are attacking me care about women. None of them donate to women's charities. None of them donate to charity like I do. None of them help anybody like I do. I'm about to show, later on in this video, proof of the massive work I do for helping people. They don't help anybody. All they do is just attack me and use fake virtue, the fact they pretend to care, as a reason to attack somebody who they personally don't like. And it's very, very different to actually care about an issue or weaponize an issue and pretend to care to try and damage someone else's life. These are very, very different things. And this is the reason why I have not tried to dispel these myths as hard as I could have, because I understood that these people are always going to hate me and they're always going to lie about me, no matter what I say or do. But considering in light of the final ban, and considering I have the public consciousness, I think it's extremely important that for myself and for my family and for people I care about, that I tell the truth and I make the truth known to the world, because that is the only intention in my video, is to sit and tell the truth. And the fact that I'm a very, very iron-minded individual who is not negatively affected by these smear campaigns is not reason enough for me not to sit, take time, and dispel all the negative things which are said about me. I am fully aware that not everybody is going to agree with what I say. I don't think there's a person on the planet you can find who has a 100% approval rate. There's always going to be somebody who disagrees with what you say. If I said the earth was round, there would be a contingent of individuals on the planet who disagree with me. I have no problem with people disagreeing with me. I have no problem with being seen as controversial for some of the things I've said. However, I do have two significant problems I would like to address. The first is I do not like absolute and utter lies being told about me. I do not like having long-form video of me cut up, elements taken out of context, the tonality of the joke removed, and purporting an image of me that is not true. That's something I do not like. I do not like false accusations of criminal activity. That's another thing that I really do not like. I am totally aware that not everybody is going to like me. I have no problems with that. I think anyone who decides to get big on the internet needs to be very, very prepared for a contingent of people to not be happy with what they say. I could make a YouTube channel dedicated to the fact that I believe the world is round, and there would be a large or semi-large proportion of people who would disagree with me. I don't think there's a single creator online that has a 100% approval rate. I have a lot of people who love what I say. I have a lot of fans. A lot of people are dedicated to my channel, and I have a lot of positivity online. And I have a small contingent of people who are very, very offended by what I say. We often talk about, in the modern world, the inclusivity of different cultures, different ways of life, different sexual orientations, and how we need to be tolerant and understanding of all these different people's life paths, and by extension, their different ways of viewing the world. I'm a unique individual, as is everybody else, and I have a unique life path that has led me to unique points of view. I think that all of the people who disagree with me are very, very welcome to disagree with me because they have had a unique life path and a different point of view, and I respect that, absolutely. I would never shout for any of the people who disagree with anything I say to be silenced or canceled, because I don't think that helps the world. I think that discourse is always going to be the way that we lead ourselves to the truth. And if anybody has anything contrary to say about any of my points of view, I welcome it, I like to hear it, and as long as it's in a respectful and adult manner, I often platform it on my platforms as much as possible so I can sit and discuss, and I can learn things. Because if I have a point of view and someone challenges it in a very adult, correct, logical way, very often I have changed my point of view. And this has been really, really good for me as a person to grow and for the audience to grow. And I know I've changed many other people's minds when they've come to debate with me. And this is the beauty of being human. So I have no problem with being disliked. I do have a problem with a few things. I have a problem with long format things I've said being taken out of context, taking a small clip from a 2-hour piece of video, then with careful editing, removing of tonality, and changing my intention behind the words, painting me to be a criminal or a bad person when I am not. I do have a problem with false criminal accusations when I do not have a criminal record, and I have never had a criminal record in any country on the planet. I do have a problem with this. And also I have a problem with the fact that social media has changed so much in modern times. A lot of the things I said that are being used against me were said 5 or 6 years ago in long format video. And as of late, with TikTok, with YouTube Shorts, with Instagram Reels, it's very, very easy to take 2 hours of video, snip out 10 seconds, edit it up quickly on a phone app, and then blow it up to millions and millions of views with all context removed, all tonality removed, and makes it look like I'm saying things I did
All right, we got the point. Go to the next thing.
Not say, or I mean things I did not mean. And this is something that I can't control. I became the most Googled man on the planet, and to a degree I'm a victim of my own success, because now people are trying to find any little clip of anything I've ever said, remove all the tonality, and just blow it up to try and get views to be as controversial as possible. I understand why they're doing that. They're doing that because they want the views for themselves, but they're not taking into consideration how that affects me and my personal image as a whole. And I think the things I've just highlighted has now culminated in the media believing something about me which is so pertinently false, based on videos that I have never even made, purported and accelerated and advertised by people who I don't even know, with such a small piece of video from me, with all context removed, that I've now become the #1 villain of Earth, and I truly believe that's unjust. And I want to discuss that here and prove to the world in my final message that I am not any of the things I've been accused of. Regardless of whether I am banned, reinstated, remain on social media, is completely beside the point. This is just a matter of clearing the air while I have the national consciousness. I was massively a victim of my own success. I decided to accelerate my public persona and presence about 6 months ago. And I was massively successful. I became the most Googled man on the planet. I am, by the metrics of the internet, the most famous individual who is currently alive in the world today. That comes with a bunch of advantages and disadvantages. We can go into those at depth. The disadvantages are safety aspects, safety concerns, which we're going to talk to about.
People are putting Kobe in chat, but that might actually be true. Like, considering that he blew up like crazy on TikTok, and I think TikTok is the biggest. I think TikTok is like the biggest social media app, and he's like exploded across other platforms as well. I don't think it's a stretch to say that he's probably the most popular person, or might be right now on the planet. Maybe like at this particular slice in time. Maybe. Outside of his internet circle, outside of this internet circle, nobody knows who he is. Are you sure about that? Hold on, I'm doing a normie friend check. Joe Rogan was talking about him months ago. 1 million views short. Yeah, okay.
Later, I've had serious threats on my life. I receive over 5,000 death threats per day. So do people who I love. And people.
Trump is probably more famous. Actually, that's probably true. There's probably like a niche that Tate is famous in. That niche just happens to be very, very, very big. But it's probably still a certain niche. That'd be my guess. Things like, yeah, like football players are probably more popular, or Trump, or like major politicians probably.
People I care about, they also receive death threats. The social media companies have yet to take any action against this. They were uninterested in trying to police this in any form. The advantages are, of course, is that I have a massive effect on people. And I have had thousands of emails from men saying, you've saved me from depression. You've saved me from suicide. You helped me so much. The #1 video on my YouTube channel, my pinned video, has been for over a year. Mind hacks, how to beat depression, how to feel better as a man.
Sitting there believing that depression is some monster from the sky that strikes your brain and now you have no control over it and you must take pills every day is the absolute enemy to a G mindset. I don't give a fuck how depressing my situation. The only person who can change it is me. The only person who can change how I feel about my situation or try and affect the situation directly is me. Even if you put me in a situation I can't change, if you put me in jail and I'm depressed because I'm in jail, I still refuse to succumb to depression. I refuse to collapse mentally and give up. I know the only person who can control my mind is me. Nobody's coming to save me.
As a man who's been through such a difficult life, I think I have a very intimate understanding of difficulty and how to grow as a man, and how to become the kind of man that can handle a difficult life, because this has been my life path. This is what God chose for me. And this
Does Tate have a point here when it comes to depression? So here's the problem that Tate has. Everybody has this problem. Every successful person has this problem, I think. I had the same problem. I'm gonna jerk myself off. I'm gonna jerk Tate off. Some people have exceptional minds. And when I say exceptional, I mean you are the exception to the rule, okay? I think I can deal with an inordinate amount of hate and harassment. And I think that people like Tate can deal with an inordinate amount of hate and harassment. But the issue that people like me or like him can have sometimes is that when you reach a certain position of success, you assume, you know, I think anybody else given the same set of circumstances or anybody else put in this position, if they just had my mindset, they could probably succeed in the same way that I do. But that's not always the case. The problem is that for a variety of reasons, people are shaped, crafted, molded, sculpted into the people they are. And by the time they hit that age, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, a lot of the major places of your, or pieces of your personality are pretty like in place. And by the time you hit 20, 25, 30, it's highly unlikely that if you've had a lot of challenges like dealing with adversity, or if you've had a lot of challenges with certain things in your life, that you're just gonna be able to flip a switch and be like, you know what? Fuck me, dude. I'm just gonna do everything. I'm gonna figure it all out. Like, the process to get there is going to be more than just watching videos saying, no one's coming to save you, and you can do it. It's like, oh, fucking hell yeah, I just needed to hear that, and now I'm good to go. Like, I wish that the road to building a better mind or the road to success was as easy as a 10-minute YouTube video that tells you that, like, you can do it, you just have to be the master of your own destiny, the creator of your own universe, blah, blah, blah. But it's not that easy. The work to get there is very, very, very challenging. And oftentimes, the people that are already there didn't just get there because they made a decision or because they did one thing. It's because they've spent like a whole life building towards a certain thing, sometimes without even realizing it. The example that I always give of this is, and everybody's met this person, I've given this example a million times, but like you'll have a friend who gets to high school, okay? High school, freshman year, you go to take art classes, and this dude is just an amazing fucking artist. And you're like, holy shit. Have you ever taken a class in your life? No, I don't know. I'm just kind of like naturally talented at it. He's so good at drawing. That dude is not naturally talented at it. Or maybe he is a little bit, but the reality is this dude's been drawing on shit since he was 2 years old. He probably drew little mini comics and books when he was 4 or 5. He probably drew a fuck ton of like pictures for his parents and for himself when he was in fucking 1st grade through 5th grade. He probably drew like more serious stuff, started getting into digital art and shit when he was like in middle school. And then by the time he hits high school or college, people look at him and it's like, oh my God, you've had no formal training in your entire life. And he's like, yeah, I know. I guess I'm just naturally talented. Bullshit! You're not naturally talented and then good at something. You might have a little bit of natural talent early on, but what people always miss are the years of work that went into crafting that certain skill or that certain mind. And they assume that like, oh, like somebody like Tate or somebody like me or whatever is like, oh, well, that guy goes into an adverse situation and he can just think his way out of it. He's not bothered by that stuff because he's like a better person. It's like, no, there's been like decades of crafting a certain mind to get to that point. And it's not something that like you can just flip a switch on, you know? The Andrew Tate that he exists as right now could not have been created by an Andrew Tate video. That's the point. Or Destiny, the person like me that exists now, couldn't be created by watching a video of myself if I was already 25 years old with a lot of problems. These are the things that are made and set in place when you're, sometimes when you're in the fucking womb, it can already be in place. But like, by the time you're 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, how early your parents have you reading, whether they put you in preschool or not, whether you go to a private school or not, whether you've got a good group of friends, whether you've got parents that are helping you with homework, these are all things that go towards building the type of person you are, like before you even hit high school. Yeah, not to say, to rewind, I'm not trying to say that like you're hopeless or if you're not like a millionaire by 35 or if you haven't figured all your shit out by 22 or if you don't have the best college degree, you're fucked. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that everybody has a different path to success and you can't look at the most successful people and assume that your path is going to be their path. People that are really good or really successful at things are oftentimes the worst fucking teachers. And this is coming from somebody that taught StarCraft 2 for fucking hundreds of hours, probably, for lessons that I gave, right? I think I can teach people pretty well. I know a lot of really good, smart people that are really good at things that can't teach for shit. They're dog shit teachers because they don't understand how they learned. And if they don't understand how they learned or how people learn in general, they can't teach it to other people as well. Yeah, people, just because you are successful, there's a weird fallacy that people have where they assume that if you have a thing, you understand how to get the thing. That is absolutely not true. There's a lot of people that are kind of naturally gifted or talented in certain ways, or who have just spent a long time chiseling away at something and managed to like get something really good, who have no true understanding of how they did it, you know? Like we can do, look at like a football player, okay? Football players probably can't do like ultra advanced fucking calculus or super crazy like algebraic equations in their head, but they can run in one direction, they can look at another player running in another direction, and they can throw a football through the air. That calculation is a relatively complicated calculation to factor in their speed, the speed that you're throwing. That's a pretty complicated thing. You don't need to know math to throw a football. Just because you know how to do something doesn't mean you have the underlying fundamental understanding of what's going on. Don't ever forget that, okay? Just because somebody's accomplished something or somebody's gone really far in something doesn't mean they can teach it. And it sure as fuck doesn't mean you need to take their advice on learning how to get there. Because it's not like nobody that got to where they were intentionally crafted their entire life to be that way, okay? Everything that happens to you before 18 is an accident, okay? None of that shit is your choice. You didn't choose to be in a single parent household. You didn't choose to have a good or a bad group of friends. You didn't choose the school that you went to. A lot of stuff is just kind of thrust upon you. And by the time you start getting to like a later age in life, when you start to become an adult, that's when you finally are given the reins in your life to make the choices, hopefully better choices, in terms of how you want to direct your life. But don't assume that at 20 or 25, you're going to be able to catch up to or be the same as somebody else your age who's been building towards that for their entire life. That's what no.
This is what I've been teaching. And I have...
Wait, Mel needs something. Hold on one second. Top G. Herman Miller M-Body is spitting nothing but facts. Don't get this chair. It's not worth it, okay? Oh, wait. What have my normie friends said? Yeah, but I don't know much about him. I just see him crop up on Reddit / other social media, LOL. I assume he's a red pillar. Oh. What's wrong with M-Body? I just don't think these chairs are worth the money. They're really expensive. Have you ever noticed you're one of the few streamers without lower back pain? Yeah, that's because we deadlift, okay?
Affected positively millions of people, and I'm immensely proud of that. I truly am. However, people couldn't stop talking about me. And when people were talking about me, they—
Hold on, shit. My internet is about to drop. I just got a message from my ISP saying, Stephen Bonnell, we've noticed that your stream has over 10,000 viewers. If you don't get at least 5,000 likes, we're going to cut your internet connection for the rest of the day. And they also said everybody in YouTube chat is a lazy fucking loser. Just letting you know. Just letting you guys know, okay?
weren't doing what I've been teaching. And
oh, sorry. Somebody in chat earlier asked, well, what are we supposed to learn from these types of people? Nothing. Find people that are good teachers. And if you can find people that are good teachers that say things that more or less like synergize with what we know in terms of how people are healthy and how they learn and how they accomplish things, like follow those people. And otherwise just be entertained. That's what these people are for. They're here for entertainment. I'm here for entertainment. Well, except I'm a good teacher. You should listen to me for everything I say, all right?
I have affected positively millions of people, and I'm immensely proud of that. I truly am. However, people couldn't stop talking about me. And when people were talking about me, they weren't doing it out of love for me. They weren't doing it because they cared about me. The main reason people were talking about me so extensively is because they cared about their own channels, their own views. They wanted their own clicks. And they understood that if they can make a YouTube video purporting a lie about me or saying bad things about me, it's more likely to get clicked. It's more likely to get watched. It's more likely to get shared. Expose, Andrew Tate is this. Expose, Andrew Tate is that. And what's happened is people, through their own selfish desires of trying to piggyback off the back of my massive fame and becoming the most famous man on the planet, have decided that making a bunch of negative videos is a fantastic way for them to personally gain clout and personally gain views and clicks, which is what the internet is about. And we ended up in a situation where...
Oh shit, hold on. Fuck. I should have, if I'm watching a video like this, I should have the camera layout a bit different, I think. I'm too lazy. I'll figure it out next time. I love you, okay? I'll do it for the next one, I promise. How would you know if Andrew Tate isn't a good teacher, though? A lot of young people hear of the success stories that come from Andrew's Hustlers Uni. I feel like finding out if someone is a good teacher or not is a hard part, no. So, okay, so here's like a general principle, okay? If getting bullied or having a difficult childhood or difficult things going on was the way to success, that wouldn't be a fucking mystery, okay? Every person that comes out of a fucked environment, or so many more of these people would be successful. But obviously, that isn't the case. It's obvious that, like, most of the really good people in the world that are accomplishing a lot are coming from exceptionally good environments. We know that to be the case. So when you hear people repeating over and over again, like, oh yeah, you need to have adversity to get bullied in your childhood, blah, 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 it's not the case that most successful people are coming out of those situations. So if somebody's telling you that the key to getting success in life is to have, like, as fucked a childhood as possible, to be bullied or all this shit or whatever, chances are they're probably not giving you the best advice, okay? That's what I would say, all right?
Videos of me from long ago.
Destiny missing the point as always. See you later, permaban. Good luck. I hope that my permaban propels you to the top, okay? I hope that you're going to take that permaban and you're going to build yourself a YouTube empire because of the adversity that you just faced in my chat, okay? You can do it. If most of the exceptional minds are bad teachers, then does it matter that the teachers are going to be less exceptional then, or is teaching as a skill more important than the knowledge? The thing is that people go to online people, or people go to teachers online for the wrong reasons. Everybody wants to be exceptional, but that's not possible. Anybody can be exceptional, but not everybody will be exceptional. What the point of the online shit should be is that there are certain things in life that every single person can max out, but nobody talks about those things, right? Like, everybody can learn how to be punctual, okay? Being on time to shit or whatever, or showing up on time, that's a really important life skill. You can get jobs, you can get opportunities just by being the guy that shows up 5 minutes early, okay? Everybody can learn how to be a really good friend. Everybody can learn how to manage relationships. Everybody can learn how to be a good parent or a good child. These are skills that everybody can learn and max out, but people seem to be fixated on the scarce things instead, right? Like, how do I become rich? How do I get a lot of cars? How do I juggle 5 girls at once? How do I do these things? And those become like the things that everybody fixates on, and those become the things that everybody wants advice on and self-help stuff on. And I think that kind of misses the point, because, like, to be honest, like, less than 1% of you guys are ever going to attain those things. And even Sneeko, or I don't know what Tate would say, but even Sneeko would admit it. Like, yeah, well, less than 1% of my fans can ever get rich with e-commerce or trading crypto or whatever, right? Like, that shouldn't be your goal, is to model yourself after somebody that is succeeding in a highly competitive environment, because by virtue of those environments being competitive, there's always going to be a limited number of winners and a high number of losers. You don't want to be one of 1 million chasing, this influencer's dream, because 1 of 1 million, your chances of success are really low. But your chances of success for, like, improving other areas of your life are really high. Like things like fitness. Everybody can do that, okay? Like fitness, digging your mom's out. I'm just kidding. Sorry, I had to make your mom joke. There are certain things that everybody can achieve high end, but we just don't focus on those as much. I don't know. I think that's not good.
Taken out of context.
But what if I'm going to max out my trauma?
True. A narrative which is not true, because people understand that's a very easy way for them to gain some clout and leech off of my success. That's all fine. Like I said, I have no problem with people disagreeing with me, being disliked, etc.
Wrong again. Another permaban. See you later. Destiny, by your logic, school is pointless since not everybody will be successful. School is not there to make you into a millionaire. School is there to equip you with the tools necessary to achieve hopefully to get a job, or to be able to contribute some knowledge that is, like, functional and worthwhile in society. Everybody can do that. That's not a limited thing. That's not a scarce thing. You don't go to school and come out like, oh God, I can't find a job. I just got a degree. Oh no, like, that doesn't happen in the real world, right? It might happen on, like, Reddit or 4chan, where people say that, like, oh yeah, I go to school and it was a huge waste of time. Yeah, maybe if you got, like, a super crazy, like, liberal arts degree, or, maybe if you flunk out of school. But the reality is the vast majority of people that go to school get way better paying jobs. Like, the average lifetime earnings of a bachelor's degree is like $1 million over somebody with just high school. But
however, when it has an effect to this magnitude, where I am genuinely seen as a negative, bad influence on the world, when all of the emails I receive from people who watch me are positive, saying that I'm helping people, how I've helped their mind, I've cured their depression, it's really strange to experience such a disconnect. To have 98% of the people who email you say how fantastic you are and how much you helped them, and then 2% of unknowns threatening your life. And then everyone I meet on the street saying such amazing things. Since I've become the most famous man on the planet, I have never once had a negative experience in real life. Everybody who meets me is very respectful, a fan. We take pictures, we shake hands. Nobody has screamed at me in public. Nobody's come up to me and called me names in public. Nobody said I'm wrong. I've been to over 20 countries. I've never had a single negative in-person experience ever. So the people love me. At the same time, the media is saying I'm hated. It's a very strange disconnect that I've been experiencing. And a lot of that has been purported and accelerated by the fact that people are trying to gain views on their own channels, separate to me, nothing to do with me, by accelerating lies. It's also an interesting case study into internet mass hysteria, right? If 50 videos come out saying Tate's a bad guy, it takes a lot of bravery for someone to come out and say Tate's not a bad guy, despite the evidence. I can show evidence to the contrary of these negative narratives for the end of time. But if somebody can see, if a YouTube creator or a content creator can see, if you make a negative video about Tate, you get a bunch of clicks, and everyone else did it, well, then I may as well do it. They don't sit there and go, what about Andrew? What about the truth of this? What about the effect on his life? What about the effect on his experience of the world? That doesn't come into consideration. What comes into consideration is, everyone else did this and got a bunch of views, I want a bunch of views. And even though what they're saying is false, even though some of them know it's false, some of them may not, but the ones who are well researched know it's a lie. It's very, very tempting for them to sit there and do it anyway, because there's no repercussion. There's no downside to them. All that's going to happen is they're going to get a bunch of clicks, a bunch of views, a bunch of comments, a lot of people defending me because they know it's not true, a lot of people agreeing with them who are less researched. They're going to completely benefit, and the only person who's going to suffer is me. And because I have an iron mind and I wasn't emotionally affected by this, and I understood the nature of the internet, I didn't try to combat it too hard. I didn't know exactly what I...
It's always funny to watch people make the jump onto internet shit and learn this lesson. I think everybody has to learn this lesson through experience, because I went through a lot of similar stuff with people, and they continue to make hit pieces on me or whatever. I remember for the Naked Ape thing, that was probably one of the biggest events where I was thinking that, like, okay, like, crazy autistic dude, schizoid poster, like, making crazy random hit pieces on me. Like, it's not even worth responding to because it's obviously fake. Like, a lot of the stuff that he quotes is just, like, factually incorrect. So it's not worth, like, even dignifying it with a response. Like, why say anything at all? Like, I know it's not true, so who cares? But the longer you let stuff like that fester, the more fucked you invariably become, because other people start to believe it, and then it starts to bleed into everything around you, and it's, like, really fucked, yeah.
I should do. Because I had already told the truth on repeat many, many, many times, but nobody would acknowledge it. They would just ignore it because it got more clicks to purport the lies. So I thought, that's the nature of the internet. I've never been this famous before. I guess that's just how it goes. Unfortunately, now public consciousness via the media has genuinely bought into a construct where people believe I'm somehow dangerous, when all I have done is save people from depression. We talk about men's mental health. Patty Pimblett just fought and talk about if you have trouble with men's mental health, come forward.
As I said, women talk to each other. There's no stigma on women. They sit around and have a cup of tea and have a jangle. True that. Men don't, lad. Men feel like, oh, I can't go and say that to him because he'll think I'm a little mushroom. You know what I mean? That's what men think. But as I said in the cage, I'd much rather my friend come to me and speak to me and cry on my shoulder than me have to cry when I'm carrying his coffin a week later.
I just wanted to show the world that if mental health could bring somebody as big as me in
Like, I agree that these are problems. But I mean, like, a lot of these things end up getting reinforced by men. And I don't know what Tate's view on this, but, like, I know that I've heard, like, Myron and stuff say, like, oh, like, you can't... No, did they say you can be emotional? No, they might have said you can be emotional about guy friends, but I feel like guys just typically aren't. That's just not how we associate with each other. We're not usually, we're not allowed to be emotional next to each other. It feels really weird. I feel like there's a lot of mixed signals in terms of, like, can men be emotional, or is being emotional something that makes you weak? Like, now we're complaining in this video here that, like, men can't be emotional with each other, but I feel like I've heard, or at least it feels implicit, the message before is that, like, well, if men are emotional or sad about things, that kind of makes you weak. I feel like the messaging there is really mixed, but who knows? I need to dive into, like, a Tate video, or I don't know if they exist anymore, I guess, but, like, what are their actual, like, ironed out views on this?
Talk to each other. There's no stigma on women. They sit around and have a cup of tea and have a jangle. True that. Men don't, lad. Men feel like, oh, I can't go and say that to him because he'll think I'm a little mushroom. You know what I mean? That's what men think. But as I said in the cage, I'd much rather my friend come to me and speak to me and cry on my shoulder than me have to cry when I'm carrying his coffin a week later.
I just wanted to show the world that if mental health could bring somebody as big as me and as strong as me and, you know, the stereotype heavyweight champion of the world to my knees, then it could bring anybody to the knees.
Tyson Fury talk about it. I talk about it. Everyone tries to talk about it. And everyone says, men, you should talk more, talk to us. I try and encourage men to be strong. I say, listen.
Would you say this is reinforced by women as well, or mainly men? I can't stereotype after meeting those Miami girls. I have no idea. I can't generalize after meeting those Miami girls. Who the fuck knows? I feel like it's generally easy to be emotional or vulnerable around women. I've never had a problem with that in my life. But I'm generally a pretty unemotional person. So I think when I am, it's a kind of a rare event, or it's an exceptional event. If you're somebody that's really emotional all the time, or if you have big mental health issues and you constantly vent that around other people, that probably is going to be an issue. But I don't think that's a male or female problem. I think that both sexes will have issues with that if they've got a friend that does that. But yeah, who knows?
If you're depressed, you need to get in the gym. A strong body is a strong mind. I sit there, and by using my lifestyle, which is an aspirational lifestyle that most men would love to.
What do you feel like Hassan falls on this? Because I feel like I have seen him shit on men with mental issues many times. I don't think Hassan has the depth of character to talk about any of these things. I don't know if there's anything you can learn personally from Hassan. Like, he's like a progressive talking points print machine, and then like a clout monster. Like, that's about like all the value I think that you could get from him. Yeah.
Have, purely because of the finance, the cars, the freedom, etc. I encourage people to work hard and try their best to become the best version of themselves. And men are encouraged to talk and open up, but when I talk and open up and get massive influence and start helping people, they're going to silence me. I have been nothing but a net positive for the world. That's truly how I view myself, and that's absolutely and utterly the truth. However, I am very understanding of a changing social media landscape, and I'm also very, very understanding of my fame changing. And by extension, I have some responsibility to bear. I am a man who believes that he is responsible for everything. I think as a man, you should take complete responsibility for your entire reality. It doesn't matter if I'm struck by lightning. That is my fault. That's who I am as an individual, and it's been one of my keys to success, to never blame luck, to never blame anybody else, to only blame myself. So despite everything I've just said, I still blame myself. And because my rise has been so meteoric, because I've become so famous so quickly, and because I've been producing content for so long, even though I take absolute responsibility, I'm in a difficult scenario where videos that were made 5 or 6 years ago in long form are now being cut into 5 seconds, accelerated and purported now in line with my new line fame. I can't stop that happening. But I also understand I have a degree of responsibility, right? Because I'm the most influential person on the planet. So my responsibility is to make sure that any kind of negative connotations in my messaging are removed. I want to stick to my message. I don't want to backtrack. I still want to champion men's issues. I still want to champion physical and mental strength. I still want to champion the protection of women. I still want to do that. However, I must be ultra aware of how I do that, because it would be unprofessional of me as a man to sit and say that my messaging does not have to change in line with my fame. The way you can say things in a video that gets 500 views is very different than the way you can say things in a video that gets 500 million views.
I wonder if this is like genuine reflection and growth, because everything he's saying is really true. Or I wonder if it's just a gimmick to get unbanned from things, hoping that people will watch. It's always hard to tell.
Or 50 million views. You have to change your messaging. The more people you reach, the more important it is that people do not take your things out of context, right? If 0.1% of people misunderstand you on a 500-person video, that will not have a large effect on the world. But if 0.1% of people misunderstand you on a video that has 50 million views, now you start to affect the world in a negative way. So I have to be very, very, very careful in line with my newfound fame. And it's difficult, because in the world I'm in, if I sit down and do a 3-hour podcast, it's my job to be entertaining. And I want to give exciting answers and interesting insights. I think the reason people follow me is because I have a very firm understanding of the English language, a very good grasp of the way to construct sentences, how to be motivating, how to be compelling. And I do that on purpose. But it's also very difficult for me, regardless of my intellect, to now sit at a podcast, be interesting, be exciting, give a compendious and concise answer, at the same time be wary that in my 1-minute answer, at any point 6 seconds worth of it can be taken, snipped, used against me, and weaponized. I don't know if my mind can handle all those tasks at once. It's not very often I'm stumped, but that is becoming extremely difficult. And I'm sitting here thinking I've been offered massive podcast requests by the biggest podcasts in the world. And I'm thinking, how can I answer questions? How can I be a responsible adult, because that's what I am? How can I be a professional, take responsibility for my level of fame to make sure that nothing can be taken out of context, but still tell my truth and still answer the questions, but construct my sentences in a way where they can't be misrepresented at all? And it's hard. Because I think any content creator who was suffering from what I've suffered from, if any content creator got as large as I was, and there was as many people cutting up their videos as they were mine, and those people had a negative agenda, we could make Mickey Mouse look evil. You could make anyone look bad. I'm not saying I haven't given them ammo. Of course, there's been the...
There is nothing genuine about this. I'm surprised you're getting fooled. Oh, my bad, dude. You see through the matrix. Good job. You've got it all figured out. Everything is fake.
Odd clip that made it easy for them. I'm saying if their intentions were to be as provocative and negative as possible, it can be done to anybody. And that's why now I need to take a break from all the podcasts I've been invited on, especially since I've been banned. I've been invited on the largest platforms in the world. I've had 100,000 emails of support. All the media channels want to talk to me. And I'm sitting here thinking, I need to make sure I'm not misunderstood. And I have to really be careful about how I do that while not backing down on my messaging, while still championing the things I champion, still believing in myself, but making sure I'm not misunderstood. And although I think on the internet I am one of the most respected oratists that exist, I now need to once again improve myself and improve my skills and prevent anybody being able to take me out of context. I might have to form a new way for sentences to be constructed. But if that's what it takes, that's what I intend to do. Because with great influence comes absolutely and utterly great responsibility. And I do understand that.
Spider-Man.
I blame myself for the fact that people have managed to do this to me, regardless of the fact that I did not want it to happen. So let me give a quick example of this. Before I continue, I want to say that I often speak to the absolute beauty of women. I have a very healthy relationship with my mother. I have women around me who truly and utterly love me. I have very healthy relationships with females. I have no criminal charges for crimes against females. Nobody has come forward and accused me of sexual misconduct. Please understand, we'll go into the Romanian house raid shortly. But most people in my position of fame have had women come forward and say he raped me. I'm the most famous man on the planet. There's not a single female whose face you can name or whose face you can picture that's come forward and said I've raped her. Not a single female has come forward saying I've hurt her. Not one. There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends.
I just want to say, nobody's accused me of rape either, so.
I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen?
Hello everyone, I just wanted to say something about the video that's been released recently about me and my ex-boyfriend Andrew Tate. Andrew is my still great friend. What you guys saw in the video, it's just what we used to do. It was just pure game. He's a great guy. He would never hurt anyone unless he's fighting.
The left understand that kink shaming is a negative thing, from my understanding. She has come forward and said that it was all just a game. And still that video is being used and sent around the internet saying I'm a woman beater. If I said it was a game and she said it was a game, who are other people to then comment on our lives, our private lives, which got leaked, and tell us it's not a game? It was between two consenting adults, and we decided to do something ourselves, and we both agreed it was fine, and she has not come forward trying to accuse me of anything. So who are others to do that? That's just...
I think you got to be careful. People in chat are saying like, oh, he paid her hush money, blah, blah, blah. I think the bar for this type of stuff needs to be pretty high. Like, I had people tweeting out that I was raping Melina on a stream when I was like poking her back on stream, and people were like, oh, he was kink playing, like trying to insert himself there. Like, people were saying wild shit about me. I think we probably need to be a little bit more careful when we're talking about this stuff, and rather than just like, oh, like here's a video he definitely was raping or definitely raped her, blah, blah, like probably need to chill a little bit and have more evidence or something. If the woman is saying that it didn't happen and he's saying it didn't happen, I mean, like at this point there would be literally nothing to exonerate him. Destiny, didn't he flee to Romania to avoid a rape charge though? I want to be very, very, very careful when I talk about this, okay? And I don't believe I've ever said anything differently, okay? Although maybe I've been a little bit, I think his statements are weird. But I believe that what he said before was that the reason why he went to Romania was because it was easier to beat rape charges. But when he was saying that, it was in the context of attacking like the false rape charge thing. Not that like he wanted to rape people and go to another country to get away with it, but more that he was worried about false rape charges in like America. I think that was the context of how he made that statement. It wasn't that he wanted to rape and get away scot-free. It was that he just didn't like the concept of false accusations in the West. That's what my understanding of those statements were. So,
kink shaming, which that's all it is. So no women are accusing me of anything. No women are accusing me of misconduct. I champion women all the time. I say about how they should be protected, how beautiful they are, how much I love my grandmother because of the amount of children she had.
My grandmother had 9 children, because there was my father and 8 more. They all had a bunch of kids, blah, blah, blah. I stood there and I looked at my 93-year-old grandmother, and there was a room, a whole room full with maybe 70 people that came from that one woman.
That's a really crazy experience. I remember I went to my kid's mom, Rachel. We went to her family reunion, and I believe I think it was great-great-grandma was there. And it was really weird being in an area where there were like 250 people, and like half of them more or less came from that woman. Obviously, you've got like in-laws and stuff there. But that's a pretty crazy experience. If you've ever been around a great relative before that's had like 5, 6, 7 kids, and then you've gone to like a big family reunion, that's really crazy to see. Like, Jesus, you've made like, or more or less, you've made like almost half of it. Yeah. You have a ton of casual encounters. Have you considered moving to Romania to protect you against rape accusations? I am like the least rapist person I know. Okay, very low rape scale, so I'm not too worried. But who knows? It's a crazy world out there. We'll see. You know.
Isn't that remarkable? That nobody cared about her career. Nobody asked what job she did. Nobody asked how many times she went to the club. Nobody asked if she had time to go to festivals. No, you had 70 sentient beings, including myself, full of life from one woman who dedicated herself to being a mother and a good wife. That is beautiful.
I talk about how women are unique and special, and they can do things that men can't do. And still these clips are taken out of context. Let me give you an example.
I absolutely not really love women. I have nothing against women. I believe women are the most precious things on the planet. They create life. They should be protected. They should be provided for. I would never let a woman pay for a bill. I would never let a woman, if someone touched any of my women, I would stand up against 10 men by myself and risk my life to protect her. I believe that women are beautiful creatures. I just don't think that they're as emotionally calm as men in stressful situations. I don't think they can fight like a man can. And for the same reason, I would never drop my children in an all-male nursery. I think that's strange and weird. I would only drop them in an all-female nursery. Women do certain things and men do certain things.
Now, I believe everything I said. I believe in protecting women. I believe in championing women. I believe in making sure that women are provided for.
I think that a lot of what he says is like, I'll use the word that triggers everybody so much, is problematic, for sure. There's a lot of issues I would take what he says, but I've always said this, when you talk about conservatives, you have to be really careful. You can't just come out, or I don't believe it's fair to come out and just be like, they hate women. They just hate women. Because it's not usually a place of hatred where a lot of these things come from. It's a different way that they view the world. These are like questions of ontology, and not really questions of like, do you love or hate women? It's a question of like, what do people believe everybody's natural role on the planet is, or natural role in the world is? And it's more important to confront people on those grounds rather than just say, oh, you hate everybody, you hate X, you hate Y, you hate Z.
However, that video was made when I was far less famous. In light of the things I just said to you earlier in this video, I understand that now, as my fame grows, even though to me my message is very clear, a man has certain roles in society, a woman has certain roles in society, and when we work as a team, when we love each other, society is better as a whole. I think that these views are not very controversial at all. I think they were mainstream only a few years ago. I don't think that they're controversial. Most of the people I meet in the world don't think they're controversial. The women I hang around with don't think they're controversial. Nobody on the street I've ever met thinks they're controversial. Everybody agrees with me. However, the way I'm saying it, the way I'm getting the message across, because I'm trying to be as energetic as possible, I understand that a small, tiny percentage of people might misunderstand me. And that didn't matter when I didn't have any views. I didn't have any followers. But now I'm the most famous man in the world, I have to be a lot more careful with how I say it. But what's really worrying is this. That clip, I would like to think, even my biggest haters can agree, is a clip that is positive about women as a whole. Perhaps you may not like my tonality or the way I structured certain sentences, but as a whole, I'm saying positive things about women. At one point during that speech, I said women do certain things and men do certain things. That clip has been taken, that cut of my language, men do certain things, women do certain things. Somebody, I have no idea who, has made a TikTok where it says men do certain things, and it shows videos of me driving around in cars, spending money, and women do certain things.
Not me,
it shows
right?
Women clean.
Women do certain things. and men do certain things.
Somebody off their own back, somebody else has made that video. I didn't tell them to. I don't know who they are. I don't know what their account is. It's just viral on the internet somewhere. And now I look like I'm saying women should only clean and men should only run around with cars and women and money. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said that women should be protected and provided for. But because a small clip was taken out of context and used against me and weaponized, now I look like I've said things I did not say. And no matter how positive my message about women, if the intention is to try and make me look bad, even with a clip like that, they found a way to make me look bad. That's the scary thing. That's why I've titled this video My Final Message, because I don't know, even with my entire brain, I don't know with all of my genius intellect, if I can find a way for nothing to be used against me. It's extremely difficult. One line out of context has made me look bad, and millions of people saw that, and people didn't see the long format video, and they've deduced that I hate women and that women should only clean, when really I was trying to stick up for and protect women and give my true views on women. And this comes full circle to the Instagram ban. I am very understanding of why Instagram felt like it was necessary to ban me. I am not mad at Instagram. I'm a professional, and as a professional, I'm not an emotional person. I do not do emotional responses. Although I believe it's unfair, although I believe I've been unfairly vilified, although I believe it's not the right thing to do because it doesn't allow me to shift the public consciousness in a constructive manner, although I think it would have been better for them to say, Andrew, certain things are being taken out of context. You need to be careful that doesn't happen. A lot of people listen to you.
Do you think his biggest mistake is making this video 1 hour since most people won't watch it? Strategically, it might be a mistake. There's two ways to interpret it. Either one, he really wants to clear his name. Or two, like he genuinely feels this way and like he wants to make sure that like the entire message with the entire context, everything is out there. It would be a tad ironic if he wanted to clear his name by saying people were taking him out of context by making small clips, but then he only makes the video like 5 minutes long so that it's easy to take him out of context and make small clips, right?
You, and I could have become a champion for women's rights. I am not emotional. I understand why they did it, because that's a perfect example of how people are desperate to try and make the things I say look worse than they are, and using social media platforms to purport negative views of women. And it doesn't matter if it's a negative view of a woman, negative view of men, negative view of a sexuality. It doesn't matter what it is. It should be stopped. I agree with that. And Instagram or Meta have a responsibility to show that they are listening to the public. They want to show that they are listening. I have some good people on the case, and dialogue with Instagram I would like to open, and will proceed as God sees fit. If God believes that I do not need an Instagram page, then I will not have one. If God believes that I do, then I shall. This is not just about Instagram. This is just me saying to Instagram that I totally understand. I just wanted to make it clear that I didn't want these things to be said. That clip of the cleaning and me being taken out of context has no benefit for me. Everyone dislikes me on the internet. Certain people watch it and know it's not true. The ones who've watched the longer format stuff of my videos and they're fans of mine, fine. So certain people remain neutral because they know it's false. But people who don't then dislike me. My family gets death threats. I get death threats. Hate is spread online. Like, there's no benefit for me. If I could stop that happening, I absolutely would. Which is why I want to adjust my messaging and adjust the way I talk. I don't want that to happen. That doesn't help me. I would love for that to never happen. And Instagram think the way for that to stop happening is to ban me. I agree it should stop happening, but I don't think banning me is the answer. Because there will always be someone else. And there will be a new hate mob and new out of context videos. And this is a problem which is larger than Andrew Tate. This is an internet problem. This is a problem with short format video, short attention spans.
Jesus.
Nobody looking into anything in detail, things taken out of context. This is a really big problem that the world has to address that goes beyond me.
Wait. Hello? What? Do you think the video got taken down, or do you think they privated it? Check Aiden Ross Twitter. Did something happen, or are you just telling me to check Aiden Ross's Twitter for the video? Oh, okay. Oh God, fuck! What was the time I was at? Oh fuck! I didn't.
Massive podcast requests by the biggest podcast.
Unless he's fighting.
Found a way to make me look bad. Full circle to the Instagram ban. I am very understanding of why Instagram felt like it was necessary to ban. Out of context, this is a really big problem that the world has to address that goes beyond me. And if I've had to martyr my presence on social media to raise a conversation, which is going to be a net benefit for the world as a whole, then I'm happy with that. I'm happy if people go, you know what, this happened to Andrew Tate, it's now happening to other people. We have to change the way we review censorship, banning, content creation, content proportion, all these things. That's fine, if that's the life path which has been chosen for me. I just want to make it clear that I don't like when that happens. I don't want that to happen myself because I don't gain anything from that. On Instagram, absolutely no rules were broken. My captions were just poetry that I wrote. My pictures were just lifestyle. Car, house, boat. I never broke any rules on Instagram. I never had any strikes. I never done anything wrong on Instagram. The only rule infringements on Instagram were my comment section, where hate mobs inspired by these videos that we've been discussing, these videos which were deliberately taken out of context and deliberately fictional, hate mobs were inspired at the end of YouTube videos to go to my Instagram and insult me. So the only infringements you would find on Instagram is in my comment section, where thousands of people who were sent by random YouTubers who don't like me would come, threaten to kill me, mock my dead father, threaten to kill my brother, threaten to kill my family, threaten to find me. These were the only rule infringements on Instagram. Things written against me by other YouTubers, telling them to go and do it, while all I wrote is poetry. And on repeat, multiple times I said on my stories, if you're going to defend me, do it respectfully. Even if people hate me, even if they're insulting me, don't insult them back. Hate doesn't beat hate. It just creates a brick wall. If somebody says they hate me, explain to them calmly that they don't understand the context. Show them a longer format video. Show them how I stick up for marginalized people. Explain I'm a person of color and I've been marginalized in my childhood. Show them how I had a gay friend when I was a kid. Show them how I stick up for women. Don't just reply saying you're stupid, you don't know the truth. Don't fight hate with hate. I was encouraging all of my followers and all of my fans to be respectful people, even when sticking up for me. Once again, trying to turn negativity into positivity via social media. My Instagram had no infringements. That was the only anti-policy things on the page, things targeted against me. And I didn't really complain to Instagram because I wasn't taught as a person to go complaining to authority. I thought, this is the internet, that's how it works. Just ignore it, don't worry about it. Soon the truth of your heart and your character will come through. Soon people will see the light and they'll change, because that's the way the world is. People often flip-flop on issues. This is how things happen. The redemption arc is going to be beautiful. I really, truly believe that within a few years, people are going to understand that I'm a force for good in the world. And often, people say, well, don't have Tate as a male role model, there's better ones. Where are they? There are no other male role models. Because to inspire the youth of men, you need to be aspirational. They have to look at you and want to be like you. And there's no other male role models that have had the tenacity or the aggressiveness to have such a fantastic life as I have, that they're going to listen to me. They listen to me because of my authority, and my authority comes from my life experiences. If my mentality is so wrong, how have I managed to amass enormous wealth? How have I managed to amass huge social status? How have I managed to physically dominate the planet? I've done things that men respect and they look up to me. So that's why I can lead them. And I understand my messaging should change in light of the fact that I can be taken out of context. But me being alive on the internet will allow me to lead men in a very positive direction. Banning me and deleting me leaves a black hole where they say there'll be another masculine leader. But the men don't listen. The youth of today won't listen to anybody else. That's the reason I'm the most famous man on the planet, because none of these other people have the authority to affect them like I do. It's me or nobody. And I truly believe that me, with reformed messaging, now understanding of my newfound fame, is so much better for the world than nobody. Because nobody just leads to black holes of who knows what, and it can't be controlled. And that's where the internet is truly dangerous. Speaking of Instagram, I was understanding in recent weeks of how these negative fictional stories of me were gaining traction, and I wanted to try very, very hard to counter them. I put a post on Instagram, which you can see here, where I explained that the things I've said have been taken out of context. And just because I champion men's rights does not mean I dislike women. I think that men are underrepresented in the world today. And as people often say, men need to speak up. I'm here speaking for the men. I'm here trying to speak up. People are speaking up because of me. We're raising important issues in the world today because of me. Deleting me and blocking me is only going to hurt men as a whole and increase all the problems we see with the youth of the men today. So I put a post up and I said, listen, people misunderstand me. I'm going to donate money to a female charity that supports women against domestic violence, and I'm also going to donate money to a charity that supports men's mental health. Just because I support men doesn't mean I hate women. I love people. I'm a person full of love, and I want people as a whole to elevate, not just men or women. I promised $1 to each charity for every like. That's $2 per like total, $1 to each charity. At the time of my banning, I had 550,000 likes or something like that, I believe. And if I hear from Instagram, what I would like them to do is to clarify the final likes amount on that post so that I can stick to my word, because that's what I am. I'm a man of my word. I was not doing it purely just to post the receipt on social media. I was doing it because I genuinely believe it's a good thing to do. And I would like Instagram to confirm the final amount of likes on that picture so I can donate the $1.2, $1.3 million that I promised I would donate to both of those charities independently. I would even be happy for Instagram to select the two charities and confirm and verify my donation. I'd be very happy to do that because I said I was going to do that. And I'm a man of my word. I stick to my word. What's interesting to me is when I put that post up, if anybody else had promised to do that, there'd be massive positive attention. But everybody ignored it. Nobody in the media wanted to post about it. None of the YouTubers wanted to talk about it. Nobody wanted to talk about it because it doesn't get clicks. You only get clicks for hating me. You don't get clicks for telling the truth about me. So nobody's interested in telling the truth. Everybody ignored my charitable donations. If anybody else donated $1.3 million to charity, I'd like to think there'd be some sort of headline. But if I want to do it, nobody cares. And that's very, very unfair. What's also unfair is the people who say that they care about women and they're worried about misogyny and using this to attack me and try and have me deleted from the internet, they don't donate any money to charity. They don't help women. They don't want to do anything but spread hate. Right now they hate Andrew Tate. When I'm gone, they'll hate someone else. They'll find someone else's comment section to go into, insult, threaten their lives, insult their dead parents, hate, 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 hate. They're not going to donate money to charity. They're not going to help women. They're just going to sit there and hate me until I'm gone and then hate somebody else. This is a hate mob. And they're pretending that they care about women. They don't care about anybody. They're just hateful. And by Instagram allowing the hate mob to be successful, it inspires further hate mobs.
I do think something that's interesting to me, and I've kind of talked about this in the past, is like, I think on the left, we have to do better at like building up things and not just fucking minority and LGBT causes, because it seems to be the only thing that people on the left sometimes are interested in, rather than it coming off as like, just like a perpetual like rage machine. I think that's a really bad area to be stuck in. I've said this before and I will stand by this. Like, it's kind of it's crazy to me that Keffals is probably one of the largest online bullies I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, she's just an evil person and she just bullies people. The obsession with harassing people on social media, the obsession with getting her whole audience together to harass people, doing it after they've been blocked, like bullying people. But it's okay because of like her ideological disposition. That's a little bit wild to me. And when you see stuff like that, it's impossible to defend. Like, Keffals, any other person like that who just isn't part of that ideological group is like, would just be would they just be seen as a huge internet bully? That would be it. Like, end of discussion. But yeah, if you have the right target, bullying becomes righteous, which is not good.
Inspires further hate, further division. I understand that Instagram and Meta and Facebook need to, as a whole, keep their fingers on the pulse of the national opinions. I understand that. But once we have confirmed that the national opinion is misunderstood, then we have to sit there and go, do we want to bow to hate mobs, which are accelerating and encouraging people to become more hateful for views and to get people banned via hate? When these people may be actually doing good things to the real issue as a whole, is this a good idea for us to now bow and bend to these people? And this is a really interesting conversation which can be had for many, many hours about the internet, about society, about sociology, about psychology, about so many things. This expands in so many different directions. It's actually very, very interesting. It's an interesting conversation to have because we're living in an unprecedented time of humanity where the world is so connected and we're all kind of unprepared for it, right? It's very, very interesting. I find it super interesting. It's something I've been talking about internally and I would love to talk about more in person. And when I decide to finally come back to public consciousness and do podcasts and that kind of thing, it's something we will be talking about because it's a very, very interesting subject. I'm teaching that it takes tenacity and toughness to become a credible man of merit and value. I think even my hardcore detractors would agree with me. If you're in trouble and you call the police, you want a tenacious, tough man to appear, to help you, to protect you. There's nothing wrong with being a tenacious, ambitious, tough man. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with strength, mental and physical. These things are used to protect people, protect men and women. This is a protective state. You can't protect anything if you're not strong. Strength is a beautiful thing. The world is built on the backs of strong men. And I'm trying to teach men to be strong again because it makes the men feel happier inside, it solves men's mental health, and it also makes the world a genuinely better place. People are taking my lessons and me trying to teach strength and misconstruing them, saying that I'm trying to teach men to be oppressive or aggressive. That's absolutely not the case. And at the same time, they're ignoring my charitable donations to the world. And at the same time, other media creators are rewarded for purporting lies and spinning lies about me. And then at the same time, the media buys into this. And at the same time, we're in the current situation where this entire storm has appeared, where I've genuinely only been a net positive on the world for anyone who's watched my content in all of its long form. When Instagram tells me and confirms to me the number of likes on that post, I'm going to make the donation. As well as that, the future for me, now that I will be a lot more careful and a lot more selective with the social media I'll be producing, if any at all, is I'm going to be starting a foundation, the Tate Foundation, which is going to be dedicated towards charitable acts of both genders. I have been very, very private about certain elements of my personal life, as has my brother. However, my brother has a daughter, and she's beautiful. She's my niece. I don't want her to grow up in a world where women are hated. I don't want her to grow up in a world where men are oppressive and hurting women. Why would I possibly want that? I want her to find a strong man who can protect her, who can...
Somebody said, so does this cry bullying vid erase his scamming and sex trafficking practices in Romania? So my understanding is there's an investigation for sex trafficking. I don't know if there's ever been any convictions related to that, to be fair.
Provide for her, who can make sure she's safe, but I don't want anything bad to ever happen to her. My own personal circumstances regarding family are something that are once again confidential, but I can confirm to you that the last thing I would ever want is for women to be marginalized in the future, for genuine misogyny or sexism to take hold on the planet. I would completely and utterly be very unhappy with that for my own personal reasons.
How about his scams? I don't know what scams he's been involved in. If you've got evidence or like he's actually done like a scam, I mean, I think that the Hustle University shit is kind of cringe. But I think all of those online self-help things are kind of cringe when they're sold like that. But I don't know if I'd call it a scam.
The Tate Foundation is going to be dedicated towards helping men's mental health and also protecting women from violence against men. You're going to see in the upcoming months and years.
Do you think that he's right when he says he's been a net positive? I mean, just based on what I've seen, I would argue that there are bad contributions that he's making towards men's understanding of women. But when you make those criticisms or those challenges, I think they need to be done in an appropriate and a nuanced way. And the problem is a lot of creators, or probably most creators that comment on, will just say things like, oh, he hates women. He hates women. He wants women to be blah, 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 or whatever. And then like that's basically as far as they go with any criticism. And then you're not really saying anything of value there, and whatever messaging you have is just going to get lost in the dumb shit of saying stuff like that.
I'm not somebody who is doing this just for likes or doing this just for views, that I'm somebody who is doing this because he genuinely has the capability to help people. And I believed I was helping people via social media, and if that's going to be taken away from me, then I will continue my philanthropy in other realms. Please, if you want to have more information, you can go to hwwREW4.com, sign up to the emailing list, and my emailing list is going to start detailing all of my charitable acts from here on out. I'll be spending millions and millions of dollars on charitable acts for the rest of my human life. God has blessed me with fantastic wealth. It's more money than I will ever personally need. I already was doing my philanthropy through encouraging men, and if that's going to be destroyed, then I've decided to start the Tate Foundation and specifically help with financial aid, women, protection from violence primarily. I'm in Romania, which is very close to Ukraine, and there's a lot of problems there with violence against women and women trying to escape the country, and men's mental health issues. And this will all be detailed on my newsletter at hwwREW4.com, and I encourage people to follow.
In a very roundabout way, it's kind of sad because I do think that there are unique issues that men face in the Western world that don't get talked about. And Andrew Tate kind of got all lives mattered on his messaging. So I don't agree with the way that he talks about men's issues, but they do need to be talked about. But it's a tad ironic that he got basically roped into like, well, I'm going to donate to men and women and everything. And it's like, well, I thought you were supposed to be talking to men, dude. Fuck. Well, that kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't know. It's a funny, interesting. That's just a tinge of irony, I guess.
My other charitable acts are things that I haven't really advertised or talked about. I always felt a bit embarrassed to tell people about the charity I do, because when I do charity, I think it should be from the heart, not for likes. But I understand now that all of the media is saying I'm a bad guy, and I'm not even telling the world all the good I do, because I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think you should just give from the goodness of your heart, not for attention. But that's unfair for people to be saying I'm a bad person when I run a shelter for dogs in Romania because of the stray dog problem, because of the fact that I just recently rebuilt an entire orphanage because there's an orphanage problem in Romania. There'll be a plaque called the Tate Orphanage on this orphanage, and you can see here messages of thank yous from the children and the woman who's running it. I did this months ago before anybody disliked me. I didn't even tell anybody. I just rebuilt an orphanage and didn't use it for positive PR, didn't try and put it on the internet and get a good spin from it, didn't try to get likes. I was just trying to help people. The fact that the only charitable act I've ever advertised was their Instagram post. So I find it very hypocritical when these hate mobs come and say I'm a bad person when I'm the one who's out here spending his money and time trying to help the world. And all they're doing is telling their followers to insult me on my Instagram page. Which one of those two things has a genuinely positive effect on humanity? I'm genuinely not the bad person here. However, I will state again, I do take absolute responsibility because that's who I am as a man. I'm a personal responsibility type of person. And I understand that regardless of the fact I believe it's unfair, I do have a cross to bear because of my monumental success.
I've lived an extreme life, more extreme than most. I've been a multimillionaire. I've been a nobody. I've been famous. I've been a world level athlete. I've started from nothing to the point where I had to run to the gym because I didn't even have a car to get there. I've done it all. So I've lived a very extreme life, and this is where these lessons come from.
To quickly address the rumors that I'm a sex trafficker and that's why I live in Romania. Firstly, that's a very, very racist attitude to have. I find it strange that the left and people who speak and talk about tolerance and inclusivity will assume that Romania as a country will allow me to be a rapist, or that Romania is the kind of place where rape is okay. That's an extremely racist mentality to have. Imagine someone saying that the other way around, that in this country, because it's run by these people, they're inherently bad. That's very unfair on Romania. Romania's been very good to me. It's a great country filled with fantastic people, amazing nature, great food. It's a great place. I live here because I love it. There's no other reason why I live here. They're a European Union nation. They have
Okay, you gotta address past things you've said. Maybe he'll get to there, but unless I just missed it. Like, you literally said, like, I like Romania because citizens can bribe the politicians too, or citizens can bribe the police too. Like, I think you have to contend with the comments you've said in the past, because people are gonna throw those clips at you endlessly, relentlessly. Like, we'll see if he gets into that at all.
a strong legal system, just like every other country. And to sit here and say that, oh, Romania is where you can rape people, that's very racist. And I don't understand why nobody is pointing out the fact that anyone who's saying that and believes that is purporting racial stereotypes. That's the first thing. The second thing is, my house was raided by police under accusations that a woman was being held kidnapped. I have spoke about this at length many, many times. I was effectively swatted. I think this happens to all famous people on the internet, where the police is called, happens especially in America. They call the police and say, somebody has got a gun at this address and he's threatening to kill somebody. And the SWAT turn up and it turns out it's fake. It happened to Tim Pool repeatedly. It happened to Aiden Ross just the other day. Being swatted is unfortunately one of the things that happens when you're famous on the internet.
Whatever troll did it, you did it. You officially did it.
Well, we got swatted yesterday. It's so upsetting.
Just right after my mom arrived.
I was swatted. Someone made a call about me which was fake. The police responded, as they should. I would hate to live in a country where the police get a call that a woman's being held kidnapped and they don't bother going to look. That's not what a country should do. Absolutely, the Romanian authorities were exceptionally professional. I have nothing but positive things to say about them. They turned up professionally, turned up and investigated as they should. And they found out that it was completely false, that nobody was kidnapped, nobody was held against their will. I was not charged, I was not released on bail. I have no criminal charges in Romania, England, America, any country on the planet. I have no accusations against me for hurting women. And people are still on the internet saying, he's a human trafficker, the Romanian police are trying to get him in trouble for human trafficking. That's not true. That's not what happened. And I've said this many times, but people continue to ignore it and continue to purport the lie, because that's how the internet works, right? They continue to just keep pushing the lie because it gets more clicks, or because they personally don't like me and they want to use it as an excuse to pretend I'm a bad person. I can sit here and be vain and arrogant and say they're jealous of me and my success and they want to find a way to drag me down, but that's beside the point. The actual point is, it's not true. And I was swatted just like anyone else was. And if I had actually hurt anybody, the Romanian police would have me in jail, because they are a nation, a European Union nation, with a strong legal system, and they would lock me up. They have not done that, because I am completely and utterly innocent. They investigated as they should and came to the correct conclusion that there's nobody here and this was a false call, a false alarm. It happens to lots of famous people. Happens all the time. The person who made the call about me threw in, instead of saying, I kind of think, if I analyze it, the people who make these police calls, right? The people who do the swatting, it's kind of country specific. In America, they make a call to the police and they say, he has a gun, he has hostages. They can't really say that in Romania because it's very, very unlikely. It's not likely to be taken seriously. So instead, they try and find something the police might believe. Oh, he's an American guy and he has this big house and he has a bunch of women trapped. It's a different story, but it's the same intention, for the police to turn up with guns. And thankfully, thank God, nobody was shot, nobody was hurt. They were very professional, very calm, as was I. Very calm conversations, very kind. Everything was sorted out very quickly. I was taken from my house. They came into my house at 5 p.m. They did a forensic search, as they should. At 8 p.m., the search concluded. They took me from my...
This is gonna sound spiteful as fuck. I don't mean to come off that way, but I don't bear any ill will for like the FBI coming to my house because of all the crazy complaints they've gotten about me. Like, when they show up, like, I understand you're just doing your job. You kind of have to. Like, if you're getting reports that I'm saying you should like kill conservatives, or I've got child porn, or I'm trying to what was the third one? I don't even remember what all 3 visits were for. But if you're getting complaints like that from people on the internet, you kind of have an obligation to follow up. Like, I understand that. Even if I know they're obviously trolls, and even if I know it's obviously bullshit, you don't know that. And so I'm sympathetic towards your need to investigate. That's fine. But the I find it a tad unreasonable when people like Keffels or people on her side of the internet were like, they should have known this was a prank. They should have never showed up. They blah, blah, blah. This is horrible. It's like, come on, bro. Like they're getting emails from somebody saying they're about to show up and assassinate politicians. It's not wholly unreasonable for the police to show up and investigate. That's not the craziest thing in the world, especially if it sounds like you already had a rap sheet. So you already were in the system, already done some illegal shit in the past. I don't think it's the worst thing for them to show up and investigate. I don't think that's like completely or wholly unreasonable. But it seems like a lot of people have a hard time understanding that sometimes, which is a little disappointing. But I understand it's just like a lot of police hate and everything too.
My house at 8 p.m. for paperwork at the police station, and by 9:21 I was back home. And that was the end of it. Nothing's happened since. No woman's come forward. Nobody's hurt. Nothing. So that's completely false. But again, this is taken, it's put in all the news, it's put in all the media. Imagine I was a normal person with a normal job. This should be scary to anybody watching this, that this could happen to you. I'm lucky. I have hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't need a job. I don't need people to like me.
If you believed her initial story about the police busting and arresting her, that seems pretty unreasonable. Yeah, sure, but her initial story was completely and totally fabricated. It was 100% a lie. I don't know if you can be criminally charged for it. There's probably not a charge for it, but she'll never be held accountable for that, but she should be. Her initial lies about what happened were very, very, very disgusting.
I don't need social media. I don't need any of this. I can have my beautiful family, I can have my children, and I can be left alone. But if you're a normal person, you lose your job, you lose your income, you can't walk the street, you can't afford security, you can't afford to move. If this happened to a normal person,
Wait, did you see her latest video? The lawsuit isn't happening anymore? Yeah, didn't she say she was didn't she say she was moving to Europe? She had police show up to her house. The next day, she's home. Or did they release her that night? She got all of her shit back the next day. She lied about the whole situation. Then she fundraised $100,000 off of it, and I think she's moving to France. What an unbelievable set of circumstances. But that last comment that I just made about her, she's not going forward with the lawsuit, that was just from somebody in chat. Maybe that's not true. Maybe that isn't going to happen, but...
But if you're a normal person, you lose your job, you lose your income, you can't walk the street.
Hold on. Didn't Keffels encourage the distribution of estrogen for kids and teenagers? So Keffels supports another site ran by a person called Chloe, where they have a guide on people trying to buy hormones from other countries because they can't get into their own countries. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that. I've had personal issues with Chloe, and I've obviously got a lot of personal issues with Keffels. But the problem is if you're a trans person trying to seek healthcare in other countries, sometimes the wait list can be years long, or sometimes you just won't ever have the ability to gain access to these drugs at all. So having like unofficial resources or compilations for people to go to websites like this, I don't think it's the worst thing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I hope that they're responsible in the way that they do it. I hope they're not like doing weird shit behind the door, behind the scenes or whatever. But like, I'm not ideologically opposed to the existence of a site like that.
You can't afford security. You can't afford to move. If this happened to a normal person, their life would be over. It's scary. Okay, it's happened to me and I can deal with it, but it could happen to somebody else. And it's genuinely a scary thought.
But do-it-yourself ones, you risk getting incorrect meds, laced meds, etc. So I believe it's called brown market. It's not that they're making their own drugs or doing their own like weird shit. It's that I think they're generally sourcing the drugs out of pharmaceutical markets from other countries. So like if you go through their website for resources or whatever, you're not just buying it from fucking Demon Mama who got a chemistry book from high school and is making estrogen in her bathtub. I think it's generally you're buying it from like Brazil or Portugal or other countries that are creating the drugs. You just don't have a prescription for it and aren't technically getting it legally in the United States, yeah?
It's absolutely and utterly not true. I have no criminal charges. There's no charges at all against me. I have not hurt any women. No one.
Not trying to sound aggressive, but you insult a person for that kind of distribution to younger people. I insulted Chloe before because I think that her Twitter messaging on it sometimes is really irresponsible and really weird. Like I think she tweeted out something like, "Just so you know, I've given HRT or I've consoled like over 500 minors about HRT." That was really fucking weird. And she's made other like weird statements. I don't like the Chloe person personally, but I wouldn't attack that entire project just because I don't like the Chloe person. I'm not opposed to the existence of that entire project just because of that Chloe person. She also said that I raped Melina on stream too, which was very irritating as well. But it's gray market, not brown market. Okay, it might be referred to as gray market. I don't remember. It's not black market, but.
Women are coming forward saying Andrew hit me. Zero. The only video of me and a woman in consensual acts, she came forward and said it was a game. There's nothing on the internet from any woman saying that Andrew is a bad person and misogynist, he did this to me. Not one. It's just misunderstood clips on TikTok. It's crazy to me that I've become the face of evil with misunderstood, out of context clips on TikTok with no criminal charges. There are very famous people who have much more. They have genuine criminal charges. There's very famous people who have genuine accusations. They're still on Instagram. I have none of these things. None. I understand that social media companies feel responsible for the national consciousness and the national opinions and actions because of their large levels of influence. However, I don't think it's fair that I'm being vilified and blamed for something that isn't true or wasn't even me. I need to seriously analyze if it's possible for me to even have a social media presence for any longer without it being weaponized and used against me. I would like to think that Instagram have their finger on the pulse of the world and that they're reactive and adaptive regarding how people view certain issues and people. I'd like to think that they're very fair and unbiased and that they understand that in time, when the truth is shown about my positivity and my positive impact on the world, the Tate Foundation, all the amazing things we're going to be doing for men and women, that over time they'll understand that there's no reason for me to not be on a platform. I understand that if I'm going to continue on social media, I need to be a lot more careful with my content. Not because I'm saying bad things, but because I'm saying things that could be used against me. I want to dedicate this YouTube channel, any other remaining social medias I have, my email list, and my Instagram at some point in the future, to the Tate Foundation and speak purely about the positivity I'm doing for the world. Because in the meantime, and at least for the next few months or years, it's going to be very difficult to talk bad about me when people only see the money I'm donating and how I'm helping people. And I don't just give money in a very lazy, charitable way. I get out in my car, I go on the ground, I help people myself.
I drove my Rolls Royce to Ukraine. I bought hundreds of coats and shoes for women and children fleeing the conflict.
Why the AI voice?
I didn't film the refugees. I hate when people do that.
So we'll be documenting that. I think that's a good way for people to start to learn about the truth. I'm really relieved this happened.
It's a TikTok thing? Oh, okay.
I feel good. I feel happy. I don't think I could have got everybody's attention without this. I don't think I would have had a chance to make a clean break and a clean start and explain the truth of my character and my heart without this. I think that if I was never banned, I would have keep trying to tell the truth and my haters would have kept ignoring it and kept making negative videos about me, and it would have spiraled out of control until someone in my family was hurt or an attempt was made on my life. Any of my serious fans who have watched all my content know that I've had attempts on my life before, way before YouTube, 10 or 15 years ago. It's something I intimately understand, life and death. And it's not something I wish to revisit. I feel the hate around me was being accelerated to a point of danger for myself and my loved ones. So I'm very glad this happened because I feel like I now have a chance to tell the truth. And I also feel like the social media companies are very understanding of their responsibilities and will always reflect national consciousness. And as people understand the truth about me and my heart, their opinions about me will change also. You know, the Bible is full of redemption stories. So are superhero movies, right? The guy starts off bad and then turns good. Or the guy that you think is a bad guy turns out to be a good guy with good intentions all along. He was just misunderstood. I feel like the human psyche is very intrinsically understanding of these narratives and stories. I think people understand a redemption arc. They can understand when they retrospectively look back on certain events or actions or words, and with their new understanding of his actual intentions, everything looks different. They look back and go, oh, now I know who he truly is. I understand what he meant by that. Now I know who he truly is. I understand why that was said. And everything changes. I truly believe that this is a chance for me to move my social media purely to my charitable acts. Even if my Instagram is reinstated, it's only going to be about the Tate Foundation. There'll be no pictures of Bugattis anymore. Sorry, gentlemen. And it allows me to conduct my philanthropy in the physical world as opposed to so much in the digital world trying to inspire men. It's an avenue change. It's a life path change that God has chosen for me. And I'm happy with that. I really am not the type of person to take these things personally. I don't take any of these decisions personally. I'm a very logical man. I'm very good at seeing both sides of the argument. I understand the situation I'm in.
Scum of the earth, you.
Intimately. I completely understand all points of view. And
we're almost done. Two things to take away from this video. One is that, like, this is basically like it is the perfect, he's hitting every single point he should be if he's trying to do like a PR related apology. Like, he's acknowledging and accepting his errors while not accepting the most extreme versions of the messaging that people are attributing to him, while still taking responsibility for how extremely exaggerated some of his stuff has been. He's showing that he understands all of that while promising in the future to redirect his messaging in a way that can't be used like that anymore. And then he's dedicating his current platforms towards messaging that's more positive. He's doing, like, if it is like a crafted PR statement, whoever's behind this is one of the only PR statements I've heard that hits every single note perfectly. So if this is all just like a business thing and he's like full of shit or whatever, he's doing a really, really good job on it. He's showing understanding towards the people that hate him. He's showing understanding towards the people that have seen his out of context stuff. He's showing understanding towards the media companies. Yeah, it's interesting. What errors has he accepted? He said repeatedly that his messaging on smaller platforms was unacceptable, and that he understands that going forward, he's taking, or not going forward, but retrospectively and prospectively, he's taking responsibility for how people can misinterpret him, that it's up to him to figure out how to communicate in a way where clips can't be taken out of context to make him seem like he hates women or whatever. He's hit like all of the, he's hit all the important points for like a public apology. I don't know if it'll work or not, and I don't know if it's genuine or not. If it was genuine, it'd be cool, but he's hitting on all the right points.
This redemption arc, this chance to tell the world the truth about me and focus on showing the good that I have already been doing before these bans, when I didn't want likes, when I didn't want clicks, and also undoing all the negative narratives which I've allowed to spiral out of control because I trusted in people to do their own research and come to their own truthful conclusions. I realize now that this is a fantastic chance for me. It's a massive opportunity. I'm still going to tell the truth about who I am, about what I believe, about how I believe a man should act. I'm still going to tell people and inspire people to stay away from low quality people.
If you're struggling to find quality men to be friends with, maybe you're not a quality man. Every relationship in the world, including friendships, are mutual. Because if you're a quality person, you meet quality people, male and female. That's how it goes.
I never would only talk negatively about women. I talked negatively about men all the time. I told people, don't have friends who just smoke drugs and play video games. You need friends who are going to inspire you to push yourself to be the best man you can. I'm a massive anti-drug advocate. The worst experiences in my life revolved around other people either taking or selling drugs and trying to hurt me because of it. I've never taken drugs in my life. I've never even tried cocaine, never tried a single smoke of weed in my life ever. I'm massively anti-drugs. But when I do videos saying to men, avoid men who take drugs, avoid men who are disloyal, nobody comments on it. But if I say avoid having a girlfriend who takes drugs, avoid having a girlfriend who's disloyal, people call me a misogynist. It's not about gender. I'm just trying to teach people to stay away from low-quality, toxic people and just try and elevate themselves and create their reality to be around high-quality people and positive people, male or female. There's no gender associated. It's only the fact that the media, these people chopping my videos up, whoever they are, taking it out of context and only focusing on the times women were mentioned, which is a very small percentage, 2 or 3% of my overall content, and ignoring all the time I said the exact same thing about men or the times I loved women, and purporting this view. And I feel like this ban is the hard reset I needed to tell the truth. So for that, I'm thankful. I'm very, very thankful for that. What's next for Top G? Well, as I've said, I have built my dream life. I have everything I've ever wanted. I've done that with the tenets that I've been teaching the people who follow me. I've been teaching you the mental fortitude you need to truly have your dream.
The most interesting takeaway from this video, and it's kind of funny. I haven't thought about this a lot, just like a running idea I have in my head, so I haven't fleshed this out a lot. But something that I think is interesting about like streamers or celebrities is that sometimes it feels like as a celebrity, you have more than the wealthiest people, because sometimes it feels like what really wealthy people want is just attention. You want like that social capital, you want that influence, that ability to like capture ears and change minds. And that sometimes people get really wealthy just so that they can try to gain influence. But that influence can sometimes be like the most addictive part. It seems like Tate does have a pretty exceptional life in terms of like access to money and, you know, Bugattis and vacations and all of that. But he went through a huge effort to make this video and to craft this statement. So even though he has all of those things, you can tell that he really, 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 really wants, that influence back. It's not enough to have all the other stuff. He really wants the social media influence. That's always an interesting thing to see, in my opinion.
Dream life. I was talking to Aiden Ross on his stream. He said, "Have you completed the game?" And I guess in a way I have.
And do you feel like you've beaten the game?
No, I've hacked the Matrix and completely beaten the games. I have everything I've ever wanted.
I don't need anything else. All that's left for me to do is have a positive impact on the world. I don't think anybody truly wants to go down as a villain. Maybe some people do. I don't. I wasn't raised that way. I was raised to stick up for myself, to be strong, to be commanding, but I was raised to do the right thing. And that's why, as I stated, I have no criminal record. I stay away from drugs. There's a lot of people on social medias with large criminal records who advocate drug use. I think that's far more dangerous for society than me. And once again, they have absolute exposure to the world. I want to run the Tate Foundation, and I would love to do it without any social media. I will be detailing on my email.
Do you feel that need too? Do I feel that need? Well, not really, because I already have it. I already have like as much influence as I could have, but I guess you always want more, right? You always want more people listening to you. It is a bit of an ego trip, right? That I can tell some shit and like 12,000 people here will listen, or however many hundreds of thousands that watch a YouTube video will listen. I mean, there's a lot of really wealthy people that like pay to get this type of exposure, that really want that type of influence. Yeah, somebody in chat mentioned it. Trump is a really good example of that. This dude's a billionaire. He's got everything he ever could have possibly wanted. But like, what could be more addicting or more captivating than the attention that you get being the president of the United States of America, right? Like, even being a billionaire, you don't have that type of worldwide attention.
I'll list all of my charitable donations, all of the orphanages I'll be building, pictures, financial evidence, receipts. Please go to covertate.com and sign up to the newsletter. It's free, and I'll be letting people know the positive impact I'm going to be having on the world. The fame I've amassed has also managed to help me amass hundreds of millions of dollars, and I don't need all of it. So I'm going to use it for positive causes. In regards to social media, I need to sit and think and work out a way that not a single snippet of my words can ever be used against me. And even though I consider myself a wordsmith, that is a very, very difficult objective to complete.
What was the stated ban reason? I have no idea. Has it ever been stated publicly?
Think about how I could possibly do that. So while I'm thinking, any remaining social media channels will be dedicated towards charity. If I start a new Instagram, it's only going to be dedicated towards the charitable side of the Tate Foundation. I hold no ill will against any social media platforms. I hold no ill will against any of the people who hate me or who have tried to spread lies about me. I truly pray for you all. I think that to be a person filled with so much hate that you think making videos insulting a man and encouraging your viewers to go and insult him and his deceased father and his family members, I think that is a horrible way to live. I would never want to experience that level of hate in my heart. The people who are making endless videos celebrating my ban or talking hate about me, that hate is never going to satisfy you. You need to learn to let go and live with a heart filled with love. You need to be content with yourself, because if you're obsessed with trying to hate on another person, the poison's inside of you. It's not inside of me. It doesn't affect me as much as it affects you.
Oh, dangerous individual.
You can't feel hatred for
Wait, does
someone
anybody have a
without
link to that
affecting
screenshot?
you. So this is something for you guys to address, and I genuinely pray for you. I have no ill will against any of my haters. I have no ill will against any social media companies. I have no ill will against anybody. To follow me and keep up with me, please sign up to the newsletter on hwwREW4. Anybody who would like to send me a message of support, I've already had hundreds of thousands already. Thank you guys so much. It's very reassuring to me.
I bet money that Tate is probably pretty happy in his personal life. Probably, but like, I bet the social media attention was addicting. You know, we make fun of girls all the time because they can get it maybe a little bit easier in terms of, you know, looking hot and getting attention. Although I don't know if that's true for most girls. But it's just as addicting for men as well. That attention is a lot. And after a while, I mean, a car is just a car. Even if you have a car, a new car, like, a car is just a car, a house is just a house, possessions are just possessions. Everybody's felt this feeling, and it doesn't change the wealthier you get. Everybody's felt the feeling of you get a brand new phone and it's like your precious baby and it is the most important thing in the world and it's the coolest thing, and you got the home screen is clean, you got new backgrounds, and you care about it for about a week. And then it gets like its first scratch, or it falls out of your pocket, or you know, it's whatever. Like, it's cool, but the happiness is the curve is very, what would you say? What's one side of a parabola? Would you say parabolic? Would you say logarithmic? The curve drops off very steep, very quick. And you're like, I don't care anymore. That feeling doesn't change. And at some point, you know, you don't, it's not like newer things are constantly keeping that feeling going. But the addiction or the obsession with being seen so much on social media, that's a feeling that's incredibly powerful, I think. Like, you're drawn to that.
To hear from all of you, letting me know that I saved you from depression. I helped you feel better about yourselves. I'm the reason your marriage is working. I inspired you to send your son to the gym. I love hearing these things. And you can send me an email at the email address below, tate@hwwREW4.com. Please send it to me. I really love hearing these things. And knowing I had such a positive impact on the world is what's allowed me to ignore so much of this hate storm that's been purported. My social media presence is something that, if it remains, will be curated in a way that it's nearly impossible to be seen as a negative for the world. I'm a force for positivity and I'm a force for truth. This is the truth of my nature and the truth of my name. Anybody who wants comment or to reach out to me, you can find ways to do that. Any media organizations who would like to speak to me, you can do that through, there's various PR companies who want to represent me. There'll be ways of contacting me. But I just want the world to know, in my final statement, that if you're a supporter of mine, and I know most of you are, please explain the truth in a respectful manner. Telling these hate-filled people that they're wrong and calling them names won't help. These people are not happy people, because happy people don't act that way. Tell them the truth. Show them that the content is out of context. Show them the long format content. Say all the ways I've helped you. And I really believe by being a genuinely professional,
I think
logical,
that Andrew
positive
Tate getting
person,
Jesus,
you guys can change public consciousness for me. And time is a beautiful thing. It's amazing how things change with time. And in the meantime, I'm going to enjoy my fantastic life, which I've managed to build with all of the tenacity and mental strength that I try and teach my fans. You know how to reach me. And I'll finish with a quote from my late father. My unmatched perspicacity, coupled with sheer indefatigability, makes me a feared opponent in any realm of human endeavor.
Wow.
Are you trying to keep up being like as viral as you are forever? Or not forever, but like for...
This is stage one of a 3-step plan. So I'm going to be viral for a little bit longer, then step 2 begins. The conquest is continuing.
So this is just the beginning. Because like a lot of people are saying like you're going to fall off soon. This is just your 15 minutes.
No problem.
What's your take on that?
That's fine.
Wow, guys, stage 2. It was all part of the plan. He's gonna be streaming with Dr. Disrespect soon. Hold on, seeing if there's like a Marvel movie after credits thing. No. Hold on. Apparently Mel's internet is like dead. I'm gonna go see what's going on. 1 second. I don't know if we'll watch. Oh, I guess we can read this box art. I gotta find out where I got banned or something. 1 sec. Have dono sounds. Be tortured.
Are you a hypocrite if you join a mob beating a black dude and you join them, while claiming you're not racist? The Australian PPE loans JobKeeper was frustrating because a lot of businesses just shut down for a month so they could claim for the next year even though our state had less than 100 COVID cases. Would you support canceling the accrued interest on the student loans and indefinitely extending the 0% rate?
How is Vosh Destiny 2.0 then? Checkmate liberal. If you can't handle an inordinate amount of hate, why do you ban so easily when playing League? Curious Obama.
My issue as black person is that you, a guy that isn't super well versed in black shit, brought on a non-racist, knowing he might bring up racist shit. You aren't exactly a Destiny and word debates. It's annoying when people say not to go to school and then give a story of a dropout who is successful. I am one of those successful dropouts, but cases like mine are exceptions and should not be modeled. Why is his accent so damn weird? He switches between American and British. Do you know anyone who champions men's issues in a non-toxic way? This is 100% Tate, a little megalomania mixed with Machiavelli for sure. But think about how the game of chess was played by his father, Emery Tate. It's how he approaches stuff in life, with the same strategy. If women were attracted by emotional vulnerability, men would be acting that way in a heartbeat. Talk to Tate on Cozy. It'd be great for your first stream. Baz said he researched it and said he didn't find any evidence of clear-cut trafficking. Tate himself says the girls who worked for him got 50% profit. As a Romanian, I can tell you we are not a separate race. Only the gypsy in me is. He in essence just said I don't publicly share all the good I do and then proceeded to publicly share all the good he does. Do you think Tate basically hit a checkmate here? Like he baited getting banned and knew optically if he apologized properly, he'd come out with the W.
He doesn't bite.
Are you sure?
Definitely.
Hello, puppy. Oh no. Please. Oh god, no. Don't woof. It hurts.
Oh, 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 oh,
Fuck you, Stevie. Your mom shot come across my room and killed my Siamese fighting fish. Drew off the pH balance of my aquarium, you piece of shit. Why are so many young people these days paying $5 for a wall of askers? So sad. Bring back real men, men who pay for a wall of gigachads.
Giga Chad. L. 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 From the phone.
Fuck you guys out. Hell. 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 Hello, 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 hey, hey, hello, 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 hey, hello, 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 hey, hello, hello, hey, and hello, hey, and
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know Pepe over Hawaii. And I won't forget the Hawaii who dies, who gave that right to me. Pepe wins.
Oh, yes.
To all the new followers, we are not usually this cringe. Dan, what are you talking about? This is literally how it is every day.
Nice
Who is
fuck
this
up,
guy?
dude.
Security, please.
$10,000 in outstanding federal.
Why is YouTube so fucking quiet?
Hey, folks. Well, good afternoon. When America made 12 years of public education universal in the last century, we became, not figuratively, literally, the best educated public in the world, and better prepared than any other nation. And I would argue that it's one of the reasons why we were so successful and have been so successful. But as you've all observed, other nations have caught up. In the 21st century, in my view, I think the vast majority of Americans, 12 years of universal education is not enough. And that we're going to be outcompeted by the rest of the world if we don't take action. But here's the deal. The cost of education beyond high school has gone up significantly. The total cost to attend a public four-year university has tripled, nearly tripled in 40 years. Tripled. Instead of properly funding public colleges, many states have cut back their support. We're just talking about that in the Oval. Many states have cut back support for their state universities, leaving students to pick up more of the tab. For 50 years, Pell Grants had been a key way for the federal government to help lower-income families, particularly those earning less than $60,000 a year.
Do you actually think Biden is doing a good job? I think so. We haven't listened to this house yet, but Biden has probably had the best first 2 years of probably any president in my lifetime. I think. I'd have to go back and look up legislative accomplishments of like Bill Clinton, but Biden has had an unimaginably outstanding first 2 years. Like it's been unbelievable with a 50 Senate, 51 majority with the tiebreaker vote. Like unbelievable. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Send their kids to college. Those Pell Grants used to cover 80% of the cost of going to a public four-year college. Today, Pell Grants cover roughly 32%. That's 1/3 of the cost as opposed to before. It matters. I remember walking up, and my dad, like probably a lot of your folks, cared a lot about your education. My dad's greatest regret was that he never got to go to college. And my dad was a very well-read man, particularly history, but it was a great regret. He always say, "Joe, you're gonna be a college man." And I'd say, "Dad, but what does that matter?"
Yeah, we've had like largest anti-poverty measures in history, largest climate bill in history, largest infrastructure bill in history, like with a 50 Senate majority. It's like unbelievable.
You can still get fired if you're a college man. He said, "Yeah, but they can never take it away from you. They can never take your education away." And I remember my senior year, I got into one of the little Ivies, and I got into a number of schools, and we're trying to get the money, even with financial assistance, to be able to go there. We had 4 kids, all of us wanting to go to school, and I remember going down after a baseball game. I went to a really good school up in Claymont, Delaware, on the Pennsylvania border, and drove down to Newark, Delaware, where my dad worked at an automobile agency. And I walked in, and I had
gun
my
control.
spikes,
Yeah.
And because the reason I was
If you
going
care
down,
about that.
when your dad works at an automobile agency, you have a great advantage. You get a new car to go to the prom, or a good used car for life. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. And so I went down to my '51 Plymouth with beach towels for seat covers, and I had my uniform on, my spikes off. I ran in, and the woman's name was Mary, who ran the place. I said, "Mary, where's Dad?" She said, "He's out in the lane going into the repair shop." Give him my word, true story. And my dad was a well-dressed, refined fella, and I walked out, and my dad was pacing back and forth between the big garage door going into the repair shop and the door going out of the showroom. And he looked up, he said, "Oh, Joey, honey, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." And I thought, God, something happened. This is before cell phones. I thought something happened to one of my brothers or my sister or my mom or something. I said, "What's the matter, Dad?" He said, "I went to see," the guy's name was Charlie Delcher, who was a vice president of the Farmers Bank, which was a state-owned bank that did a lot of the financing of people wanting to purchase a car. So I went to Charlie and asked to borrow the money. He said, "He won't lend it to me." He said, "I'm so ashamed. I'm so damn ashamed." You know, my dad was like millions of parents all across the country. Want to help the kids to get to school, but there was just no way to be able to do it. And because he believed, as I do, that education was a ticket to a better life. It's something Jill and I, Kamal and Doug, we understand deeply. I'm sure the vast majority of you do as well. But over time, that ticket has become too expensive for too many Americans. All this means is an entire generation is now saddled with unsustainable debt in exchange for an attempt, at least, at a college degree. The burden is so heavy that even if you graduate, you may not have access to the middle-class life that the college degree once provided. Many people can't qualify for a mortgage to buy a home because of the debt they continue to carry. They carry, it's too high. They can't come up with a down payment anyway. A lot of folks are even putting off starting families because of the cost. And the dream of starting your own business is just way off in the distance with the debt that so many are saddled with. Many of you had to leave school because the financial strain was much too high. About a third of the borrowers have
Has your position on student loan forgiveness changed in the past 2 years? I don't think it's a good policy to help poor people. I've always said that like there's so many other things we should target first. But in terms of like political capital stuff he could do, I mean, like if this is his final push before midterms and this is the last big thing to get done, I don't know, maybe it'll play well. But like my issue with student loan debt has always been 2 things. One, from a poverty reduction point of view, most people that get student loans are getting college degrees. These are generally the best of society in terms of financial outcomes. They don't need the fucking help, okay? Focus on working class America more. And secondly, students, a lot of young people that have high student loan debt don't fucking vote, all right? They don't fucking vote. And so why the fuck would we waste political capital helping non-fucking voters? Those have always been my 2 issues. But I mean, like, ideologically, I don't think that education should be prohibitively expensive. I've always been in favor of finding ways to cut costs on that, or at least making it so there's like financial aid available to people that can go to school and help, and succeed. So,
but no degree, and worst of both worlds, debt and no degree. The burden is especially heavy on Black and Hispanic borrowers, who on average have less family wealth to pay for it. They don't own their homes to borrow against to be able to pay for college. And the pandemic only made things worse. But we responded aggressively. through the pandemic to minimize the economic impact of the harm of COVID imposed on individuals, families, and businesses. You all were there. It was recovery. Look, we increased unemployment benefits for workers who were laid off. We provided loans to small businesses so they could stay afloat and take care of their families and their employees. We provided assistance to people to put food on the table. Remember those long lines you guys would all film of cars, decent-looking cars, not jalopies, nice cars, just waiting for a box of food to be put in the trunk? In the United States of America? Waiting for over an hour to get food in a trunk? And we provided rent and mortgage assistance to keep people from being evicted and thrown out in the street. Our approach to help Americans who need it the most was necessary, and it was the right thing to do, and it helped people avoid financial crisis, which helped our whole country as a consequence of that. That didn't benefit them, it benefited the whole economy. Our approach is why America's economic recovery was faster and stronger than any other advanced nation in the world. Now it's time to address the burden of student debt in the same way. Working closely with the Secretary of Education, he's got the hard job, Secretary Cardona. Here's what my administration is going to do, to provide more breathing room for people so they have less burdened by student debt. And quite frankly, to fix the system itself, which when we came in, we both acknowledged was broken in terms of, anyway. There are three key factors what we're going to do today. First, we've made incredible progress advancing America's economic recovery. We've wound down pandemic relief programs, like the ones on unemployment insurance and small businesses. It's time we do the same thing for student loans. Student loan payments.
There's also a fear, I don't know how much it's talked about, but there's a fear that like if we just did all this work to dial back inflation and everything, and now we're doing this big student loan debt forgiveness, aren't we about to heat up the economy again when it comes to spending? Like, are we not worried that like now people are going to go out seeing they don't have the student loan debt or as much, or the payments are reduced, that they're going to go out and like start buying houses and shit? Is that like is that a fear at all, or do we just not give a fuck about that right now? I'm not sure.
Pause is going to end. It's going to end December 30. I'm extending to December 31st, 2022, and it's going to end at that time. It's time for the payments to resume. Second, my campaign for president, I made a commitment. That would provide student debt relief, and I'm honoring that commitment today. Using the authority Congress granted the Department of Education, we will forgive $10,000 in outstanding federal student loans. In addition, students who come from low-income families, which allow them to qualify to receive a Pell Grant, will have their debt reduced to $20,000.
That's insane. Jesus.
Both of these targeted actions are for families who need it the most, working and middle-class people.
And it's targeted towards poor families too, which is probably good if you're going to do it.
Hit especially hard during the pandemic, making under $125,000 a year. You make more than that, you don't qualify. No high-income individual or high-income household, on top of the 5%, in the top 5% of incomes, by the way, will benefit from this action, period. In fact, about 90% of the eligible beneficiaries make under $75,000.
That's if you got a Pell Grant, or if you and your partner had Pell Grants and you're married, Biden just gave you $40,000. That's unbelievable. That's insane. Jesus, what a great dude. And these fuckers.
I think immigration reform is the best future-oriented policy. Increasing the immigration of high-ability Asians should be ramped up, and really eliminating low human capital illegal immigration.
I don't want to get into big immigration debate right now, but the idea that we only need high-skill immigration and the idea that low-skill immigration is bad is just not true. All immigration is good, and really we need low-skill workers the most right now in the United States. I need like graphs or something. I don't know, Rage Pop or Erga something. Because I go anecdotally and just based on like Twitter things I've read by some economists, but like the low-skill market is dying right now. People desperately fucking need low-skill workers. We are super exhausted on having those people. Like low-skill immigrants are really good for your economy too. It's not just high-skill people that help.
Family. Here's what that means. If you make under $125,000, you get $10,000 knocked off your student debt. If you make under $125,000 a year and you received a Pell Grant, you'll get an additional $10,000 knocked off that total, for a total of $20,000 relief. 95% of the borrowers can benefit from these actions.
Oh, and the big thing, I'm sure he'll talk about it, is capping repayments at 5% of your income. Income-based repayments. Now, I don't know how they're going to deal with the interest there, but that's also something that, like, that's done in Australia a lot, and other countries too. I think that's a pretty positive policy as well.
That's 43 million people. Of the 43 million, over 60% are Pell Grant recipients. That's 27 million people who will get $20,000 in debt relief. Nearly 45% can have their student debt fully canceled. That's 20 million people who can start getting on with their lives. All this means people can finally crawl out from under that mountain of debt, to get on top of their rent and their utilities, to finally think about buying a home or starting a family or starting a business. And by the way, when this happens, the whole economy is better off. In the coming weeks, the Department of Education will lay out in detail a short and simple form to apply for this relief, along with information when this application process opens. By resuming student loan payments at the same time as we provide targeted relief.
Apparently the monthly interest is taken care of if you're on that 5% payback rule.
We're taking an economically responsible course. As a consequence, about $50 billion a year will start coming back.
Oh shit, I need to go harass Sneeko. Wait, hold on. Oh shit. Would Biden pay off his student loans? I don't know how much money he's making actually. Never mind. Fuck.
Into the Treasury because of resumption of debt. Independent experts agree that these actions taken together will provide real benefits for families without meaningful effect on inflation. Let's be clear. I hear it all the time. How do we pay for it? We pay for it by what we've done. Last year, we cut the deficit by more than $350 billion. This year, we're on track to cut it by more than $1.7 trillion by the end of...
Wait, we cut the deficit by, hold on. We cut the deficit by $350 billion. That's just referring to the yearly federal spending. So the federal spending, so we're still on a federal spending deficit. That number doesn't really matter because the deficit for the year before is probably ultra high because of all the stimulus and shit being given out, right? I doubt we're cutting the debt.
This fiscal year. The single largest deficit reduction in a single year in the history of America. And the Inflation Reduction Act is going to cut it by another $300 billion over the next decade because Medicare will be paying less for prescription drugs. And over $1 trillion we added out for the next 2 decades. The point is this. There's plenty of deficit reduction to pay for the programs, cumulative deficit reduction to pay for the programs many times over. I will never apologize for helping Americans, working Americans and middle class, especially not to the same folks who voted for a $2 trillion tax cut that mainly benefited the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations, that slowed the economy, didn't do a hell of a lot for economic growth, and wasn't paid for, and racked up this enormous deficit. Just as we've never apologized when the federal government forgave almost every single cent of over $700 billion in loans to hundreds of thousands of small businesses across America during the pandemic. No one complained that those loans caused inflation. A lot of these folks in small businesses are working in middle-class families. They needed help. It was the right thing to do. So the outrage over helping working people...
Oh, the TARP loans, actually, I don't think the TARP loans were forgiven. I think those were actually paid back with interest to the U.S. government.
With student loans, I think is just simply wrong, dead wrong. Third thing, we're fixing the student loan program system itself. We've talked about this at length. This is really important. We're proposing to make what's called an income-driven repayment plan simple and fair. And here's how. No one with an undergraduate loan today, or in the future, whether for community college or four-year college, will have to pay more than 5% of their discretionary income to repay their loan. That's income after you pay the necessities like housing, food, and the like. You currently pay 10%. We're cutting that in half to 5%. And after you pay your loan for 20 years, your obligation will be fulfilled if it hadn't already been fulfilled, meaning you won't have to pay any more, period. And borrowers whose original balance was less than $12,000, many of whom are community college students, will be done paying just after 10 years. These changes will save more than $1,000 a year on average for the borrower. It's a game changer. We're also fixing what's called, and this has been the bane of driving me crazy when I was out of office, the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. Now, this program forgives student loans to encourage those students who have those loans if they go into public service. Think of the millions who are public school teachers, local police officers, workers at local charities, members of the military and the National Guard, and so many more. Think of the folks who work for federal, state, local, tribal governments, keeping essential services going, responding to natural disasters, all those firefighters and cops. The program is designed so that if you serve in one of these jobs, and we'll be able to list those and you'll be able to accurately assess whether you do, and make your loan payments for 10 years.
What's the cost on this? I think less than Trump's tax cuts.
Years, even if it's not consecutive years, your remaining balance will be completely forgiven. It's a great idea, but the program's a mess. It's so inefficient and complicated, too many people just give up. Think if a service member defers their student loan payment while they're deployed. The system is so restrictive that their active duty service didn't count as public service, and the loan isn't forgiven as promised. It's outrageous. Well, the man to my left is going to fix it. The Department of Education has recently proposed changes that will make this program work better and over the long term, much better. And now the department issues emergency temporary changes to retroactively credit public service so it counts and loans are forgiven. Since I've been in office, more than 175,000 teachers, nurses, police officers have been able to get over $10 billion in loan forgiveness so far through this program. But this opportunity expires on October 31st, 2022. So my message to all servants, all public servants, all those who are the ones that are volunteering, is out with student debt to go. Here's what you want, if you're worried about how to do it, go to pslf.gov before October 31st to see if you qualify for public service student loan forgiveness.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this? I think this is this Andrew Tate's Twitter account? Cute. We got noticed by the top G himself, guys. On the road to breaking out of the Matrix. Shit, that might have mean they didn't private that video though, which means I might have to delete my VOD.
This is another game changer, and we're going to have people who are there to help get you, help direct you and work you through the process. And one more big change we're making to the system is we're holding colleges accountable for jacking up costs without delivering value to students. We've all heard of those schools luring students with the promise of big paychecks when they graduate, only to watch these students be ripped off and left with mountains of debt. And my predecessors looked the other way, for some reason, with good reason, to do anything about this fraud. My administration is taking it on. For example, the Department of Education works with private education associations to accredit colleges and universities so they can receive federal aid. Well, last week, the Department of Education fired a college accreditor that allowed colleges like ITT and Corinthian to defraud borrowers. And combined with our emergency actions, the Public Service Forgiveness Program and other actions we've taken, we've been able to cancel more than $32 billion in student debt for 1.6 million borrowers, including those...
Did this pass just now so my debt is gone as a current Pell Grant college student? I think so. So if you're watching me and you got a Pell Grant and you're making less than $125,000 a year right now, I think you just got $20,000 from the federal government, I think, essentially. I think you just got $20,000 of your student loan forgiven. So congratulations. I better be seeing a lot more donos from Pell Grant recipients.
Frauded by these bad acting schools. Our goal is to shine a light on the worst actors so students can avoid these debt traps. Now, I understand not everything I'm announcing today is going to make everybody happy. Something is too much. I find it interesting how some of my Republican friends who voted for those tax cuts and others think that we shouldn't be helping these folks. Something is too little, but I believe my plan is responsible and fair. It focuses the benefit on middle class and working families. It helps both current and future borrowers, and will fix a badly broken system. And these actions build on my administration's effort to make college more affordable in the first place.
Would this affect people who took out private student loans? I don't know if this affects private or just public. I'm not sure. Maybe both, but who knows? I don't know. Did he specify that?
It includes unprecedented...
I think it's just federal student loans.
Nearly $6 billion in historic black colleges and universities, much of which is focused on pandemic relief to help students cover tuition and other costs so they can stay in school. And I must be honest with you, I'm going to continue to fight for doubling the Pell Grants. I didn't get that done this time. Let me say it again. 12 years of universal education is not enough. I'm going to continue to work for universal pre-K for every 3- and 4-year-old, and universal community college for education beyond high school. Let me close with this. I ran for office to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Because when we do that, everybody does better. Everybody does well. The wealthy do very well, the poor have a way up, and the middle class can have breathing room. And that's going to help America win the economic competition of the 21st century, because much of my time is spent, how do we remain the most competitive nation in the world, with the strongest economy in the world, with the greatest opportunities in the world? That's what today's announcement is about. It's about opportunity. It's about giving people a fair shot. It's about the one word America can be defined by, possibilities. It's all about providing possibilities. We're going to have a lot more to say about this. There's a lot of material that's going to be put out as to how this is being implemented. And I want to thank you all, and God bless you all.
I got a Pell Grant, so here is your donut. You know, that's gay.
Thank you.
How much advance notice did you have of the FBI's plan to search Mar-a-Lago?
I didn't have any advance notice. None. Zero. Not one single bit. Thank you.
Mr. President, is this unfair to people who paid their student loans or chose not to take out loans?
Is it fair to people who, in fact, do not own multi-billion-dollar businesses if they want these guys to give them all a tax break? Is that fair? What do you think?
What about people who paid their loans?
What was his answer? I couldn't hear. Hold on.
Is it fair to people who, in fact, do not own multi-billion-dollar businesses if they want these guys to give them all a tax break?
I got the Pell Grant going through college, who has been paying as little as possible on my $25 loans that I didn't actually need. Now they're pretty much completely done. Here's $5 of my free money.
Thanks. Fuck, I can't hear.
Notice none, zero, not one single. Is it fair to people who, in fact, do not own multi-billion-dollar businesses if they want these guys to give them all a tax break? Is that fair? What do you think?
What about people who paid their loans, though, struggle to pay their loans, and now others don't have to?
What do you think? Not own
not take out loans?
Is it fair to people who, in fact, do not own multi-billion-dollar businesses if they want these guys to give them all a tax break? Is that fair?
Something about like people that own multi-million-dollar businesses that don't get tax cuts, I guess. Okay, cute.
What do you think?
Just got 20K.
What about people who paid their loans, though,
Reducing
struggle to
the
pay their
finally
loans, and
pays
now
off.
others don't have to?
Eat mine.
Jesus.
Holy shit. I love following Biden on Twitter. I just love getting notifications about boring stuff like policy and bills being passed. It makes me rock hard when he posts federal holidays and veterans. Imagine a president tweeting about anything else.
The craziest part of the income eligibility is that you qualify if your income was less than 125K for either 2020 or 2021.
Nice.
I don't qualify for this program. As of literally 40 days ago, I got fucking scammed Pepe hands.
Somebody was saying you could use either 2020 or 2021's income. I don't know if that's true or not. I just saw someone in my chat say it, so. Does that mean Sneako can get it? I don't know how much money he was making in 2020. Maybe. Sneako went to college? Didn't he say all the time he was like paying off his student loans? He had negative net worth? Okay. Why did he get banned? Andrew Tate, an influencer and former professional kickboxer known for his misogynistic remarks, has been banned from Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, confirmed to NPR that Tate had been banned from its platforms for violating its policies regarding dangerous individuals and organizations and hate speech. Tate, 35, had garnered 4.7 million followers on Instagram before Meta took down his official account. Why did he get banned from TikTok at the same? I hate the coordination between all the social media companies. It's really fucking creepy.
I took out a shitload of grad school loans to do home improvements on my house, with the understanding it may get forgiven. I made $110 in 2021, but wouldn't qualify if I had to use 2022 income. Thanks for the free money, Dark Brandon.
TikTok told NPR that the company had permanently banned Tate's account. Misogyny is a hateful ideology that is not tolerated on TikTok, a spokesperson told NPR. Our investigation into this content is ongoing as we continue to remove violative accounts and videos and pursue measures to strengthen our enforcement, including our detection models against this type of content. Tate drew internet fame after being removed from the show Big Brother in 2016 following a video that surfaced in which he allegedly attacked a woman, according to the BBC. Tate claimed the video was a total lie that tried to make him look bad and was edited, the BBC reported. I feel like you should also include the woman's comments here as well, to be fair and rounded, no? Wouldn't that be kind of important to include in this? Don't you think it's a little bit relevant to have here? The influencer who was permanently suspended from Twitter in 2017 after tweeting that women who were sexually assaulted bear some responsibility, according to NBC News. That's so... What a weird ban. So it was for nothing in particular? Just... Wait, what the fuck is that noise? Was that a train? Are there trains near my house? Could that have been something different? Does anybody live near like downtown Miami or like in the Brickell-ish area? Are there trains down here? I have no idea. Okay. You got a campaign from some anti-hate organization. Oh, hope not hate. These guys. Tech platforms must act against dangerous misogynist Andrew Tate. His violently misogynistic, racist, and homophobic content poses a genuine threat to young people. Damn, is he homophobic too? What? Most coverage is understandably focused on Tate's wild and often violent misogyny.
Come down here for me. So we need to talk about Andrew Tate. I've made videos before about, misogynists, like those TikTok dating coaches that are like, you need to dominate your women and you need to, tell them they're stupid. I made videos on them, but they've never been this alarming.
This is also one of the reasons men find youth attractive. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-years because they've been through life. I'll say this right here on the internet. I don't give a shit. People sit there and go, oh, you can't say.
Bro, we got him.
It's not about being property. It's about the fact that she belongs to him and the intimate parts of her body belong to him because they're in a relationship. And if she wants to sell those, he has a stake in those parts of her body. So if you want to chop your dick off, I have nothing against that. Leave the kids alone. You can be as transgender as you like. Don't come talk to my kid about it.
Yeah. No, yeah. If you haven't seen him already, you're welcome. He's had a very, very significant impact, especially on social media.
Hey, whore, go make a sandwich in the kitchen.
I wish that, I agree that every single comment Andrew Tate has made here, and I think I know the full context behind all of those. I think I've seen the full clips. I agree that they're all bad comments and problematic. Ooh, I love that word, just because I know how much it fucking triggers people. But you have to do more to dissect why these comments are bad than just put them out there and go, oh, well, it's obviously bad, especially if it's like a 3-second clip. You don't have to be an activist. Not everybody has to be an activist. Maybe this person goes through the effort of taking apart those comments rather than just showing you a 5-second clip and hoping that you know it's bad because it's bad, and they're telling you that it's bad because they know it's bad and you know it's bad.
It's a joke. Okay, females don't deserve rights. It's my opinion. Does anyone in here watch Andrew Tate? No? Okay, then I'll just leave since everyone wants me to freaking die. This is why men's mental health is...
Recently, he was Googled. His name was Googled more than Trump, more than Mr. Beast, more than Jake Paul, Joe Biden. All of these very, very influential people with very large platforms, he's surpassing them. Videos have been posted about him or of him saying these incredibly damaging and dangerous things about women, about gay people, about transgender people. I mean, basically anyone that isn't an alpha male like him, he's talked shit about. But what's frightening about it is he has support. People are eating this up. Well, I mean, not people, but a specific group of people that he has targeted. They are loving Andrew. They are loving everything that he says, everything that he stands for, everything that he's done. They're all about it. They really are little tiny fangirls. They support Andrew with their likes, their comments, their interactions, but also literal physical money. They give him money. They pay this man for what? We're gonna find out. We're gonna talk about it. I'm gonna show you some of the misogynistic things he said, some of the transphobic things he said, some of the homophobic things he said. I'm gonna show you exactly why I think he is so dangerous. And also, I feel like we need to talk about how he's literally scamming children. I feel like that has to be breaking some sort of law. Am I wrong? Anyways, I post new videos here on my channel twice a week, so if you guys are not subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you, bitch. Are you done? Thank you very much. So yeah, with no further ado, let's chit chat. Let's get into it. So before we get started, it is that time of the month for me. The time to show you my new Scentbird fragrances.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I've lost 5,000 in stocks within 1 year of Biden's presidency. My aunt won't even tell me what she's lost because it's a lot. People are watching their 401k disappear and the elderly are also suffering. Wait. Oh, fuck! Hold on. I was almost really, really, really mean. But I'm not going to be mean, okay? And I'll give you good advice instead, okay? Stock markets go up. Stock markets go down. They tend to trend upwards over time. You should never be scared because you're losing money in your 401k or you're losing money in your portfolio. As long as you have well-diversified investments that are being managed by somebody else and you're not trying to buy and sell individual stocks, your money will go up over time. It will drop sometimes and it will go up sometimes. But over the long term, the markets return about a 7 to 10% yield year over year over year, okay? Don't ever get obsessed or frustrated with your stocks temporarily going down. Don't touch it. Don't sell it. Don't fuck with it. Because if you do that, then you truly will lose everything, okay? You guys need to chill because you guys have been running insane bull markets, okay? There was always going to be a correction, even with no coronavirus, okay? Pretty sure on some of these years for Trump, we were up year over year over year. It was 20%, 20%, 20%. From 2020 to 2021, 16%. From 21 to 2022, 26, 27%, okay? You can't be used to year over year over year returns like this. It's not sustainable. It won't happen, okay? That's just part of life, okay? 2019 to 2020 was 27%, okay? You can't expect the S&P 500 is up 25% since inauguration year over year. Is that true? Yeah, you can't be sorry. You can't have your brain in a world where you think you're going to be getting 20+% of the markets year over year over year. And if you have been getting that for a few years, get ready for a correction. There's always market corrections. That's just how it goes, all right? Destiny, really bad advice. You want index funds, not actively managed mutual funds. Sorry, I didn't know we were gonna get 7,000 degrees of pedanticness. When I say you want another managed fund, I mean like invest in indexes or stuff like that. Don't buy and sell stocks on your own. I'm pretty sure every single person that I was listening to me understood what I just said there. But yes, you are pedantically, autistically correct. You don't technically want like an actively managed fund or whatever because there are higher fees and other risks associated with those that are different from like ETFs or other things. Although I'm pretty sure even those indexes are managed. But whatever. Correct. Good job, dude.
What did you think I was talking about? Today's video is sponsored by Scentbird. Thank you so much, Scentbird. I've been working with Scentbird for quite a minute now, and I genuinely love them so much. I love the brand, I love the products. If you don't know, Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service that allows you to pick from over 600 different fragrance brands. Every single month, you'll get 1 to 3 fragrances, however many you choose, which will be sent to you in these super cute vials. I just got a red one this month. Look how cute. I don't think I've ever had a red one. Most of these designer perfumes are hundreds of dollars per bottle, but with Scentbird, it's what, $16 a month? And with my code 7, their service really works. You know, from the quiz that they have online, it helps you pick out the fragrances that are best for your taste, to just being able to try out different fragrances every month has really helped me discover what fragrances I really like. I'm just so excited because I genuinely love these perfumes that I got this month so much. This is what the vial looks like. You just twist it up and then your fragrance is inside, your 30-day supply. This is actually one of my favorite scents that I got this month. It's the Red Velvet. Pink Sugar is the brand, Red Velvet is the scent. This one I really did not want to have to tell you guys about because it's so good and I don't want to share, but I love you, so you're welcome. This one is Malibu Nights by
Jesus
Dime.
Christ.
It's so good. Oh my God. It's giving very much summer vibe, very much beachy vibe, very much mimosas, very much body spray, but not like body spray, like quality. So yeah, if you're interested in trying out some new scents, a new fragrance, a new perfume, a new cologne, whatever you're into, Scentbird has it, and you can use my code for 55% off. That'll bring it down to just $7 for your first month. That's crazy. You're welcome. Support my channel, click on the link below, check out Scentbird's website, and have a great time. Thank you again, Scentbird, for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back into it. So after seeing those clips in the beginning, it may be hard to understand why he has support, how he has so many followers, how he's making so much money. I mean, honestly, I don't get it either. Those were my initial thoughts as well, don't worry. From what I've seen, his followers are—
If you don't get it, either try to understand it or don't talk about it. Why would you go and be like, I don't understand anything about this thing. I totally don't get it at all. I don't understand it at all. But anyway, here I'm going to take a white sword. Like, make an effort to understand at least. Don't you think that's pretty important? Don't we talk about that constantly, how important, like, understanding other humans is? Isn't that arguably one of the most important things in life, is trying to understand other human beings? Don't you think that's kind of important? Maybe just a little bit. Maybe.
Mostly young boys. It's giving James Charles. Sorry. And the reasons that I've seen these young boys give for, you know, why they support Andrew, why they love Top G Tate, I just need a little laugh break, sorry. He's rich, allegedly. He's successful, allegedly. And this is the most alleged one. He sleeps with tons of women. This self-proclaims tons of women. I guess they redefine tons to be -4. Sorry, that wasn't funny. This is why Andrew Tate thinks that—
God, I hate these people. Do you think he's not fucking? Like—
women aren't funny. Except Andrew Tate's transphobic, so he wouldn't think I'm a girl. So maybe men aren't funny. I think that the main reason that these young men are looking up to Andrew Tate— wait. I'm so funny. The main reason that people are looking up to him is because these young boys want a role model. They see somebody that is super rich, super successful, has tons of girls, has tons of cars. He's got a Bugatti. I don't know what kind of accent he has. Romanian? Bugatti. And these young boys want, one, somebody strong and successful that they can look up to.
He's got an Eastern European accent. Wait, what? Did she say Romani when she meant Romanian? Or what? I don't know. Never mind. Don't care.
Up to, but two, they want somebody to defend them against this new wave of—
I was playing it too.
One, somebody strong, cars. He's got a Bugatti. I don't know what kind of accent he has. Romanian?
Oh,
Bugatti.
she said Romanian. Okay.
And these young boys want—
But even
one,
Romanian. Does it sound like an Eastern European accent?
Successful that they can look up to, but two, they want somebody to defend them against this new wave of— I don't want to call it feminism because I don't think that this is a result of feminism, but I feel like a lot of the reason that these young boys support Andrew is a result of this wave of like men ain't shit, man hating vibes. You know what I'm saying? I'll just start out by saying that men ain't shit. I'm just kidding. But it is a big thing that's going on right now, especially—
What? She was so close. Why would she? She's kind of correct. She almost got there. She's like, yeah, this whole wave of men, and then men are shit, or men ain't shit, whatever. Like, why would you play right into it after arguably correctly identifying it? Why not just like—
After the Me Too movement, a lot of these men were like, now you can't talk to a woman, you can't approach them, you can't, you know, have sex with them or they'll regret it and they'll ruin your life.
It was a joke? Yeah, I know it's a joke, but that's the whole point. It would be like me saying like, yeah, you know, there's a whole bunch of men and they're mad because of like the reverse racism they see, but you know what, fucking, this is why we should genocide white people. No, I'm just kidding. Like, you're proving the point by the joke, right? The fact that you can joke about that, right? Whereas like if I were to make a similar video and be like, you know, a lot of people are upset, a lot of young women are mad because they feel like media's not talking to them, but fuck women, they're too stupid to understand anyway, right? No, I'm just kidding. But you know, like you're proving the contention with the joke that you make afterwards by showing that if it's okay to joke about a particular thing, then the contention might have some validity. Why would you do that? That's so stupid. If that's what you're trying to convey, I feel like you've made those jokes before, to be honest. Yeah, I probably do, but I can get away with those jokes because generally people know what I stand for on my larger platform, right? I don't think anybody thinks here that I hate men or hate women. I'm not a hateful person at all. Well, women, who knows? We're getting into that one. No, but obviously we've tried to push back on the incel shit. But like, I don't know. Maybe this person does have a history of like speaking to young men or whatever. So maybe I'm not cutting them enough credit or enough slack. But I mean, she's making a video about Andrew Tate, and she's probably drawing in a lot of external audiences watching this video for the first time. So it seems kind of weird to reinforce that thing. But maybe you know, if we're being ultra charitable, which nobody else will watch this video will be, you know, maybe it's different.
Blah, blah, blah. It's those type of people that are very much pro Andrew Tate. They want to support somebody that's going to enable them to do those shitty things that they used to do and now get in trouble for. We hear it all the time on my channel that there is this widespread attack on masculinity and a widespread attempt to, you know, rewrite what it means to be a masculine man and rewrite what it means to even just be a man. And so Tate's supporters latch onto him because he is the person that is kind of like putting his foot down, saying, no, this is what a strong masculine man is. You know what these men do, you know. And if you don't know, he's gonna tell you. It is kind of ironic though, because Andrew has become such a well-known name, and it's not in a good way. The definition of infamous. If you ask a girl if they know who Andrew Tate is, they'll either say no, or yes, I hate that motherfucker. Like, they'll either say no, or yes, I hate that motherfucker. He's out here trying to teach men, or boys, sorry, how to get women and how to be an alpha top G male like him, when in reality, he's just teaching them how to be a fucking monster and be single for the rest of their lives. Like, if you're pursuing a girl and you tell her that you're an Andrew Tate fan, it's done. They're gonna not like you. They're gonna be turned off, and honestly, probably a little scared. To start off simple, I think that Andrew just doesn't like women. There's a joke going around on TikTok about Andrew that uses that audio. I think this man is gay. I really do. That boy is gay, and I really believe that. I don't like that trend. I don't like that audio. I don't think that it's cute or funny or like whatever to try to emasculinate a man by calling him gay. Didn't you ever see those commercials, don't call something gay?
So gay. No, you really shouldn't say that. Knock it off.
He says the dumb stuff like, oh, women are horrible drivers and men on average are much smarter and have higher IQs. Both of these claims were debunked literally in front of his face. It was so funny. Put those clips in. Those are funny.
Do you think women are as smart as men? Well, it's been proven that the smartest people in the world are men.
Proven how?
Read the study.
What study, bro?
Google it.
I'm going to Google it. Every single study says there's no difference.
If you were to look up the highest IQs in the world, the first 10, first 20, look them up. Are they men or women? I haven't done this. Look it up.
I did highest IQ in the world. Literally what comes up. Marilyn von Savant has one of the world's highest IQs. She is known as the smartest person in the world.
Oh, no.
Cool. Then, all right, cool. Then I'm totally wrong. I never even said people are listening to me and they're either
I know,
agreeing
but
or
you're
not.
still wrong, and that's the problem.
I disagree with you.
Do you want to be right, or do you want to keep speaking into a hug box where people agree with you? And
Prove to
then,
me I'm
you know,
wrong.
well, if you just completely devalue empirical evidence, actuarial sciences, the entirety of the insurance industry that relies on making these sorts of calculations to ensure that these quotes are as profitable as possible, which ends up charging men higher rates than women, as a statistical likelihood that men are more dangerous drivers than women across the board and get into more car accidents across the board. If you're going to look at all of that and say it doesn't matter because that does not correspond to my own personal experiences, then you're silly. You're being silly. You're being a silly person. If everyone
This will always be the biggest L that Tate will ever take, is getting crushed in a debate by Hassan. That's the real reason why he deleted all of his social media and said he got banned. You just can't come back from this one, Chief.
thought like you did, right? We would have no scientific achievements on this planet. We would still be living inside of fucking caves.
How are you gonna say Google it and like make this whole big thing like, I know what I'm talking about, Google it, and then be wrong? Then of course there's the standard, men are superior beings and sexually motivated and should be allowed to sleep with whoever they want while in a relationship, and you as the girlfriend should be 100% okay with that. But also, you have to remain 100% loyal.
You also said that you could have multiple partners, but a female that was with you couldn't also have multiple partners?
I would personally find that revolting, correct? But there are women who find what I say revolting. I think if a man is not sexually exclusive, it's not the same as if a woman is, because with a woman you have the paternity issue. With a man you don't have a paternity issue. If I have 3 girlfriends and they all get pregnant, we know who the mother and who the father is. If you have 1 woman and 3 men, you don't know who even the parents are if she got pregnant.
Yeah, you could definitely figure that out.
DNA tests are pretty accessible nowadays.
Of course, yeah.
That's such a
exactly
silly
it.
argument.
So I said science can step in and fix it, but that doesn't mean it's not haram and against the will of God. Look, read the Bible. Every single man had multiple wives. Not a single woman had multiple husbands. It's against the will of God. It's disgusting.
You know, this is kind of interesting to me because, like, what's the point? You're not loyal to her sexually because, you know, you're a man, duh. But then you're avoidant emotionally as well. Again, because you're an alpha male and are too logical for emotions, duh.
The hallmark of being a man is the ability to restrict your emotions. The difference between a man and a woman is that you suppress your emotions.
Is that my eyelash literally coming off? Cut the fucking camera. But like, what is left after that? Being able to say that you own a woman? Oh yeah, he thinks that women are property too. Check that out.
You say a lot of stuff about women like that they're your property.
That's not what I said. I was talking about an OnlyFans company when that question was asked. But I said that if a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man. That's his woman. So if she wants to do OnlyFans, she owes him some money because she's his.
Well, that's crazy. That one's crazy.
So you think that a man going out with a girl that's just your property?
She is his girl.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Because she's his.
So that is you saying that women are your property.
It's not about being property. It's about the fact that she belongs to him and the intimate parts of her body belong to him because they're in a relationship. And if she wants to sell those, he has a stake in those intimate parts of her body.
So it's reverse. Male porn star owes the woman.
I don't know, because I think the women belong to the man. I think the woman.
Yeah, that's inherently where you get called sexist for.
But yeah, very, very cringy, woman hating stuff. It's like the He-Man woman hater club, like in the Little Rascals, except like with guns and money. But the woman hating does not stop there, babe. No. You can see my light. Gas. He takes it much farther than other dating coaches online and says shit like this.
Women aren't as big as me. You're like a 55-kilo female. I will pick you up with one hand, body slam your ass. And when I'm standing on top of you, and you're like, and I'm grabbing you by your neck, and you've learned, I learned in self-defense. When he grabs me by my neck, what I do is I get my fingers in. Yeah, but you know what they didn't teach you in self-defense? Here's a little move. When I grab you by your neck and you start annoying me trying to resist.
Okay, this part I like don't even want to make a joke about. This is not funny. This is not cute. This is not good advice to be giving anybody. But you are literally teaching men to abuse women. I really don't know how this man is still online. Like, he has been accused of the worst things. He said.
Okay, to be fair on that last one, I'm pretty sure that context was, I think we've seen that. I thought that was literally about like women claiming that they could fight like men or whatever. I don't know what the context of the clip he was responding to, but I don't know if I've ever talked about this on stream before, that it was really fucking cringe. I heard that a lot in high school. I went to an all-boys high school, and we had 3 neighboring all-girls high schools, because it's a Catholic thing, I guess. But I remember there was one day where there was like a self-defense instructor going around classes, like teaching women like some of the self-defense things. And there were a lot of cringe as fuck high school girls that came in like, oh yeah, like we learned this thing in like a 45-minute class, and I could totally fight off like any man now. And it's like, bitch, you weigh 95 pounds. Are you fucking serious right now? Why are you even saying this stupid fucking shit? Like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That was really, I don't know if people still tell people shit like that. I know that like Alabrel and other people in the past have argued like, oh, there's no average strength difference between men and women. It's like, motherfucker, come on. Really?
That quote-unquote rape victims need to take accountability for their assaults. Oh, and also that he only dates women that are 18 to 19 years old because they've been through less dick and they're easier for him to make his imprint on.
Where the 19-year-old might have had one guy from high school, just broke up, she's fresh, and I could put my imprint on her, make her a good person, and without her having to go through all that detriment to learn about life.
Somebody call the fucking police. He literally said at one point that I think it was either 40 or 60% of the reason that he moved to Romania was because the police there were less likely to follow through on sexual assault cases.
This is probably 40% of the reason I moved to Romania, because in Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. If you go to the police and say he raped you back in 1988, so we should have done something about it then. If you go to the police and say he raped you yesterday, say, okay, have you got physical evidence? Or is there CCTV proof? Where'd it happen? Okay, let's go interview him right now. And if it wasn't really rape, we went to the pub, we got drunk, she agreed to go back to my house, started having sex, and then we carried on having sex, and then we had sex and she didn't say anything wrong, and then she texted me afterwards and I didn't text back, and now she's saying I raped her. The police are like, okay, she's an idiot, bye. But no, not in the West. In the West, you can tell them that exact story. You're still fucked. You're fucked in the West. When people say, why did you in Romania? And I explain my 5 reasons. One of them is the Me Too era. They go, oh, well, you're a rapist. I say, no, I'm not a fucking rapist. But I like the idea of being able to just say to do what I want. I like being free. And if you're a man living in England or Germany or America or any of the Western world right now, you've decided to live in a country where any woman, any ex, any fucking bitch who works at Greg's who you bought pasty from, at some point in the future can destroy your life. This Me Too era bullshit has not protected women. It's just destroyed the safety of men.
I think, so I'm glad she included the full context. I think there's an idea that's worth contending with there, even if you think he says it in a problematic way. I think there's something worth contending with there. And I think society at large is kind of moving in the direction of like, some of these sexual assault allegations have gotten pretty wild and pretty crazy. We've read quite a few of these now at this point.
It's giving, you need to be in jail. Andrew, tell us the real reason you don't date women your own age. Maybe women your own age are more experienced and less likely to deal with your abuse. Oh, maybe you're insecure about women your own age, maybe noticing something lackluster. Oh, Andrew. Now, obviously, Andrew has made many, many comments about women online, which we have seen, but he's also made comments about gay people and about transgender people. And what kind of trans content creator would I be if I didn't respond to these claims?
Leave the kids alone. If you want to chop your dick off, I have nothing against that. I'm not anti-gay. I'm not anti-transgender. I'm not anti any of these things. What I am anti is propagating your worldview on other people's children. If you're gay and you can't have kids, why do you now believe it's your right to go to other people's kids and tell them how to think? If you've decided...
this whole line of... I don't know if I watched this... Did I watch this on stream or off stream earlier? This whole line of argumentation is really weird. I don't know where the fuck he's coming from with this.
That the type of sex you want to have will prevent you from procreating. That's your decision, right? You've decided that having sex with women isn't worth it for you. You don't want to have children. You want to have sex with men. Fine, your decision and you're entitled to it. That does not give you the entitlement to go to other people's families who did decide to have children and raise them and try and program their children. Leave the kids alone. You can be as transgender as you like. Don't come talk to my kid about it. That's my child. I will program my child with my worldviews. I raise them. I pay for them. They're my kid. They're not your kid. And they're not the government's kid.
This whole propaganda thing, it's like, it reminds me of that audio on TikTok. That is literally all that goes through my head all the time. It's just TikTok audios. But it reminds me of that audio that's like, they're teaching kids to suck cock in school. Play a TikTok that says that, please.
Giant cult-like brainwashing. They're teaching 5-year-olds how to suck cock in public school.
What school is that? Let me write it down. Now let's hear what you have to say about trans people. I'm so excited.
In England, we have this whole Muslim debate. Someone was saying to me, their countries are crazy. And I say, okay, their countries are crazy, but they're not chopping their sons' dicks off. We're getting to a point where almost you can view some parts of our culture and we're more crazy than anybody.
Chopping their sons' dicks off. Somebody give me some tequila. God damn. Imagine your father. Actually, don't imagine it because it sounds traumatic. But imagine your father just coming into your bedroom with a cleaver like, I'm time to get started up. This framing and this phrasing of it is also very, very misleading though. You describe a trans individual as somebody's son, you're infantilizing them purposely to construe a narrative that, trans people are coming for your children and they're coming to chop your kid's dick off. Sir, what motive would I have for this? To even have more people be trans? What would the motivation be? Do you know that we're in a hormone shortage? Okay, but now besides all of the horrible, horrible things that Andrew Tate says consistently, there is another major reason that I feel like he is especially damaging. Hustlers University. Hustlers University is Tate's university or his online course or whatever you want to call it that helps you, the student at home, become a top G like him. It shows you the path from brokey. Is this the left or right? It shows you the path from brokey to top G alpha male daddy Tate. No, but basically it's a pyramid scheme.
Anybody who buys into Hustlers University is given the opportunity to become an affiliate for the course. As an affiliate, you make 50% of anybody else you refer to the program. So Tate is at the top. People below pay full price. They make 50% from the people they refer. They make 50% from the people they refer. You see what I'm saying? And the course is all about making money online. And one of the primary methods that they teach is cutting up clips of Tate to use across social media to drive traffic as an affiliate marketer to the course. So through doing this, Tate has created an army of people who are pushing his content because they're financially motivated to do so.
He's recruiting young boys purposely. Is it purposely or purposefully? Are those both words? Purposely means on purpose or not by accident, while purposefully means indicating the existence of a purpose. That is deep. I think that he did it both purposely and purposefully. Like I was saying, he is purposefully recruiting these young, vulnerable boys to be in his online cult, course, to then continue to spread his message for him, bring in new followers for him, new students for him, and make money for him. I mean, yeah, they can get like a cut or whatever, but like, it's a pyramid scheme. Aren't pyramid schemes illegal? Pyramid schemes are illegal. Oh, it's state by state though. Pyramid schemes prosecutions are charged as felonies in federal court and can be charged as both a misdemeanor or a felony in California. Yeah, shit's illegal. Maybe I shouldn't say that it's a pyramid scheme then, because that will get me in trouble. It's allegedly a pyramid. In all of the interviews or little podcasts that he's on, he's always like, no, anybody can join. I don't, market it towards any specific person, whatever. What's this, Andrew?
The only people who genuinely adore you when you have a Lamborghini and they see it drive past and they start and their eyes light up and they start waving their hands and they'll do anything to get your car are 10-year-old boys. So unless you're a pedophile, there's no point buying a Lamborghini per to get pussy. Buy it because you enjoy yourself.
He talks about how the only people that care that you have Bugattis and shit like that are young boys. While filming this, literally right now, I can look at his Instagram and the last post is of his Bugatti. You literally just told on yourself. From this Hustlers University, this pyramid scheme, whatever, he has created a swarm. I almost said like army, but I feel like swarm is more appropriate, like little bugs, He's created a swarm of little Tates that go around and bully and attack anybody that stands up and stands out against, things that Andrew has said. They also perpetuate these negative attitudes, these negative stereotypes, and these negative actions towards women. So yeah, if you see this Andrew Tate guy online on TikTok, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you already have. Just be aware if you're talking to a guy, ask him if he supports Andrew Tate. I feel like that would be a good red flag test. That's pretty much everything that I had to say about the situation. Maybe there'll be a part 2, probably not, but maybe. If you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so subscribe if you're not already. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye everyone.
Okay, this video wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. It was meh. Okay. Don't care about this. We've got Vouch. What is this guy doing?
Asked how to transition. I'll point that. Kevels also says the scum of the earth might call me a groomer for it. I'll be the scum of the earth, you fucking groomer. But if a minor approaches me and asks how to transition, I will point them to resources to help them do it. I'm going to transgender your children. Try and stop me, bitch. You transgender my children and I'll trans life you. Guaranteed. Fuck you.
Oh my God.
What my kids do at 18 is their business. What my kids do under 18 is mine and never yours. Kevels also says the scum of the earth.
Jesus, Nick. Let's see, what is this? Twitch partner brings up my Instagram live on stream. Indirectly calls my face ugly. Comments on my tits saying I have a good package during Twitch Rivals.
طب خلينا نشوف شو مبند كمان. بان اري
يا حبيبي خليها تعمل لي تشار.
عايزه يعمل لي تشار عايز.
نيفر مايند انا بعد ما شفت الشكل ما بدي تشار.
What the fuck?
Why the fuck would you do this?
That's nice.
I'm joking. Very good.
كلنا بجد لازم نتجوز يا جدعان.
How fucking stupid. Dude, tell her to use charm on me. Ari reference. Actually, after seeing her, I don't think I want to use charm on me anymore. Someone else says what the fuck, and the girl says not nice, I think. Then he says sorry, charm me, my heart. She has good package, very good. Guys, I want to get married. What a dumb fuck. Do we fuck? After watching that Vosh video yesterday, it was painful. I feel like he's so worthless. Like it's just not worth. It's just so dumb. We'll suffer through like 5 or 10 minutes of this. We'll see what he has to say on the Tate stuff.
Deplatformed is good because he is a almost universally reprehensible person with like no caveats. It's basically just all bad. The occasional not horrible things that he said are usually stupid, and when they're not stupid, they're banal. So you have banal is the best. That's the best outcome. and then you have the stupid, and then you have the morally reprehensible.
Is that enough to permaban somebody from a platform? Is that our standard now? Okay.
And there are serious social consequences to allowing ideas like those to fester and propagate freely. Andrew Tate is a guy who exists. I could make a ton of jokes about him, which I have in excess, maybe slightly too many. Probably not, though. If you're unfamiliar with the content that he's produced, I'm not going over it here. We're not talking about really that much of what Andrew Tate has actually done. What we're talking about is his deplatforming. This is one of the most high-profile, synchronized deplatformings of a public figure that I've ever seen, which is really impressive. For those of you who don't know, Andrew Tate, a former somewhat MMA fighter, I think he did acting at some point, I don't know, recently blew up. I mean, really blew up. I think his tag on TikTok, which was his main platform, had 14 billion.
That's with
views.
a B, Nico.
And he sold himself basically as like an ultra-wealthy, hyper-masculine red pillar who was teaching people the, I don't know, virtues of dehumanizing women and sexual assault, I'm guessing. He said a lot of dumb stuff. I'll lightly touch on it, but I don't think what he's actually said here is that relevant to the subject of his deplatforming. Because invariably, so first of all, most people seem to be happy with his deplatforming. The reason for that is because he made a critical error, which is that he got too big. When you say vile stuff online, you're usually fine up to a point. But past a point, the normies get a hold of you, and because your views are really only acceptable online where nobody's within punching distance of you, I mean, like this is the consequence, you know. Once people like really catch on to what it is you're doing, public pressure mounts. No website wants to be seen as the website hosting like the next wave of misogyny, and they all Captain Planeted it up to take him down. I think it's YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and apparently Twitch. Twitch now apparently has also banned him. Twitch has a very 1984 Big Brother Oceania-esque policy towards bans, where if a person is banned, not only can they not make an account, but they can't show up. You can't hear their voice or see their face on other people's streams, or those streams will get banned, which pretty effectively removes him from the from the running there. So because he attracted so much attention, his views, which were of course unpalatable to the broader audience, most people now seem to be pretty happy with his deplatforming. However, some people are not. And I've seen this over and over again. This like, well, I don't agree with Andrew Tate. However, don't you think it's bad that he was deplatformed? Normally this is supported by one of numerous arguments that I consider to be pretty bad. And I wanted to talk about that because this is just an extension of the terms of service argument that I've been wasting my time with on this website for a good portion of the time that I've had a channel. And I think this is just an excellent example of getting at the core of the issue here. Okay, so there are a couple of pragmatic arguments I hear, and then there are some more ideological ones. All right, so I want to address the pragmatic ones first, okay? Now, there are people who will say Andrew Tate's beliefs and the stuff that he said were very, very, very harmful. However, by deplatforming him, all you're really doing him is forcing him out into the corner, you know, where his attitudes and values can't be checked by people. They can't be accounted for and debunked. He'll only get more extreme. He'll only grow more of a shadow audience in the background, you know. Deplatforming him will actually allow his views to grow more. This is just factually incorrect. I'm not even going to waste much time with this one. No content creator is ever like, yes, I've been banned from every social media site ever. Perfect. I have them right where I want them. No, but this does not happen. It doesn't. It's not true. Obviously, that's the reason why this whole like, oligarchy, or not oligarchy, like
Jesus Christ. Hold on, I feel like he says nothing.
This monopoly, or near monopoly on social media is such an issue. If you get kicked out of mainstream avenues for content creation and distribution, that massively cuts your audience, Every once in a while you have exceptions. For example, Alex Jones has maintained a huge media empire despite being, banned pretty much everywhere. But I don't think you could fairly argue that Alex Jones' audience would be smaller if he did also have the ability to use mainstream media channels in order to promote his brand and image. I don't think he would be I don't think he was helped by deplatforming, I think he did well despite the impediment. But that's not really an argue to the point that deplatforming is somehow helpful. So that's just not true. Just not true at all. And then there's this whole by keeping them, by keeping them in the shadows, you don't learn to debunk their arguments. The best way, tell me if you haven't heard this before, okay? The best way to tear apart bad ideas is to expose them to the sunlight. It's to keep them out there in the open so you can learn those arguments.
This is what I generally believe.
Okay? I hear this said so often, which is weird because nobody really believes this, right? Does anyone actually believe, genuinely, sincerely, in their heart of hearts, that bad ideas will always get corrected and disbelieved if they're exposed publicly? Is that what you think? The interesting thing is that a lot of the people who say this, the whole sunlight is the best disinfectant, the people who will say that are also people who are, let's say, have some very contentious opinions on broader political issues. If you believe that misinformation and harmful values will get fixed through exposure, then why do you hate the mainstream media so much? Right? Have you ever noticed that? Isn't that a bit interesting? It's oh wait, so if you wait.
Is Wash correct? On the first argument, he is. The idea that deplatforming something makes them more popular, that's not true. Anybody that says that is in a massive cope mode. Generally, deplatforming you will fuck you pretty hard. If that was the case, people just try to get intentionally deplatformed. There's a reason why people fight against it so much and why people complain about it so much. If anybody's ever saying oh, well, getting deplatformed actually helps this person, that's never true. That's almost always bullshit. So that is true.
So you believe that exposing bad arguments leads to the defeat of those bad arguments. So why are you arguing against the broader institutional ideologies you disagree with? They shouldn't exist by your metric, unless you're implicitly conceding that you must be in the wrong, because if those continue to exist in the sunlight, they must be correct. Nobody actually believes this. Oh, and by the way, nobody, even leaving aside the irrationality of that perspective, right? Because obviously it's not true. Humans do not have some innate bias towards things that are morally or empirically correct. Who thinks that? Have you interacted with a human ever? Have you talked with anyone? Have you done anything? Do you live? Do you exist? Am I arguing with a dead man or a concept? Of course we don't. Humans overwhelmingly been just a hodgepodge of biases and anecdotal arguments and flagrantly, provably false beliefs. The whole scientific revolution has been this relatively recent, desperate effort at clawing together something approximating empirical analysis. People spend their lives learning how to refine the processes by which they can learn what's true. We do not have a natural affinity, any of that crap. So don't even. And that's leaving aside the fact, by the way, that the biggest audience for Andrew Tate's content wasn't fully rational
Looks like you're
adults
both in
with
the same
well-developed
room.
brains, as though those people never get stuff
True,
wrong. It was 14-year-old boys, And if you don't think the average person has a natural predilection towards the truth, which they don't, that is just not a defensible belief, you can't possibly believe that high schoolers do too. That's ridiculous. Obviously they don't. And I know that nobody believes that for reasons that I'm about to illustrate. First of all, has anyone, pardon me for bringing this argument out, walk up to one of these people? Oh, sunlight's the best disinfectant, right? Okay, so don't you think we should have maps and destigmatization groups be given mainstream attention and coverage? Surely the public expression of their beliefs would lead to more people being willing to debunk them. I mean, after all, the more pro people we have arguing their positions in public, surely.
What people? What is he saying? I don't even know what he's...
This would benefit society. Do they believe this? No, they don't. No, they don't. They do not. No, they don't. I'm not even going to tolerate any devil's advocacy here. None of these people would ever stand up for that position, okay? And the reason for that is because nobody fucking believes it. Nobody believes it. Why is everyone saying Mr. Grow? That's not even the argument. I know your brains are latching on to some kind of parallel equivocacy that you're drawing on here, but that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the very idea that if there is vice in the world, that vice should be promoted and exposed and popularized because it reduces the vice. Nobody actually believes this, but they pretend to sometimes when it fits into this pseudo-libertarian, deplatforming is actually harmful because when you have people like Andrew Tate who are basically pro and they're being listened to by millions and millions of middle school boys, somehow the middle school boys being exposed to those beliefs will make them better at not believing those things. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's completely nonsensical. It's not even worth talking about, really. Those are the pragmatic arguments that I see against deplatforming in the sense of actually deplatforming is the wrong strategy to take, The main thing that people tend to bring about is the ideological argument, right? And that gets a little bit more complicated. It's like this: you can't just get rid of ideas that you don't like, which, yeah, we can. We have a legal system. People don't seem to understand. But
what?
all of the legal distinctions that we make, whether it comes to murder versus self-defense or murder versus manslaughter, you know, when is it or is it not sexual assault? You know, when is this person in the right, this person in the wrong, slavery, any of these things, all these laws that we have are based on political biases that we have. They are, in essence, discriminatory against people, certain political dispositions. People tend to believe that law is somehow amoral, that it's separated from morality, that law is like this separate...
Nobody's saying law is amoral, but to try to conflate like what is moral and what is commonly thought of as political is a little silly. Like, law is kind of the codification of our collective moral thought, right? Like, don't murder, don't steal, whatever. But to say like, well, if we've got laws against murdering, that's political in the same way that laws against certain types of speech is political. That's a little bit of a silly... trying to draw an equivalency between those two things is a little silly.
Pragmatic issue, and then like morality dances and weaves around it, but they're not like really the same thing. Law is just codified morality. It's just
good job,
the
buddy.
issues we have such a stance on that can be pragmatically weighed in on, that they've been enshrined in legal documents, that we're willing to use the power of the state to bring the hammer down on people who violate those principles. What we've done in building a civilization is use systems to ostracize and punish people who we find morally lacking. That's one of the main things civilization is. Now, I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with this process. It's just a matter of whether or not it's being done well or poorly. But it's a necessary thing that has to be done, right? The moment you decide it's wrong to murder people, and if someone does a murder, we will arrest them or exile them or punish them or hit them with a rock, you know, depending on what time period and place in the world you're talking about. The moment you decide that, you are making decisions about what kinds of behavior are acceptable and what punishment should be meted out to people who don't meet those standards of behavior. Now, as a utilitarian, I generally side with the idea that punishments, one of a number of tools which are effective at deterring behavior, hurts people. Speaking broadly, it's good to avoid doing that if possible, you know? Now, thankfully, when it comes to deplatforming with people like Andrew Tate, we're not even necessarily talking about a punishment, at least not in the traditional sense. What we're talking about is an unwillingness to promote the voice of, you know? A removal of access to. Now, of course, in practice, having something and then having it taken away is a kind of punishment. But he's not being arrested, you know? He's not being thrown in jail because he's, as I understand, he's evaded the police on that sexual assault issue. So, you know, he's ducked that one for now. We'll see how long he's able to keep it up.
A little bit of a strong claim, but okay,
Vouch. It's really just a matter of people deciding, through whatever systems are available, what virtue and what vice should be promoted in the public space. Now, guys, please keep this in mind, okay? Overwhelmingly, throughout history, we have made an effort to promote what people consider to be virtue in public spaces and through public mediums, right? I know this because conservatives won't shut the fuck up about it. They are constantly talking about the need to stop promoting vice, like the presence of queer people, in children's shows. That's a big thing for them. What they're essentially saying is that they want some types of media deplatformed. Being taken off the air is deplatforming for a show, after all, because they consider the morals present in that media to be harmful. They're making an argument that it's not enough to simply have this laissez.
I do believe this. I think that everybody wants to be a deplatformer. Nowadays, conservatives say that they're against deplatforming, but that's because they're the ones getting deplatformed. But I think, like, given the opportunity to, I mean, you can see it with like the don't say gay stuff. Given the opportunity to be in charge and to be in power, I think conservatives like tend towards that just as much as people on the left do. It's whoever has like the levers of power at any particular moment in time is the person that happens to be pro deplatforming, and the person that's the victim of deplatforming ends up kind of being against it. I think that's just kind of how it plays out. People get mad when I say that, but it's true.
A fair libertarian, you know, anything goes attitude towards, say, children's programming, you have to exercise some discretion, which is a value that, hey, by the way, I agree with. If somebody made a kid show and then it started being like pro-rape, and that was the lesson of the show, it was like they snuck that in somehow and it was just airing on Cartoon Network, I would actually be very okay with it being taken off the air. That's totally okay with me. Don't know if anyone would disagree with that necessarily. And if you can argue in favor of some kind of morally informed, cultivation of media on one medium, you can do it for any of them. But I can hit you even further on this. Given the fact that law itself is nothing more than a codification of morality, when people say stuff like, the only stuff I want removed from TOS, or like due to TOS, is stuff that's already illegal, what you're basically doing there is you're ceding the argument. You're not making a real moral argument. I see this from people like, they're like, Twitter TOS shouldn't ban people unless they're literally breaking the law. Well, why are you letting law, which is nothing more than the codified morality determined by the people we happen to elect, be the moral line for where you think ethically the terms of service should be on a social media platform? If the law suddenly got like way more light on stochastic terrorism, death threats or whatever, would you then say, okay, now our platform should allow that as well? Why are you ceding the ethical argument exclusively to a few hundred like octogenarian millionaires in Congress? Does anyone else feel like that's kind of dodging the moral question? We're talking morally. What should and shouldn't be promoted through social media? What attitudes are so harmful that it probably warrants a ban? I think that's a valid question. But if you duck it and you're like, oh yeah, just the current legal system just happens to get it perfectly right in all those issues, and like, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that at all. And by the way, I hate to bring this one up again, but there are a lot of things that people who make this whole you shouldn't deplatform argument see on Twitter that they're actually very okay with deplatforming. Maps, minor attracted persons. I've seen enough time, on Twitter, all these screw the TOS, nothing more than what is or isn't illegal. That should be the line right there. Well, I hate to say it, guys, not actually illegal. A lot of that creepo behavior you see on social media that you nonetheless want these people to get banned for. None of you shed tears over them. So what is it then? The legal line and then also, like, maps? Okay. So why not people who are pro, right? Right? If you're capable of making an ethical argument that some people's beliefs are so toxic and so harmful that there should be kind of a social ostracization of those beliefs, you can't stop that at just one point. You've opened up the broader argument. It's an unavoidable argument. It's an argument that we've been having for as long as media has existed. So to deny all of that and then pretend that there's some kind of ideological or historical precedent for, oh yeah, actually we should engage in no cultivation whatsoever of publicized media outside of the strictest limitations of the law, right there, I just don't believe.
Okay, this is boring, but okay. I think you could have a good conversation with Vosh about this. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if I would at this point, actually. I don't know if I would ever bring it, unless he wants to do like a big public groveling and apology, maybe, but I don't know. Zerka started messaging me again. I don't know. Whatever. Have you responded to Rollo Tomasi's response of your video critiquing him? Kind of, but I think it's actually pretty feminine to do response videos back and forth to one another, and I don't like to exude that type of feminine energy. If he wants to have a conversation with me, he can even bring his little logical fallacy chart to the convo if he wants. That would be cute. I'll entertain the conversation for his benefit if he wants. But like the going back and forth doing response video to response video to response video while like he's in his chat coping hard for reasons why he'll never talk to me, I'm good on that.
Deloitte is the largest professional service network in the world, headquartered in London. It is also one of the big four global accounting companies offering audit, consulting, risk advisory, tax, and legal services to corporate clients. With 250,000 professionals operating on those fronts worldwide, and as the third largest privately owned company in the US, Deloitte is a behemoth.
Hold on. Oh God, this is gonna be Zerka on your content.
That goes back to the argument that we were making, which is like, if you're gonna go all the way, if you want to be at the top, you kind of have to play their game.
Look at Piker. Look,
Piker's miserable. Piker's so miserable, dude. Holy shit.
The difference from Piker and Destiny is Destiny leaks a lot of truth because that's how he is. I know Destiny's not always honest, but when you compare him to Hassan, he looks very noble, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like Hassan can look you in the face and say, I'm self-made. He can look you in your face and do that.
I actually don't mind Destiny that much. Like my biggest problem with Destiny is like his takes on religion and like his takes on like international politics, right? But like when it comes to interpersonal stuff, when it comes to like just living life, I don't think he's that wrong.
He's a pro-Russian dude, 100%.
He has some life experience that can like confirm what he's saying. But Hassan, I feel like just does whatever his chat wants.
Yeah, well, I mean, Destiny's also fighting degeneracy that like he'll have months and months where he's career oriented and doing good, and then months and months of scandals and hooking up with bitches and headaches and all that shit that he doesn't need, and it's like a vicious cycle, right? But you can always see when Destiny's based because there's no bitches around and he's just getting high views and just working hard.
He's kind of being based right now. I don't know if you've been paying attention to his Nico stuff.
He's killing.
Yeah, he's actually doing really good lately.
Yeah, I talked to him recently, and yeah.
Oh, you guys talk offline?
Yeah, a little bit because
that's cool.
Yeah, I actually miss the guy now because I'm like, I don't watch Twitch.
No, I believe that. Yeah.
I spend 4 minutes to tune into Kiana's thing, and then I get bored and I just turn it off. And then yeah, if Destiny came back, I think I'd go back to watching Twitch. All right, I think I'd watch his shit.
Yeah, he's actually the only like YouTube person that like I watch clips of. Like anytime he posts something, I'll usually, not all the time because some of it's stupid, but for the most part, when he posts stuff, I'll watch it. He has good conversations with people, especially nowadays. Where like I think what happened to him is he like saw how crazy things are getting, especially on the far left side of things, and he's like, hold on, I need to bring things back to the middle a little bit.
But didn't we?
I respect him for being able to do that.
We all predicted the left's going to eat him. We used to joke.
Yeah,
about it.
yeah. I remember saying it like a couple years ago.
Yeah,
I was waiting for that.
He had the idea that since he defended them for 10 years, that they're not going to be snakes.
Yeah, it's funny because like as soon as he started trying to be like an ally, especially to like the LGBTQ stuff, as soon as he went really hard on that side of the content, they like picked him apart for all of that because it's impossible to be right when it comes to that stuff.
No, it's crazy. When you look at the LGBTQ, all that like hardcore emotional stuff is not actually in the real world. It's internet. Like if you've ever worked with gay people, they're nothing like the internet is this hyper. If you're a part of a group on the internet, you turn into like this high.
Okay, I'm good. All right, sorry. Okay, Peterson's well-written, well-researched message. Okay, sorry. Let's start this again.
is the largest professional service network in the world, headquartered in London. It is also one of the big four global accounting companies offering audit, consulting, risk advisory, tax, and legal services to corporate clients. With 1/3 professionals operating on those fronts worldwide, and as the third largest privately owned company in the US, Deloitte is a behemoth with numerous...
Is behemoth like an unbelievably and previously unknown way of pretentiously saying behemoth? Is that actually an actual way to say, is behemoth? Is that a real pronunciation? Am I crazy, or it's another mythical creature? Okay, maybe it's a way to say it.
And far-reaching tentacles. In short, it's an entity we should all know about, not least because such enterprises no longer limit themselves to their proper bailiwick, profit-centered business strategizing, say, but consciously or not, have assumed the role as counselors to globalists whose policies have sparked considerable unrest around the world. If you're seeking the cause of the Dutch agriculture and fisheries protests, the Canadian trucker convoy, or before that, the rise of the so-called Yellow Jackets in France, the farmer rebellion in India a few years ago, the recent catastrophic collapse of Sri Lanka, or the energy crises in Europe and Australia, you can instruct yourself by the recent pronouncements from Deloitte. While not directly responsible, they offer an insight into the elite groupthink that has triggered these events, into the cabal of centralizing globalist utopians operating in the media, corporate, and government fronts, wielding a nightmarish vision of environmental apocalypse.
Okay.
Outlandish claims. In May of this year, Deloitte released a clarion call to precipitous action, trumpeting the climate emergency that currently confronts us, called The Turning Point, a global summary. It is a stellar example of the kind of thinking characteristic of the European Union's bureaucratic overreach that generated Brexit, a very good decision on the part of the Brits, in my view,
yeah,
and one that is now threatening the very survival of that self-same EU. The report opens with two claims. First, that the storms, wildfires, droughts, downpours, and floods around the globe in the last 18 months are unique and unprecedented, a dubious claim. And implicitly, that the science is now at a point where we can say, without doubt, that experts can and must model the entire ecology and economy of the planet, and that we must modify everyone's behavior moving forward by hook or by crook to avoid what would otherwise be the most expensive environmental and social catastrophe in history. The Deloitte models posit that climate impacts could affect global economic output and offer the following figures that unchecked climate change will cost us. $178 trillion over the next 50 years. That's $25,000 per person, to put it in human terms.
Sorry.
Who dares deny such facts, stated so mathematically, so precisely, so scientifically? Let's update Mark Twain's famous dictum. There are lies, damned lies.
And statistics.
Statistics.
And what's the thing he's going to add? And fuck, I can't even imagine it. Big media, environmental claims, global warming facts, scientific facts. What's he going to say?
And computer models.
Fuck!
Computer model does not mean data. And even data does not mean fact or real world. Computer model means at best hypotheses posing as mathematical fact. No real scientist ever says, follow the science. Yet, this is exactly what bodies such as the EU consistently pronounce, pushing for collectivist solutions that often and inevitably do more harm than good. Solutions in sovereignty. What might we rely on instead to guide us forward in these times of accelerating trouble and possibility? Valid authority rests in the people. Truly valid structures of authority are local, not centralized for reasons of efficiency and emergency. This must not become the generation of yet another top...
Did drugs rot his brain? Will you turn like this in 20 years? It feels like every time he speaks now, it feels like a 19-year-old trying to write a villain in a Harry Potter fanfic. That feels like what he's going for with every single sentence. It's so over the top. And he's not even saying anything of substance.
Down Tower of Babel that will not solve our problems, just as similar attempts have failed to solve our problems in the past. Ask yourself, are these Deloitte models, which are supposed to guide all the important decisions we make about the economic security and opportunity of families and the structures of our civil societies, accurate enough even to give those who employ them any edge whatsoever, say, in predicting the performance of a stock portfolio? One based on green energy, say, over the upcoming years. The answer is
no.
No.
I like the pause between everyone. Why would you think that being able to predict some system like a climate means that you should necessarily be able to predict, like, that doesn't logically follow. Oh, you're telling me you can predict the climate? Well, then predict the stock market. Like, I don't know if A follows from B there, my friend. Or B follows from A, I should say.
How do we know? Because if such accurate models existed and were implemented by a company with Deloitte's resources and reach, Deloitte would soon have all the money. That is never going to happen. The global economy, let alone the environment, is simply too complex to model. It is for this reason, fundamentally, that we have and require a free market system. The free market is the best model of...
Wouldn't you be able to predict certain types of stocks, such as oil or renewables, though? There are so many variables. Markets are very chaotic, as in prone to sensitivity inputs. There's a lot of stuff that could change. And also, a lot of future climate stuff might already be priced into current models, too. The idea that, like, just because you have some model of the future, you can, like, make money off the stock market, that doesn't necessarily follow. There's a lot of reasons why that could actually be the opposite. Yeah, it's just...
of the environment we can generate. Let me repeat that with a codicil. Not only is the free market the best model of the environment we can generate, it is and will remain the best model that can, in principle, ever be generated.
Wow, OMW, thanks for 5 gifted subs in YouTube chat.
With its widely distributed computations, constituting the totality of the choices of 7 billion people, it simply cannot be improved upon, certainly not by presumptuous, power-mad globalist utopians who think that hiring someone, mysteriously manipulating a few carefully chosen numbers, and then reading the summarized output means genuine contact with the reality of the future and the generation of knowledge unassailable on both the ethical and the practical front. The impact of delusional thinking. Why is this a problem? Why should you care? Well, the saviors at Deloitte admit that there will be a short-term cost to implementing their cure, which is, by the way, net zero emissions by 2050, an utterly preposterous and inexcusable goal, both practically and conceptually. This, by the way, is a goal...
Okay, you have to stop trying to do two things. Earlier he said, like, something happens sometimes and inevitably. Well, if it's inevitable, it's not sometimes, it's always. And now we just said something is impossible practically and conceptually. Well, conceptually, I can think of 50 million ways we could conceptually be at net zero emissions by 2050. One is with some totalitarian world government. Second is nuclear fucking war. It's not conceptually impossible. It feels like he's voshifying his statement. He's like adding in words to like make it sound deeper than it actually is. Okay? You can just say 1 or 2 adjectives. It's fine. You don't have to have 3 or 4 for every fucking sentence you give.
Identical to that adopted last week by the utterly delusional leaders of Australia, who additionally committed that resource-dependent and productive country to a 40% plus decrease by 2005 standards in greenhouse gas emission within the impossible time frame of 8 years. This will devastate Australia, as the framers of such plans, with their "it justifies everything" emergency, know, and even somewhat admit to knowing. Here is the confession, couched in bureaucratic doublespeak from the Deloitte consultants. During the initial stages, the combined cost of the upfront investments in decarbonization, coupled with the already locked-in damages of climate change, would temporarily lower economic activity compared to the current emissions-intensive path. The omniscient planners then attempt to justify this with the standard empty threats and promises. The suffering is certain, the benefits ethereal. Those most exposed to the economic damages of unchecked climate change would also have the most to gain from embracing a low emissions future. Really? Tell that to the African and Indian populations in the developing world, lifted from poverty by coal and natural gas. And think, really think about
guys.
this statement.
Think about this one, guys. Bet you didn't think about this one. Hit us.
Existing industries would be reconstituted as a series of complex, interconnected, emissions-free energy systems. Energy, mobility, industry, manufacturing, food and land use, and negative emissions. That sounds difficult, don't you think?
Impossible even, Doctor.
To rebuild everything at once, and better, without breaking everything. Fixing everything in a few decades in a blindly panicked rush while demonizing anyone who dares object. And what will it take to do so? Here's the most alarming part. Nothing more than, quote, a coordinated transition that will require governments, along with the financial services and technology sectors, to catalyze, facilitate, and accelerate progress, foster information flows across systems, and align individual incentives with collective goals. A clearer statement of totalitarian inclination could hardly be penned.
Okay. There's nothing mysterious about a bunch of people saying, hey, we need to do something to help climate change in the future. If we truly believe that to be a big problem. Well, that's going to be kind of difficult because there's a lot of incentives to using cheap but dirty energy. That's true. If we wanted to make it so that alternative energy sources were more attractive, there'd have to be some kind of global coordinated effort to ensure that some people aren't motivated to use cheap and dirty energy producing methods versus other people that would use more expensive energy producing methods and then would be like non-competitive. Sure, requires some level of global coordination. I think one of the chief criticisms that I can remember, could be wrong, but I can remember, one of the chief criticisms of global climate policy historically has always been the wicked exception that developing countries have gotten. That India and China are able to skirt by in the most dirty energy ways possible, while larger players and more first world countries like Western Europe, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, we're kind of forced to be held to a higher standard. It's like, well, hold on. Everything I make in my country is 10x more expensive because I've got to pay my workers more, and because I've got to be careful with how I pollute. That's bullshit. And these countries get away with doing like insane shit. That's fucked up. Obviously, you need globally coordinated incentive structures and globally coordinated action to deal with a global problem. Otherwise, the negative externalities of any energy project are always going to prohibit your ability to make any progress when it comes to global problems. That's like obvious. It's not even like a controversial statement. Like, that's obviously true. But everything is like so conspiratorial. Like,
certain outcomes versus predicted outcomes. The one thing the Deloitte models guarantee...
Hold on. His main criticism is that this transition will come at the cost of poor people. Lies. That is bullshit. Conservatives will say that, okay? And I'm not doing the straw man. I'll tell you what's actually happening, and any honest conservative will tell you as much. Conservatives will always say, well, it's going to hurt poor people. Bullshit. What they're truly worried about is this amorphous concept called sovereignty. That's what they're really worried about. They want the freedom to pollute how they want. They want the freedom to burn whatever energy they want. And they want the freedom to have their country be independent in energy ways that can only be achieved right now through like more drilling and more energy policies that allow us to like burn fossil fuels. That's the true reason. Anybody that's like, oh, what about poor people? Bullshit. You don't give a fuck about poor people. When you're talking about green energy and shit, I don't believe that for a second. It's the dumbest thing in the world. If for no other reason than because like massive climate change, if it does happen across, or I could say the third is they don't believe climate change is real at all, which there's probably still some people who think that. Because if massive climate change did happen, poor people are going to be the ones that are the most affected. Arguably, they're the ones right now that are being affected, you know, more in places like Seattle or London or places that are getting really hot that traditionally weren't. But I think it's always a question of sovereignty or freedom from weird government energy policies than it is about like helping some particular class of people.
Is that if we do what they recommend, we will definitely be poorer than we would have been otherwise for an indefinite but hypothetically transitory period. Yet, any reduction in economic output, however temporary and necessary, will be purchased at the cost of the lives of those who are barely making it now. Period. Have you all noticed that food has become much more expensive? That shelter has become much more expensive?
The food stuff is inflation related for sure. I don't know what our food, I'd have to break into the CPI if somebody could tell me. I don't know if food is truly like inflated massively over an appreciable time span. I don't think that food is typically what is not affordable to people in the Western world. We don't have affordability issues with food. If you walk around, no offense, but like you get a lot of fat motherfuckers in the Western world, especially poor people are fat as fuck. Food is not the issue right now, okay? Housing is definitely an issue, but if anything, that has more to do with how we lay out our cities and how we construct things. That's not a matter of like some global elite conspiring to make things less affordable or whatever, but.
That energy is more expensive? That many consumer goods are simply unavailable? Can you not see that this is going to get worse if the Deloitte-style moralists have their way? How much short-term pain are you going to be required to sustain? Decades worth? All your life and the life of your children? It's very likely for your own benefit. Remember that. And all this painful privation is not only not going to save the planet, it's going to make it far worse. I worked for a UN subcommittee that helped prepare the 2012 report to the Secretary General on Sustainable Development. Whether or not it was a good idea to contribute to such a thing is a separate issue. I do believe, at least, that the report would have been much more harmful than it was without the input of the Canadian contingent. We scrubbed away several layers of globalist utopianism and Cold War era conceptualization and cynicism. That was something. I garnered a key and crucial insight from the several years' work devoted to my contribution. I learned that the fastest and most certain pathway forward to the future we all want and need, peaceful, prosperous, beautiful, is through the economic elevation of the absolutely poor. Richer people care about the environment. which is, after all that is outside the primary and fundamental concern of those desperate for their next meal. Make the poor rich, and the planet will improve, or at least get out of their way while they try to make themselves rich. Make the poor poorer, and this is the concrete plan, remember, and things will get worse, perhaps worse beyond imagining. Observe the chaos in Sri Lanka, if you need proof. There are clearly more important priorities than costly and ineffective emergency climate change reductions. Bjorn Lomborg's work, among others, such as Marion Tupy and Matt Ridley, has demonstrated that other pressing problems could and should take political and economic priority from the perspective of good done per dollar spent. Money could and should be spent, for example, to ensure the current health and therefore future productivity and environmental stewardship of currently poor children in developing countries, for example. How about attending to remediation of the actual world of pain and deprivation of such children, rather than saving the hypothetical world and the hypothetical world of future children in abstraction?
True.
Stirrings of revolt.
Not really, but.
Citizens are waking up to this. Dutch farmers and fishermen are rising up. Canadian truckers are pushing back. And such protests are spreading and increasing in intensity, as they should. Why? Because Deloitte consultants and like-minded centralists are pushing things too far. It will not produce the results they are hypothetically intending. This agenda, justified by emergency, will instead make everyone poorer, particularly those who are already poor. This use of emergency force will instead make the lives of the working men upon whom we all depend for our daily bread and shelter more difficult and less rewarding. Finally, this use of emergency force will also make the...
You know what's kind of weird? What's kind of funny? In like a weird kind of like post-apocalyptic dystopian novel kind of way. A lot of these guys feel kind of religious, you know? Like, it's funny because they accuse progressivism of being religious, and I think it kind of is a little bit. I think it does feel like a religion sometimes. You've got strict holy texts that you have to adhere to that are very resistant to change, or if you question things, you get ostracized or executed for apostasy, and you know you've got all these parallels you could draw between like progressive orthodoxy and religion. But I think these guys on the right do it as well. And he fancies himself a pastor right now. This is what it feels like. I don't know if you guys have been to church before, but I feel like I'm in mass right now. My pastor is giving like an impassioned sermon right now, trying to preach to us about the evils in the world and how to guide us and dictate. I don't know. It feels kind of cringe to me, but like. There's some funny world where you write like a dystopian novel and in the future there's no religion, everybody's like an atheist, but there's like 5 new churches that have opened up that are all like a-religious in nature. I know that he is religious, but like obviously he's not preaching a particular like theistic or theological religion right now. He's not talking about God, but it all still feels like very religious in terms of like delivery and aesthetic. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but just interesting.
Environment worse.
What even is Peterson's ideology? At its root, honestly, from what I've gathered, like listening to him recently, he kind of just sounds like a libertarian. Like he just wants like freedom and sovereignty for everybody, and that's kind of like his big kick lately. That's kind of what it feels like at its simplest, but.
Not better. Why? If you wreak your
Yeah, I know, but no one's addressing it, and rich people like Destiny are just saying it's not that big a deal when that could be the difference between a family eating a decent meal every night or not. What is this guy saying? Groceries cost like 20% more than they did before. Of course, it's a big deal for people living paycheck to paycheck. Okay.
Temporary economic havoc to eventually remediate the world. Those whom you sacrifice so casually in the attempt will descend into chaos.
I have to be careful not to project my experiences too much. I should just go mean and talk to more poor people. My issue when I was poor, I just don't remember this. And I could be wrong, or maybe I had a unique experience being poor. I just never remember food being the thing that was always the issue. My huge bills were my car and my house or apartment. Those things dwarfed everything else. Those are the two things that fucked me the hardest. And then any maintenance issues that came up related to them. So like a flat tire, for me, a flat tire could be like a month's worth of groceries to me, basically. Or if you break a wheel, you're fucked. Any car maintenance, those were always like the worst things. Or like if you had to do like housing maintenance stuff. These things dwarfed every other expense. And I always felt like I wasted money on food too. Like, because I would always go to Taco Bell or McDonald's to eat, and it'd probably be cheaper to buy groceries, but I was just too lazy. I didn't want to. But I don't know. If you've got like a family of 4, it can probably get tough, but I don't know, man. I could be biased, but like I worked at McDonald's. I saw poor people in the casino. Like in the United States, poor people are always fat. They just are. There was a homeless lady that lived out of her car that worked with us at McDonald's. I remember. She was fucking huge. This lady weighed like 500 fucking pounds. Maybe it's not always like that. Maybe I just have a selection of experiences that have made me a little bit biased. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say that my experiences are right and your experiences are wrong, because other people can have different types of experiences. But when people talk about poor people in the United States, I always feel like they give this idea like poor people are starving to death. They can't afford food or whatever. And that was never my experience. I feel like my bigger expenses were always things related to housing or things related to my car. Those were like the two things that kicked my ass the most every single fucking time. And then going out and having fun, which could be really expensive if you like go drinking or go to the movies or anything like that. But
in that chaos, they will then, by necessity, turn their attention to matters of immediate survival, and in a manner that will stress and harm the complex ecosystems and economies that can only be maintained with the long-term view that prosperity and nothing else makes possible. Critics of my view will say, we have to accept limits to growth. Fine, accept them. Personally, abandon your position of planet-devouring wealthy privilege. Join an ascetic order. Graze with the cattle. Or, if that's too much, and it probably is, then purchase an electric car, if you want one. But no diesel-powered emergency backup vehicle or electric power generator for you. Buy some stock in Tesla. That's probably the best bet on that front. But you don't approve of the likes of Elon Musk, do you? Stop flying. Stop driving, for that matter. Get on your bike instead in your 3-piece business suit. In the winter, if you dare, I'll splash you with icy and salty slush as I drive by in my evil but warm Ford Bronco SUV, and help you derive the consequent delicate pleasure of your own narcissistic martyrdom. Save the planet with your own choices. But quit demanding that the rest of us blindly follow your diktats.
I feel we need to go on another league arc. I get frustrated when people should be smarter than this. This is just like such a boring, you're not actually engaged. Like the problem with public policies, you kind of need the whole public to do it for it to be effective. This idea of like, oh, you want to fix climate change? Well, why don't you stop driving? Like, okay, well, that doesn't really solve the problem, does it, bucko? Oh, you want to help the poor? Well, why don't you pay more taxes? Okay, well, you know, I can't do it alone, buddy. Usually when we're talking about government policy, it's something that all of society kind of sort of has to be bought in on. It can't just be like a few people or even hundreds of people, even thousands of people like doing it. You kind of need everybody bought into the same concepts for it to work. It's just such a boring engagement with the subject matter.
Demonizing and castigating us merely because we don't just happily cede to you all the extant power. We're not evil just because we don't believe that you are omniscient. We're not evil just because we don't want you to assume omnipotence and omnipresence too.
True.
There is simply no pathway forward to the green and equitable utopia that necessitates the further impoverishment of the already poor, the compulsion of the working class, or the sacrifice of economic security and opportunity on the food, energy, and housing front. There is simply no pathway forward to the global utopia you hypothetically value that is dependent on force. And even if there was, what gives you the right to enforce your demands on other sovereign citizens equal in value to you? An alternative solution. A better way forward would be to prioritize the problems that beset all of us on this still green, functional, and increasingly abundant planet, with the requisite focus and attention demanded of a true political class elected by the people, capable of and willing to look at everything, trying to fix where necessary, trying to maintain as much freedom and autonomy as possible, and stop simply capitalizing narcissistically on the mere appearance of action, knowledge, and virtue. We should obtain true cooperative consent from those affected, farmers, truckers, working class people, who have turned in irritated desperation to figures such as Trump, and work with them rather than forbidding them with your power or improving them so they will be finally worthy of your time and attention. Help replace dirty energy with clean if you must, but do it on your own dime. And make sure that the results are cheap and plentiful if you want to help the poor and the planet. The warning bells are ringing. Listen to them before they turn into sirens.
Jesus.
We will not advance without resistance through the straits of your enforced privation. We will not allow you to steal and destroy the energy that makes our lives bearable and that produces our food and shelter and housing and the sporadic delights of modern life just to address your existential terror, particularly when it will fail to do so in any case. We will not allow our children to be criticized first for having the temerity to merely exist, and then deprived of the prosperous and opportunity-rich future we strived so hard to prepare for them. We remain unconvinced that your frightened and self-congratulatory moralizing and intellectual pretension, ignorance of the limits of statistics, and misuse of arithmetic. We do not believe, finally, and most absolutely, that your declared emergency and the panic you sow because of it means that you should now be ceded all necessary authority. So, leave us alone, you centralizers of power, you worshippers of Gaia, you sacrificers of the wealth and property of others, you would-be planetary saviors, you Machiavellian pretenders and virtue signalers, objecting to power.
Jesus Christ.
All the while you gathered around you madly. Leave us alone, to prosper or not, as a result of our own choices, as a result of our own actions, in the exercise of our own requisite and irreducible responsibility. Leave us alone, or reap the whirlwind.
Wow.
And watch the terrible destruction of what you purport to save in consequence.
Okay. It was a little dramatic, but okay, dude. Christ. What do you want me to read this Devin Nash thing? Hold on. It's slam poetry? True. Thanks. You ain't getting that tweet. Hold on, I'll read this in a sec. Let me start crafting. Quick 9-10. I'm beyond that game right now. Okay. Fuck. What is this? No one in media got the Twitch exclusivity announcement right. Headline news and feared in clickbait. Streamers will misinterpret this news. Here's what really happened. Should read the announcement. It says clearly you still can't multi-stream simulcast on any of their competitors. We know that. Wait. I wonder why they give like why even give bullshit PR reasons for, like, we all know, or maybe people can't see through like how obvious it is when they make certain statements. Like, so Twitch says you can't simulcast to YouTube or Facebook, but like the reasoning they give is like, well, we know that you can't maintain a high quality stream if you're duo streaming or whatever. It's like a really dog shit reasoning. Like, just say you obviously don't want us to broadcast your biggest competitors. Like, just be honest about it. They should raise an immediate red flag. Why is Twitch calling the shots on what is good or bad for your community? None of the data on simulcasting supports this. Yeah, of course. It's just, you should call the shots. A lot of people are saying, well, now Twitch streamers can stop their Twitch stream and stream somewhere else, which is completely wrong. The exclusivity clause always applied to content being created on Twitch. You could always stream on Twitch for an hour, stop your stream and go somewhere else. Twitch doesn't own that content. You do. That is, I'm almost certain that that's not true. I would have to see the new partner contracts, but generally on Twitch, I believe that it says that the licensed content streamed on Twitch is exclusive to Twitch, but there's another part of that contract that says licensed content includes live video broadcasts, I believe. But I'd have to go back and look. I would have to see a newer contract to check, but you can't live stream the same on Twitch as another platform they consider a competitor. You can stop your stream and stream elsewhere. That's always been the case. Something changed. Exception for only the top 100 plus streamers who are paid to be exclusive to Twitch. It isn't a concession to give affiliates and partners TikTok and Instagram live simulcasting because they could have never enforced that at scale anyway. It's only relevant for their top creators. This is probably true. Honestly, as a smaller partner, you probably could simulcast and you just wouldn't get caught. That'd be my guess. Never mind. I'll just say I know that was true for me. For top partners that are signing exclusive different contracts, they're not signing partner contracts. They're signing a different Twitch exclusive contract. Destiny, my contract just says 24-hour first run exclusivity, whatever stream to Twitch. I think that is Wicked Supreme. Can you shoot me that contract and I can read it? Because I think the trick is in how they define licensed content. I think me and Devin might have disagreed on this before, but the wording was ambiguous at best, although I don't know if I would have agreed, but I can check. If you shoot me your contract, I can look real quick.
You know?
If Devin wants to come in and chat, hold on. Yeah, let me just finish reading the fucking thread. One sec. Affiliating most partners simulcasting was unenforceable, especially on short-term platforms. So that is a genius PR move by Twitch. It doesn't cost them anything. I'm impressed. Great marketing here. Twitch's underestimation here is the power of TikTok Live. TikTok Live viewership has already exceeded Twitch in IRL categories. The discovery is massive there. I think they just recently made it so you can stream from your computer on TikTok. I don't know how much that'll ever catch up though, or catch on. I'm not sure. Every Twitch streamer should absolutely take advantage of this and stream to TikTok Live alongside their Twitch broadcast. Two of my Patreon communities and 2 dividers who do this. On one day, they'd forward TikTok Live will probably surpass Twitch in total hours watched by 2024. That's probably true, but I think it's a different type of audience that watches TikTok. The amount of misinformation sounds insane. Okay. Wait, are there any partner Twitch streamers that can send me a contract? Like a normal partner contract? Supreme might be bitching out. I don't know. Rage Pup, if you have a partner contract, shoot me one. A food for thought for Nick next time. Does racial purity matter to you? If yes, why? Does it bother you your kids will be mixed forever? Oh, I could ask them that. Has Jordan Peterson now become a rhetorical device spewing automaton for our entertainment? Maybe. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Bro, you couldn't send me the fucking PDF? You're actually... Supreme, actually off yourself. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Control F. Yeah, send me the PDF. Jesus. Just kidding. He's not sending me anything. Oh, shit. I don't know how many things can be like supported here. Hold on, I'm waiting for the PDF from my covert source.
Oh shit. Can people just come in here?
If only if you have the permissions to do so.
Really?
You have the permissions, so.
Should I leave? Do you?
I'm in here just so people like you can join and we can chat.
Really?
Yeah. If I'm in
Dude,
here.
how you doing, man?
Pretty good. How you doing, buddy?
I miss you.
I miss you too. Where do you live at these days? Still in the Northwest?
I'm in Texas.
Oh, and the big A, Austin?
No, I decided to not do that because I feel like that's just moving from Seattle further south, you know?
Sure.
So I decided to go to Dallas, and I do not regret my decision.
Okay.
It's actually great. Where do you live? You live in many places.
Yeah, I'm in Miami right now, yeah.
That's exciting. Why'd you move to Florida?
Melina likes being further east because it hits her European time zone better. And I didn't care where I lived, so it's whatever.
You just do the same thing in the same room.
Yeah, basically.
Where is like, what do you mean the European time zone? Are you still in the European time zone after you come? Doesn't she spend most of her time here?
Yeah, but if we stream on the West Coast, you're like fucking 9 hours away from Europe, right? Whereas if you stream on the East Coast, you're 6 hours away. So if you start at noon in California, you're streaming at like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, like mainland European time. But you're 3 hours earlier if you start at noon in Florida or anywhere in the East Coast. So it's easier to handle like a European and North American audience.
So this is for her audience, which was predominantly European?
It's a mix of both.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's done really well on Twitch so far.
Yeah, I would say so.
That's good. And you're doing really well on YouTube, my friend.
Yeah, for sure, I would say, yeah. Obviously.
I'm super proud of where your brand is going. I think it's good. I still watch a lot of your work, and I do like review. I say review like I'm judging them or something. I watch them to learn, like your VOD and stuff.
Okay, have we argued about this? What licensed content means before?
I don't think so, but we're going to.
Okay. I think I've had arguments before. So obviously none of this has ever been tested in court. So
yeah,
I think some people are under the impression that on Twitch, let me see if I can find this on Twitch, or you might have even sent it to me.
I sent you it. I just sent you it. I could give you a little bit of like background before we get into this because it might be relevant.
Probably not. Hold on. If the background is going to be, well, I've talked to lawyers, whatever. I've talked to lawyers too, so that's not going to help anything. Unless you think you have like an official decree from Twitch or something, that would be interesting. But
no, my point is, my only point. We can go about the language, but I want to be clear that what I sent you is the standard partner contract because I reviewed many partner contracts to confirm that. And that's something that a lot of content creators are calling me out on is they're like, well, there's this other contract that says it is exclusive, and I cannot. No one can produce this mythical contract.
What you're showing me is the language that I'm familiar with. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, same page. So we can argue on that language.
Yeah. So on section 1, subsection 3 here, there's a thing called exclusivity.
Yes.
And so it says, starting from the beginning of the initial broadcast of any licensed content and continuing for a period of 24 hours following the end of the initial broadcast of such licensed content, the quote-unquote exclusivity period, such licensed content is exclusive to Twitch, even as to content provider. During the exclusivity period of any licensed content, content provider will not nor permit or authorize any third party to broadcast, stream, distribute, exhibit, or otherwise make available such licensed content in any manner. And then I don't think we need to read the rest of that. So some people, and I think you included, have taken this to interpret as, oh, well, the only content that Twitch actually has the exclusivity over is licensed content broadcast on their platform. But I don't think that's actually the case. I think that licensed content, I think that's a legal term that if you read earlier in the Twitch contract, it says content is more fully described in Exhibit A, which is quote unquote licensed content. And when you go to Exhibit A on a standard partner contract, that licensed content is defined in the contract as licensed content means any and all audiovisual content that is developed, created, produced, and or licensed by content provider or its players and teams as applicable that is permitted by the terms of service, including video gaming and or esports related content and so-called quote-unquote creative and quote-unquote IRL content. So when I read that language, it sounds to me like if I were to stream like a video game play or whatever, that would count as quote unquote licensed content, even if I was streaming it on other platforms. And that content would be, Twitch should have an exclusive right to it, even if I stream it on another platform.
So I'm also reading Exhibit A right now, and I've read this before. I have a couple of different positions on this. So I think, first of all, to address 1.3, starting from the beginning of the initial broadcast to the end of the initial broadcast, that says pretty clearly that for the duration of the broadcast itself, that is the exclusivity period, that content.
Correct.
That's why I state that if you stop your broadcast and start a new broadcast somewhere else, that's no longer, even if Exhibit A.
Yeah, but the problem is it's the initial broadcast of such licensed content. And licensed content, that's capital L, capital C. That is referring to the content declared in Exhibit A. That's not just any stream. I think
But the term of that licensed content is the duration stated in 1.3.
Correct, which is the initial broadcast of any licensed content. But if I were to broadcast it on YouTube, the initial broadcast of that licensed content would occur on YouTube, which would be a violation of Section 1, Subsection 3. Because insofar as licensed content is defined in Exhibit A, if I start that initial broadcast on another platform, I'm necessarily violating that 24-hour exclusivity.
I think that how can Twitch dictate the terms of where that broadcasted content is in on a platform that isn't theirs, right? Like,
well, because you license that's standard contract. You can license like an appearance of somebody. Like you can
if you pay for it, but these are 1099 contractors. These are not people who.
Well, now you're getting into another W-2 versus 1099 debate, which you can. We can fight over the enforceability of the contract. But I'm saying, as written, this is what the contract implies.
I don't know. I think it's vague. That is my second point. We can stay on this, but like this is like my second point is I don't think that this is really enforceable, especially in California where exclusivity and non-competes are really shaking anyway. But like we both said, it's never been challenged. We don't really know.
Yeah, that was because when I was partnered a long time ago, I read that the section 1 subsection 3 there. I read that and I was like, wait, fuck, shouldn't I be able to stream on other platforms? There's Esports Batman and Apple, as I fought with them a little bit over it, and they said that the legal language was a little shaky because it made it sound earlier like there was a certain type of licensed content that can't be streamed on other platforms ever, but that the language was like iffy. And then obviously I went and I asked my account manager and he said absolutely not, but that wasn't like a legal guy, that was just my AM. Like I'm pretty sure that like but the spirit, the nature of the contract is to give you that exclusivity as Twitch. So like if you were to start breaking it, my imagination would be that they would either rework all of their contracts or something else, right? Like right now, let's ignore the people that have signed the actual exclusive contracts. Like if any partner were to just start streaming on YouTube, if they were sufficiently big enough, I'm pretty sure that their AM would come down on them and say like, hey bro, you can't do that. Oh, and it happened to me actually when I was banned from Twitch and I tried to stream on other channels. I remember Kevin would reach out to me and he'd be like, hey, you're going to get fucked if you do that, just let you know. And I'm like, oh, okay, whatever.
It happened to a bunch of creators. I got a lot of DMs from people after this thread, and a lot of PMs were telling people exactly that.
Yeah.
I think they were instructed at one point in time to say that. And look, ultimately it's true, right? Because Twitch can still ban you, regardless of what is in the contract. They can ban you for any reason on their platform.
Sure.
So if they say don't stream on a platform or we'll ban you, which is kind of the implication from those PMs, right? It's not we're going to sue you or put you in court or call you to contract on this. It's we're going to terminate your service, and that's the ultimate threat to any Twitch creator.
Well,
right?
The language that I heard was that you could lose your partnership, not that you would get banned. Obviously, they can ban for any reason, but
so would you lose your partnership on a breach of contract, or they just remove your partnership?
Those are the same thing, right?
They're different. Like you lost your partnership because of I assume they called it a for-cause breach because of the comments and stuff. Like that was actually a legal issue, right?
Yeah, it was a legal issue, but they never actually told me what it was for, which I thought was wild.
Really?
Let's see. It's legal. I don't want to misquote this. Let me find the exact.
The video I made about this with you? About your ban?
Maybe a long time ago, but
yeah, it was that's some horseshit. I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Okay, no, they did say it was for pursuant to section 5.2. It was a material breach of your obligations under the agreement to not include content and licensed content that is prohibited by the content guidelines exhibited thereto as Exhibit D.
What?
Here, I can just copy paste it to you.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is a legal severance of the contract they're claiming.
Yeah,
so that's what I meant. So that's different from we're just removing your partnership because we feel like it, because we can, because we're Twitch, because we own the platform.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you can just do that though, right?
Well, are they? We'd have to look at the termination clauses of this contract, right? So
there's no way the termination clause would let them just terminate at will with no cause, right? Like that would be a pretty wild contract if that was the case.
Termination for breach, termination for bankruptcy, return of confidential information, and effective termination. So it looks like they can only terminate here for an actual breach of contract. So then that would mean that, yeah, there's not even any mutual like, hey, I want to. So I guess what I don't understand about this, maybe you can help me understand this better. If you're going to treat a Twitch streamer like an employee and say you can basically only exclusively work here even on your off time, but you don't materially compensate them for that in any way.
You're coming to the wrong person if you're looking for me to defend that point of view. I think that's wild.
I'm not looking to defend. I'm looking for your opinion.
I think that's wild. I think that just seems insane to me that like you own a streamer, like you can do that on like a 1099. That was an argument that I think me and Dan are kind of hashed out a long time ago. The idea that like, should you be considered, like how long would it take for you to be considered a W-2 employer, like depending on the types of restrictions they place against you? Because if you go through that like 1099 versus W-2 checklist, they crossed off quite a few boxes. But that idea that you could hold somebody to be exclusive to your platform and not compensate them in any way for it seemed a little bit strange to me. But I mean,
did Dan take an opposite point?
no, he agreed.
Yeah. So ultimately, if let's like play out the scenario that somebody is streaming on YouTube on their off time. Like I've never disagreed that multi-streaming is I mean actually I think that this would happen in either case. But let's say that like somebody is multi-streaming and then Twitch takes them to contract and terminates their partnership for breach. I assume they just ban them so it's easier and they don't have to deal with this. But let's assume they have to.
I don't think
do they have to terminate your contract with a ban?
No, I don't think they do. I don't think that's actually normal because when my contract was terminated, I wasn't banned. Mitch Jones and Jenna both had their contracts terminated with no ban. So I don't think it necessarily follows that if they're terminating your contract, there's going to be a ban following it up. I don't think that's always the case.
Sorry, I'm saying the opposite case. They ban you, but they don't terminate your contract.
Oh, I don't know if they can do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking because in that case, what I'm saying is like, let's say somebody that is pretty big gets the idea to multi-stream and then Twitch says, okay, you can't do that. We're going to ban you. And then that person takes this to court. Like what happens?
I don't know. I was about to cobble together a bullshit answer, but I truly don't know the answer to that. Because the question is, you have a legally binding contract, right? And
Yeah.
that contract is important. But imagine if they're like, okay, well, we don't have a real reason to, undo your contract, so you can maintain the contract, but we're going to ban you from the, platform. Well, it's like, oh, well,
But
fuck
on
me,
top
I
of that-
guess, right? Yeah, because now it's like, well, your contract's like maybe Dr. Disrespect is still a partnered streamer. He's just banned, That would be pretty funny, yeah.
Like a California judge is like, okay, so you're telling me that this person can only create anything creative on their platform, which can be broadly defined as anything, and do that offline and online, and you're not paying this person to do this. Like I think this would be ridiculous, right? Like the whole multi-streaming exclusivity argument to me has always been unenforceable by Twitch. If somebody really called them to task on it.
Yeah, the only thing I'd ever heard, because nobody's really tested that. The only thing I'd ever...
I think you're the only one. Because you
Well,
started
hold on.
you started streaming
Okay.
on Destiny.gg, and and I don't think anyone ever gave you any trouble for it. Amazingly, I couldn't believe this. Like and then once you lost your partnership, you were on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, right?
Wait, I'm sending you a message, okay?
Okay. I often refer to you as like one of the only people that actually like tested the dual streaming thing.
That's what... So...
Yeah.
So it's not... So you can't really do it.
That's so funny.
Yeah, you can't really do it, but it's like, it's like speeding, you don't always... Yeah. So that's more or less kind of, what I was looking
But what
to do.
surprises me is your size. Like
Yeah, but it's
right?
because... Hold on.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm gonna close my office door here.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. So maybe in the future that would change with more manpower or something, but...
How could it? There's just so many
Yeah.
more broadcasters, right?
Too busy working with that trust and safety team.
Whatever the hell they're doing. Yeah. Are you on another note, are you like at this point, now that you've kind of like had a lot of time, are you upset about your Twitch ban? Like, do you mind it? Or has it not really impacted your life?
I mean, spiritually, I guess I'm a little upset because I feel like I did so much on that platform and for that platform, so it kind of hurts that you kind of got tossed out at the end, or I got tossed out at the end. That was a little annoying. But I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, I guess it benefited me. I could open up my content a lot more. I don't have to constantly worry about being banned for some stupid shit on Twitch. I don't have to constantly worry about, like, if I watch a YouTube video or if I see a thing, it's going to fuck me over or whatever. So, like, YouTube is a lot more concise in that I know that there are certain things I can say here to get banned because it's in their TOS, but I think, and this is going to sound really conspiratorial, I don't mean it to sound that way, I do believe that Twitch genuinely does have kind of like, this is so cringe to say this, but I think they do have like an activist moderator team. Like, I think they have like I've always heard stories. I don't know if it's true or not, but like I've had people tell me that it is literally like a bunch of San Francisco yuppies that are like ultra progressive that run a lot of the parts of these moderation teams, and they take like a personal eye to a lot of the types of content violations, and they will act stuff that they feel like doesn't play into the types of community agendas that they want to sell on Twitch. Whereas on YouTube, it's all fucking robots. So as long as you don't trip like the algorithm on YouTube, there's not a fucking dude at the end of the day. There's not some 26-year-old guy with, you know, purple hair that's trying to see if you're being an evil person or not on YouTube. It's just like all of their algorithms that are making sure you're not saying horrible fucked up things or that are tripping certain formulas. So the chances of getting banned on YouTube, you have to fuck up like in a pretty specific way. Whereas on Twitch, like you can be ideologically targeted. Whereas I don't think that's the same on YouTube, as upset as that makes some conservatives here. But yeah.
I used to actually take the opposite point. I think even talking to you a long time ago, I would say that like Twitch had a pretty fair moderation policy, and
I think they did at one point. I do believe that. When we argued about it, they probably did. I don't think it's always been like ultra ideologically driven. And I got away with like, I got banned quite a few times and like I came back and stuff and it was like, okay. But like, I've heard that that's kind of a thing that has been kind of slowly changing. And I think you can kind of see it in the statements that Twitch puts out and the way that they interact with their fan base and everything, that's kind of slowly changed over time as the values of the company have changed. Like they just recently folded on, and dude, I am the biggest, I suck off vaccines. I'm like triple boosted. I approve of all the much, but like they just buckled recently said that they're going to require like vaccines and masks and shit for their event. And I think those are standards that I don't think anybody in the United States is doing anymore. Like that's pretty wild to me. So yeah.
Do you disagree with Evo just did it? Do you
did
disagree
Evo do
with,
it?
Evo did masks. I don't know if they is the vaccine thing like they're checking if you have a vaccine or not?
Fuck, I'd have to go back. I don't want to misquote their official statement. I know at the very least.
I made an angry tweet about this, so I can.
I know at the very least they required masks. I don't remember if they required vaccines and a negative test as well. Does anybody know? Can somebody just tell me?
Someone said Evo's probably just masks. Yeah, that's probably right. The negative test thing is actually a big difference.
I don't know if the vaccine and mask thing was checked, so let me check, okay? Because I don't want to misquote. Okay, you need to wear a snug mask that completely covers the nose and mouth, and you need to either present proof of at least 2 doses of a COVID-19 vaccine or a record of a negative COVID-19 test.
So, Evo was vaccines, by the way. They did require vaccines.
Evo required vaccines as well? Oh, okay. My understanding, I haven't seen any other place in the United States that's still doing this level of like safety checks. But I guess maybe other people are. Yeah, I don't know.
So your point in that was that you think
I think Twitch is
kind of like betraying their ideology through that action.
No, I don't want to say
showing.
Not betraying their ideology.
Showing. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like betraying the truth, the wizard behind the curtain. You know.
Yeah, I think they're moving, or not. It's not that they're showcasing; they always were. I think they've just slowly kind of been moving in that direction over time, like ideologically.
It's one of the things that's changed for me since we last talked is I'm really deep in the agency world now. So I used to look at all these issues from the perspective of a Twitch streamer.
Sure.
And now I look at them from the perspective of someone that like regularly does like ad deals with Twitch like every week and all these companies. And I could tell you 100,000% that's right. Like Twitch as a whole company has shifted towards that culture.
Yeah.
And I would completely agree with that take at every level. Like it's really crazy to like talk about the differences between some of the way that these brands are handled, and yet everyone always have to be really careful here. But like, there are some game developers that I'll talk to, and they're like, yeah, so like we think our vision of the game is going forward. Like, you know, we really believe in like these design decisions and implementing player damage numbers in these ways. Then you'll like meet someone, they'll be like, yeah, so like we're really trying to make more of our elves gay, and I'm like, okay, like you know, it's just the priorities are very different.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's gotten a little bit crazy at Twitch, but
yeah,
I imagine they'll course correct eventually. But I mean, you kind of saw the writing on the walls too when they did that really weird the community feedback panel or whatever, or the community whatever the fuck it was, and there was like the deer girl was on it, and she was like fighting with the whole internet over saying like wild and crazy shit. And it's like
that was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
The entire like panel thing That was crazy. And you know what's so crazy about YouTube is like, do you have a partner manager at YouTube?
Fuck no.
Okay. The humans that run YouTube are like super fucking reasonable people. And I'm actually surprised you don't. And I think you could have one if you wanted.
I don't know if they do account managers for
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah. There's tons of AMs.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah. And they're like.
I thought
great.
that historically, I don't know. Well, you're saying it's still not that way, but historically, it used to be the only way you had access to that type of stuff was through like MCNs back in the day.
Yeah, MCNs have kind of gone the way of the dinosaur. Like they're
God.
basically universally predatory.
Yeah, they always were.
Yeah.
The only benefits to the only modern benefit, or I say modern, but the past few years, like the only reason why I would ever recommend somebody get an MCN, or the things I'd heard well about MCNs, whereas that if you ran into like weird moderation shit, you had a direct line to YouTube that you could escalate shit through, which was always like really nice.
And that was especially important when they were developing like the mother brain AI that would just randomly kill people for.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I made a video where I said COVID and my entire channel got fucking nuked, and now they've sent like the Google fucking assassins to go and murder my child. Like I need help here, because And then the only other way that you could get like help was if you had a sufficiently big enough Twitter account and you could get enough tweets to like Google support, which was funny. Yeah, but.
Yeah, there's YouTube support is actually incredible now. Like on Twitter, a lot of people get their issues solved that way. I had a client that was trying to whitelist something for like YouTube Music and just literally like messaged them with like, and they had like 10 followers, and YouTube support fixed the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like YouTube is solving problems at scale for any social platform is really difficult.
Yeah, especially when you're talking Google, like scale is like, it is the scale. It's the largest scale of any fucking company in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, straight up. And YouTube has probably done that better than any other social platform. You have so much experience with problems with
moderation.
Yeah. I was worried for a minute that you were gonna get Andrew Tated, man. The tech companies, they seem to all move as like one organism.
They do. And as soon as I got banned from Twitch, the same fucking hour my fucking Discord server got unpartnered too, and I'm like, oh well, here it's finally happening. Here we go.
Here it goes.
It was like the end of the. You remember the Dark Knight Rises? When all the kids are in the school bus and he's like, get down, this is it, and it's like, oh shit, it's all coming down now. Yeah,
you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Old permaban. Yeah.
And I was surprised at that point, like how few people actually really stood with you. Like as soon as the hammer fell, everyone on the outskirts that had like the ability, like they now it was the cool thing to do to attack Destiny. And they took that advantage, man. Like even people that I thought were I had considered like acquaintances or friends of yours. It was strange to see. Like,
some people did. I was surprised. Some people didn't say much. I think Asmongold had kind of positive things to say. SFan did. There were some political people in the smaller corners of the political sphere, like I'm Really Important, Pisco, and Wicked Supreme had some nice things to say. But for the most part, I think everybody just kind of like moved on. Train was really nice. He was a cool dude. He reached out to me and he was like, hey, dude, do you want like 100K to weather the storm? I'm like, I appreciate it. I'm good. I was really friendly though. I was like, damn, that's a friendly gesture. Thank you.
Everyone that is in Train's immediate vicinity just periodically gets offered some life-changing amount of money.
Yeah. It feels like when he's walking up to me though. Have you seen The Wire?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, he's like Marlo from The Wire. It's like, yeah. Do a favor, get a favor. No, I don't think Train would ever do something like that, to be fair, but no, yeah.
I'm so proud of him, man. Like he's working with this charity organization and he built this huge mental health program for his community. And then that's now been extended to a bunch of other people. The other streamers are donating to it. And I think he donated something like 12,000 therapy sessions. And it's through a company, I should say a nonprofit, called Rise Above the Disorder. And dude, I knew these guys from way back when in like 2015. They were like, I had them at CLG, like in our like basement, like getting this charity started. And they did amazing things. Like they have a hospital in Los Angeles for mental health. And so they partnered with Trainwrecks. And I think he donated $300,000.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's been really impressed with like what's going on with him. He's very philanthropic in his own way.
Yeah, he seems to be, yeah.
I still take issue with ultimately why I stopped streaming on Twitch. I actually I think I've been a little bit too, what's the word like when you suck yourself off? I guess it's sucking yourself off.
Self-aggrandizing, or is a nice way to say it,
when I said like I quit Twitch because of the gambling issues, I think it was just like at the end of the day, I'm so far north of that now. I realized like it was just like really negative for my mindset.
Sure.
Yeah, but I still am worried about the gambling issue on Twitch. I still think that's a major problem.
It's a little bit crazy, yeah, definitely.
Do you think that Twitch should actually like enforce it and not allow it?
Here's the hard part about the gambling stuff, and it's why I don't come down really hard on gambling people, is because I feel like it's a very short line from there to loot boxes.
Ooh.
Or mobile games. Mobile games especially, right? Like mobile
like
games.
Or something?
I don't know about Genshin, but like Lords Mobile and stuff, like these games are quite predatory, I would say, in the way that they get people roped in.
Yeah.
The daily awards, $5 a day, whatever shit. Like I would say that I would argue that mobile games are roughly comparable to gambling. I don't think there's a world of difference there. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Should Twitch take a stance? Because here's the thing. I don't blame individual broadcasters. This is like what I decided on.
Yep.
Because you can't. Like,
it's like the Booba Girls. I don't think sexual content belongs on Twitch,
Exactly.
but if they allow it, yeah, fucking go for it. Yeah, get the bag.
Yeah. Like, do you think that Twitch should take a stance as a platform to ban it? Because the argument would be you're introducing so many young... Well, first of all, do you believe that young people actually are influenced to gamble as a result of these streamers? That's something that I can't...
So this is... I love Train to Death. I'll always love him. Okay, I love everybody because I love all people. But people like Train and XQC are full of shit when they're like...
people?
Yeah, I love black people. When they say things like, oh, like, I get paid whether my people go and gamble or not and blah, 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 blah. Like, they're getting paid because people are going to gamble, right? The companies wouldn't be cutting them these huge sponsorships if people weren't actually going over to these platforms. So the answer is obviously yes, right? There's a reason why we're called influencers, because we influence people to do things. So that there are people that are going over and gambling. That is the case. Yeah, so the question is just like, is that like the type of thing that you want to promote? And I mean, I guess that's up for Twitch to decide. But like,
you don't have a position on it?
I personally don't like gambling that much. Like, I don't do gambling sponsors because I just don't like it personally. Maybe because I worked in a casino and just seeing the types of people that do and everything, I just feel like it's kind of bad. And I feel like it preys on too many negative human psychological cognitive biases. But like, should it be made illegal? I don't know. I'm not sure. Or like against like the Twitch US. I don't know. I'd have to think about that a lot. Because like I said, I think there's a lot of like loot boxes and like the CSGO like box shit. Like Train used to gamble a lot on like CSGO box and shit. I think that's kind of weird,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a strong position on it. I could probably be persuaded either way by good arguments or bad arguments or whatever. But
I think ultimately platforms should have some obligation to how to what is going on their platforms. Like that's a really stupid statement. We have to start with like a really simple axiom to like, because otherwise you go down this weird hill where it's like now they're enforcing like all kinds of weird shit. But like I think at a very simple level, you should say, does it cause serious harm psychologically or otherwise to people? Like, so obviously like people just restreaming videos of schools getting shot up every day would be something that would be bad, right? We don't know that.
Yeah.
So then like how far do we want to go from there? And so then the only question is like, well, where's gambling on that scale? And I think it's close enough to like provides like mental harm that it could be pretty safely argued that it probably shouldn't be on the platform.
Probably, especially because they're like ultra super accessible these days. It's very easy to just sign up, lose a bunch of money. If it's a crypto thing, it's like totally unregulated. It's kind of insane. So,
and it has the added effect too of taking away those alternate coins, which this is the behavior in mobile games as well. Like you get an alternate form of currency and you don't feel as attached to it as your US dollars.
Sure. I'll tell you somebody that got hooked onto online gambling. It was poker, but still, when I was like 22, 21, none of that money feels real as soon as it's hit the online shit. It's just a fucking number. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I remember when I first got into fucking Poker Stars, holy shit, dude. You'd throw 100 on, throw 100 on, throw 100 on. And as soon as that shit was on the table, it was a fucking digital number to you. It didn't feel the same. Whereas for casinos, if you go to an actual casino and you play poker, man, you get attached to every one of those chips. If you're at a fucking 1-3 table and you've got, $1,500 in front of you, sometimes bets get a little bit scary. These are my babies. Okay, I don't want to send them out there. I don't know if I'm getting them back. But online, that shit just feels so much different. Like, it's so easy to just like bet, and well, fucking lost it all. Load up another $100. In my personal experience, maybe other people feel differently, but
I've been surprised how many top Twitch streamers gamble like on the side, and then like occasionally it comes out.
The scary thing there is that, like, so when you look at like people like XQC and probably Train and Mitch Jones, these people are actually addicted to gambling. They have a gambling problem, but they can disguise it. Oh, I didn't even know Ludwig did, but you can disguise it because
he used to have a really big gambling problem.
Yeah, because you get paid to do it, right? But I would argue that, like, I mean, you could argue that a lot of streamers have gaming problems, gaming addiction problems. But if you get paid to do it, you know, it's okay, right? I think at my height, I was playing StarCraft 2 like 16 hours a day. It's probably not good for you, but like I'm a pro gamer and I'm a big streamer, so like why not, you know? So
it's a lot harder to justify now that I poop sock Path of Exile for like 8 hours and I don't stream it, and I'm like, ooh, it's a lot worse, dude, when you don't get paid to do it, for sure.
Yeah.
But I still have like a really like deep relationship. I still like play a shitload of video games, right? Like, like yeah, I don't know. Did your view of the world like expand when you went to YouTube? Like
a little bit. This is the best thing about YouTube, okay? YouTube is so huge and diverse, and it has so many different communities. I love that. I hated that on Twitch, there was really one community. So it's really fucking annoying that I'll have like this cunt cutie Cinderella, or I'll have like Hassan, this fucking bitch. And if either of these people don't like me, I'm axed out of like 95% of events. I'm completely fucked. Yeah, I don't like, are you serious? Because like one or two of these motherfuckers don't like me, I'm just fucked. That shit is so irritating to me. Whereas on YouTube, there's like 50 million different communities that you can associate with or be involved in or fight with or whatever.
And that's like out of all of them.
Yeah, well, I guess you got to be hard enough. But like that's really cool. I really like that. I enjoy that. Yeah. Whereas on Twitch, it was frustrating. Even as like a pretty large streamer, I'm just like completely cut out of all these events and everything because two people aren't like babies and don't.
Did that happen?
Yes.
Oh wow!
Like I could any event that Hassan went to, that OTK was doing, anything like that, because he's so cock thirsty to network with every fucking big clout streamer on that platform. I couldn't go to a single event for anything. And then QD and Casey Tron got caught up with Weird Drama and Bob Seven shit, so me and Melina kind of pushed to the side on a lot of those events too. But it was just super annoying that like I'm really close with XQC. I think I've got a pretty good relationship with SFan. I make really good content with Mizkip. We did really fun shit with Alinity and the Cutie Girl. Like we have like good relationships with all these people, and we do good content with all these people. We get the big viewer numbers on their streams, but because Hassan has more clout sharking than me, and because he's got bigger viewership numbers, if there's ever a conflict between who to invite in an event, I'm always getting axed there because these guys won't ever show up in the same place as me. It's like, okay, well, fuck me. But just annoying. But on
and
YouTube,
this is
you don't
all
have to worry
done
about
like
him.
behind closed doors, right?
No,
Yeah.
not behind closed doors. Hassan very
Really?
openly has said he will never be at any place that I've ever gone to or whatever. Like, yeah, they very openly don't like me. Cutie is a little bit more.
So how does the threat is? It's him or me, and obviously because he has like more concurrent viewership, they always select for him every time.
Yep.
That's so stupid.
Feels bad, man.
The gatekeepers on Twitch are the streamers, which is always horrible.
Yeah.
But the gatekeepers on YouTube is the platform. You have to fuck up so bad. I feel like to like when I see like news like Alex Jones gets banned from like YouTube or something like that. I'm like, yeah, okay. Like you have to talk about interdimensional vampires eating babies in Congress to like get banned from YouTube. It's like super hard.
Sure.
But
a
like,
little bit
on Twitch, like you said, it's like it's almost like this like organism that moves against you, and then you die. Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, on YouTube, you could get axed if you're getting into certain dicey topics. Like if I've got a channel dedicated to talking about like I think that vaccines are misinformation or something, and you end up in like political hot water, you could get fucked on that. But generally on YouTube, you're pretty safe as long as you know not to be too fucking crazy on things.
I can't you broach those? So you get pretty close to the edge on some of those topics that definitely would have and did.
Yeah, I can get way more real on this platform. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like you can have that conversation. Like the platform supports that conversation as long as you're not nuts. And
yeah, a little bit. I mean, like Russell Brand and Steven Crowder are on. Yeah, they're on YouTube, so that's that's kind of true. Yeah, you just have to be careful. Yeah, I also keep in mind I'm lucky enough that I'm privileged enough to be large enough that I can escape some of those issues. Because like I'm a huge establishment shill. I'll suck off any government official telling me vaccines are good, and I still got a video banned and banned from YouTube for 1 or 2 weeks because they counted my vaccine video as misinformation, and it was only because I was large enough on Twitter to be like, hey, can I get an actual manual review of this and not just some guy making sure the formula ran correctly. It was only after like a few days of that I was able to get that video like unbanned. So I'm kind of lucky they're on my side as well.
Yeah, I'll occasionally see them just absolutely execute somebody with like 500K subscribers and just like not that's always kind of disconcerting. Usually those issues get resolved.
Hopefully, yeah.
Like yeah, by some kind of human. I feel like. So I was most interested in your move to YouTube because the time up to it, when Dan and I both told you that
it was always a matter of time. I know, yeah.
Yeah. In retrospect, though, I don't know if it could have been any different because
maybe. I mean, it's hard to say. Like on Twitch, I'm making like anywhere from 10 to 20,000 a month on subs. It's hard to just be like, oh, I'm gonna say no to all of that money on the chance that eventually I'm gonna.
But the inevitability is no a no anyway, right?
Like, a little bit, but I mean, it had been quote unquote inevitable for like 3 or 4 years. I kind of felt
that's
like
true.
For a while.
That was all lost income if you had anticipated that. That's true.
And I also probably could have avoided it too. It took me, I've had a lot of personal growth over the last month or two, but something that I realized over the past like 1, 2, 3 months is I can do a better job at just strictly not engaging with certain types of people. So like I have completely removed myself from the insane like Vosh, trans advocate, like all of that like crazy Twitter shit. I got out of that completely. And that's been overall, that's probably one of the big reasons for my growth. Like I was actually a huge boon to a lot of those creators. Like I was feeding them views. I was doing really good for all of them, but I was like tearing myself down at the same time because these guys are all growing off of the drama that they're instigating with me and that I'm returning fire to them. And they're getting huge viewership off the backs of it. And I'm like losing platforms and getting like banned on shit. Whereas now that I'm like pretty much divorced from that, I'll cover stuff if there's like a big thing that comes up or whatever. But for the most part, I don't fuck with them anymore. Like I look at Vosh's channel and he's stagnated for like a month. I think he's gotten 1,000 subs in the past month. His viewership is lower than it has been in almost 2 years or in over 2 years. And a lot of these other people just kind of like fell off and disappeared from the internet. That Jack Allison guy, he had to quit his podcast or whatever. That dude that like hunted me down and was like sending me fake emails. He had to quit because he had no viewership. Like a lot of these people just like fail out and it's like, fuck, I should have just unplugged from these guys a long time ago. Why am I platforming these people, building their viewership up while they're like tearing me down and like banning me from everything, you know?
Do you remember when there was some time ago that I had wanted to jump on and talk to you? I didn't know it was this easy to like just jump in the
talking
chat.
About the brand remanagement shit, kind of?
This was what that was about. Yeah, I actually was watching that arc and I was like, man, you just should not engage with these people, right? You know this intellectually that like the only way to really kill something is to ignore it. Right, well, on the internet.
I understand. It's just, it's hard because there's a lot of very deep stuff inside of me that I have to figure out in order to really feel that way. Because my issue and the way that I always approach the internet from 2016 onwards was I'll debate any person over anything if I feel like they're wrong about something. And that's really why I grew initially, is because I was a guy on the left that was willing to take on random fucks from chat, conspiracy theorists on racial realism, crazy people on the internet, and I was the only left-leaning person that would do that. And that was like, yeah, that was the reason why I grew initially politically. And it's always a feeling that I have inside of me. Like there are a lot of tweets that I still do it. Even on streams, I'll write a tweet and I have to delete it. I'm like, fuck, it's not worth engaging with this person. But I want to fight because I'll see people say things that are so obviously wrong. Like, fuck, this is so stupid. It's like, is this worth it? It's probably not. I just delete it and go on. It's really hard to, it's hard to change up.
Can we talk? I thought so much about this issue.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So I think that there is a huge, really important thing that's a difference between an original voice and an imitator. When you say something, it's because you want to say it. You're evoking that energy inside of you. That, like, I was exactly the same for me yesterday when I saw all of those articles coming out. There are people like Twitch ends exclusively, stream wherever you want. When it clearly says in the fucking announcement, you can't stream on YouTube and Facebook still.
Sure.
And so many like S tier fucking.
Oh yeah, all of those headlines were so dumb when Twitch is hedging their bets so hard.
Yes,
and I'm so curious how many journalists were in contact with people at Twitch about this is a little conspiracy, but like negotiating those headlines or talking about like the type of article they're planning to write. Was like, man, come the fuck on, like this is bullshit. Yeah, no, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the exact same way, when you engage with those people, what you're doing is you're lending them your original voice, but they are imitators. Many of those people you just referenced literally started their communities back on the back of you.
Yeah.
Right. And so when you lend them your original voice, you give them your power, and you absolutely can't do that. It's a vampiric relationship. It only drains you. Whereas if you evoke that original voice out to the community, out to the world, and out to an audience, you will invariably grow, right? And those people are just there to take bites out of you and take you down.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's all they do. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm really glad to hear that. It's interesting, like where you are, going now, because like you're talking to a lot of like people from different places you wouldn't have otherwise talked to, right?
Yeah, I kind of commented. It's like a political joke a little bit, but it's kind of weird that like getting away from the very progressive communities on Twitch into like more of this weird red pill stuff and everything it's a greater diversity of viewership than I've ever had before. Not viewership, but like of people that I'm talking to. Because now I'm like talking to real black people, not just like socialists or like 400, white people. Now I'm talking to people from all sorts of different ideologies, people from all sorts of different walks of life, different geographic regions, like different like political backgrounds. Like the diversity of viewpoints on my stream has increased quite a bit than like the shit hellhole that was, not to be mean, but was more or less being propped up by me on Twitch, right? And you're kind of saying that like that whole political scene on Twitch has basically died now completely because I'm gone. Because Hassan won't interact with anybody because he needs clout. The only other big political streamer on that platform is that Central Committee guy, Mike from PA, and he's literally there hanging off the hairs off of Hassan's nuts. Like that's the only reason he's there. So the whole political scene basically died completely, and it's like, all right, well.
It's not advantageous to Hassan to engage with anybody because his platform in a vacuum is like, actually, he's actually following the same model we just talked about, right? This sort of original voice thing. He has that too. I mean, like we may disagree with it, but he is evoking a certain messaging to a community that I don't think he's like really getting from anywhere. It's like in his internal ideology. I'm sure it's based on like a bunch of different pillars of things, like we all are. But ultimately, he's talking to an audience that's listening to him. Why engage with anybody else that could challenge that, right?
Yeah, of course. And that's kind of, I noticed that a while ago that like, but that's been true of everybody. Like, why the fuck waste your time doing like cringe debates or whatever when you can just preach to a choir and do so much better? Like, why would you ever challenge yourself? Yeah, there's no reason to do it. Yeah.
When you dropped. So are you saying that the action of you dropping away from these kind of like, I guess like sinkholes that were like that is what allowed you to start talking to these more diverse like people? Like and like when you
because
say,
there's you understand opportunity cost, right? When you're putting time on one thing, you can't put time on another thing. If I'm spending all of my time fighting with trans people or fighting with crazy progressives or commies, like there's two things that are happening. One is I literally don't have the time to deal with another person, and two, this takes a lot of personal growth to get to, but like you have to be able to step outside of yourself and look at yourself and see what idea or what image you're selling to the public. And if you look through a lot of my stuff when I'm fighting with these people, the image that I'm truly selling, even if I don't think it's true, and even if I think if you dig deeper it's not there, is that I'm just a guy that really fucking hates progressives and trans people. It's kind of what it seems like. If you look through my Twitter, it's like he's always fighting with trans people, calling them ugly, doing things that maybe are transphobic but maybe not, fighting with progressives over them being too progressive. Like it's at some point you become indistinguishable from progressive, or not a progressive, a conservative, or like a very far right person, depending on what you're looking at, right?
Good point.
Yeah, and like I don't think I know I'm not, and I know that if you dig deeper into my content, you're not. But like, how many people are you losing out on just because you're unwilling to change slightly your public presentation, right? Like, how many people do you lose out on there? And it's just at some point you have to realize it's not worth it. Why give so much and benefit all of these fucking losers so much to gain nothing, to lose something, right? Because that's really what happened, right? I lost Twitch, right? There was no point to that. I probably could have gotten by without losing that if I would have listened to the 4 million people or my YouTube editor. There were even a few people that I respected that would tell me like, hey, just stop talking to these people. It's not worth it. There's literally no fucking point in doing it. It's like, there is a point. There was a point to me because there was that me, 2 or 3 months ago that's like, well, hold on. I'm like the guy in the comic whose wife is like, honey, come to bed. And you're like, sorry, someone's wrong on Twitter. I'll be there in 6 hours,
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, literally. Actually, though, yeah.
Why did you feel like those particular fights were important to take? Because I've known you for so many years now, and I know that like one of the big reasons that you began this kind of whole journey was because you wanted to sway, you wanted to take on things that were important, like in like the discussion ecosystem, right? Like you like, why did you identify that stuff as important?
There's
enough to take a fight on.
So here's like the big shift that's happened. About 3 months ago, if you would have asked me what is like the meaning of life, what is the purpose of life, I think I would have said the purpose for your life is to find the things that make you happy and fulfilled and pursue those things to the maximum of your abilities, and then do that. Have the best, funnest, coolest life that you can have. I think that's what you should go for. And
like hedonism, basically?
Kind of, yeah. And if I coast, I have that, right? I've got a ton of money, I've got a beautiful wife, lots of girls, I can fly around the world, like play video games all day. It's awesome. My life is awesome. It's almost picture perfect. I've read a few books, I've thought about a few things, and over the past few months, my mind has kind of shifted a bit into where I think that I think that there are different individuals on this planet that are very talented. Some people have really special and unique ways to contribute to the world in ways that other people can't. And I think there's actually like a moral crime that's being committed. I think you owe it to yourself and the world to pursue those unique talents or abilities. If I look back on my life when I'm 40 or 50 and I see like, what did you do with your life? And I was like, well, I streamed, I had a ton of fun, made a lot of money, made a lot of friends, blah, blah, blah. On a baser level, that's all like really cool. That's awesome. I can't like complain. I'm not going to look back like, oh man, like I shouldn't have had so much fun. But there's that question of like, could you have achieved something way bigger? Is there something like really unique that you could have contributed to the world that only somebody in your position could have? Do you have a unique set of talents or gifts or platforms that put you in a position to do something bigger? And if you did, why not do something bigger? Why not go for it? And that's kind of like the change in thought I've had. So prior to this, fighting with people, like my whole goal was like, I just want to like, it sounds cringe, but like, I just want to find truth. Like I want to find the truthful positions of things and then fight and argue with people. If I think you're wrong about something, well, let's argue about it. That's all I wanted to do. But now as I've kind of like reformulated my mind a little bit more to being like, okay, well, I think there's probably some larger projects I can work on, some bigger change that I can effect in the world. And if that's the case, then arguing with every single random person that's incorrect, while it satisfies some hedonistic urge, it causes me to miss out on some larger fulfillment that I could have in contributing to my own virtues or contributing something bigger to the world. Oof. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. It's more aligned with a lot of what we've talked about over the years, you know?
Mhm.
Like, some time ago, we talked about, like, the moral obligation that somebody that runs a platform, or actually, you know what, I want to word it more like you worded it, where the moral obligation of somebody who has a particular set of skills is way too Liam Neeson here,
Sure.
but like that is able to evoke that in such a way that could positively affect the world ought do so, right?
Yeah.
Be like because there's so little of that. This is one of the things I did like in the last several years. I got really deep into Zen Buddhism.
Okay.
And like joined the temples, like started reading the scripture and the koans and everything.
Mhm.
And it's really interesting because like ultimately nothing fucking matters, right? Like we're all just gonna die and become dust and like whatever, right?
Okay, yeah.
So the only thing that you can do with your time is what you can do right now in this present moment, and then further, like all of the past iterations of you are no longer here. And this is what I think that this part is relevant to you. Sorry, like if you look at all of the past like iterations of Destiny, like all of the arcs, let's call them, right? All the manifesto stuff, all the right. None of that actually exists anymore. And it doesn't really like in any sense. Like there's some people have vague memories of it. Even you have vague memories of it. Most of it's already gone. So how you define yourself going forward is just based on your present moment and actions. And at any given time, you can completely change the arc of your life. Like you could just move to Greece overnight, stop streaming. You could do that tomorrow, in theory, right? So if you start shifting those present moments to like more of like making bigger change, I think that is like super fucking cool. And then my follow-up question that would be, what is that change? What are you have you started thinking about? Have you?
Yeah. So the long-term project that I have right now, and I keep saying this, but I haven't like started moving in this direction yet. Fuck. Hold on.
Yeah. No problem.
The longer-term project, because I really want to work in a media company. That's like my long-term goal right now. But I haven't. Like a company, like having like a company like the Daily Wire, I think would be really cool.
Oh,
that's like a really long term, really large scale project that I want to work on. In the short to medium term, what I'm looking at right now is I'm trying to reach out and like intentionally like connect to a ton of other communities that traditionally I haven't. I'm trying to do more like real life conversations. So like having Nick here was interesting. It was a 14,000 viewer stream. Having Sneeko here has been interesting. Then getting connected to all of those communities has been a lot of fun. I'm trying to strengthen the bridges I have with a lot of my YouTube friends. So like me and Abba have been talking quite a bit. I talk to more people off stream that I think are good to build human connections. I've got like a guy that I finally edited that I hired to do like editing and video content for real life events. So we've done like 2 or 3 events in real life where I've had him do a couple filmings for like college speeches I've given. I did like a thing where I talked to Tim Pool, Tulsi Gabbard, and I'm having him set up like a Change My Mind event in Texas, and I believe we're shooting for next month for that. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to set up a real life. We're looking at a studio and video equipment to set up like a real life show with Erudite and Dan about like dating stuff. Something that gets me like peripheral to the red pill space, but gets me like filming live content. Notice that, like doing stuff in person is really, really, really good. Getting away from like just talking to everybody on the internet, I think is good. Yeah, going
Why?
out. It's a different energy. There's something to be said for like interacting with people in real life, and I think it translates to the viewers as well. Like that. Have you ever seen that like Fresh and Fit podcast?
No.
Oh, fuck. There are just some shows that you can't do online. It's a totally different energy, like being there in person. And I think it translates to the viewer. People want to see that stuff in real life.
This is sort of there's like a rise of collaborative events on like live platforms that's happening. Yeah, and I think people are kind of the pendulum sort of swinging back. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you decided to. So a lot of these like communities are way different from the ones you hang out. Like you just mentioned, like Nick Fuentes. Isn't he like a super conservative, like?
Well, maybe Nazi
dude,
but
wait, what?
It might be a Nazi guy, but we can go with super conservative. If that makes you feel better.
I don't know. Like I don't. So, and Lauren Sutton, did you just say that as well?
I have in the past, although I think she's starting to move away from online content. I'm not 100% sure what her plans are. But yeah, I like one of my gifts, something that I can do uniquely well is I'm capable of communicating with a lot of different types of people. I do that better than almost anybody else on the internet, I think. And that's a gift I've been trying to like lean into more. Like I should be taking advantage more of that, which is why I've been trying to talk to like so many different types of people, because I'm really good at communicating with very different audiences.
Yeah, I have to. Can I piss like a? I gotta piss like a horse. I'll be right back. All right, hang on a second.
Everybody stand for a hamster, guys. Oh my god, this is fucking jerry-rigged out the ass, and I don't even care. I don't even care. When is a new D&D campaign with Devin? I don't know what Devin does. Oh, he says he does more like agency stuff now, I guess, is his main thing. Do you think Cloudflare will drop Kiwi Farms eventually? No shot. And I hope they don't. That would be really weird if Cloudflare started getting involved in like who should or shouldn't be on the internet. Isn't Cloudflare kind of seen as like the... I wouldn't say they're like a freedom of speech platform, but...
Yo.
Hi.
So the community you moved into, it seems like is like much more accepting of like discourse, and yet I guess most people would perceive as far right. Like, what's up with that?
Well, some of them are far right. Like Fuentes and Lauren are definitely far right.
Yeah.
But like a lot of other creators are just more, they just like to have conversations. Like they are more interested in having challenging conversations.
Because of their political affiliate, like despite their
no, just because of like who they are as people. It's not really political. Like a lot of these people aren't like, they're not like ultra political. They just.
So would you say that you're judging your relationships based on individuals rather than the communities they associate with at this point?
I think it's always kind of been like that. Like I'm always a little bit like that. Like if you treat me as like a decent human being with respect, I'll generally be like decent towards you. Something that it took me a long time to learn, unfortunately, is that how people act in real life has almost nothing to do with their political views. Like those two things are almost completely disconnected. It took me a long time to learn that. Like I have a lot of progressive friends or had that are just like snaky backstabbing fucks. They're just not good people at all. And there are like a lot of like weird kind of racist conservatives or whatever that are like decent, friendly, fun people, even to like people that they're supposed to be racist against. Like as weird as that is. So yeah, I that was a big thing in my mind. I like learning to totally disconnect somebody's political ideology with who they are and how they act as a person. Hassan is a really great example of that, right? Like ultra super capitalist. Trainwrecks was calling it out for so long, and I was always defending Hassan, but in the end, I mean, Hassan ended up being like the king capitalist, like 100%.
Why do you say that?
Because Hassan fell into I think it's that Baudrillard guy, that French dude or whatever, it said this, or it might have been a different guy, that cuck philosophy guy cites him. But I think there was some philosopher, and he said that one of the unique things that capitalism does is it integrates the criticism of itself into itself in a way that is highly commodified. So anybody that becomes a harsh critic of capitalism will invariably find success within capitalism that causes them to perpetuate the system. So yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So if I talk about somebody like Hassan, hardcore socialist, hates the system, very much against big
but
business.
makes so much money that
Yeah, what is he though? He lives his life like a hardcore consumerist. He's got tons of jewelry, big dude, brags about fucking porn stars, lives in a $3 million mansion in WeHo, like works for the largest company in the world, Amazon, gets exclusivity contracts to run tons of ads. Like he's like the king capitalist, like super networky, clout sharky, only deals with politicians that are really popular. So yeah, that's like, it's kind of like an interesting thing that given his set of political views, you would never guess how somebody like that lives their life. And I found that to be true for most people, you know? But that took me a long time to learn.
But the type of person he is, I think even you've like interacted with him in real life and like had like it's been pretty benign, right? Like I think like actually meeting him a few times seems fine. Like,
yeah, he's not a horrible person. Like Hassan wouldn't ever be caught like raping or murdering puppies or something, right? He's not a bad person. But you would never be able to predict how he acts in terms of his business, his political life, his business and his personal life and everything. You'd never be able to predict that from his politics, I don't think, right?
I guess what I'm saying is like in the case you're bringing up, that's like a hypocrisy. But in the case you're bringing up with the others, you're actually saying like despite it's the opposite, right? Like despite really weird views, they're actually really nice people.
Yeah, that's kind of like the weird thing, right? Yeah. Or like I've talked to some like conservatives. I've like talking like off stream sometimes to like the Lauren person. Like she'll mention that like, oh yeah, like I used to have like these certain beliefs or feelings, but like I've got like there are people that live next to me that are like a couple close like Muslim friends, and they go out and they like hang out and they do stuff all the time. She's like, oh, I just thought that was kind of a funny experience. Like, yeah, interesting. That like the more you get to meet people and like interact with people in real life, you kind of have evolving viewpoints on stuff, and that's probably true of like most people. But it's hard to predict how people will act personally given like a set of like political views. Whereas I used to think I could predict that perfectly before. Or like look at all the progressives and the horrible treatment I would argue that I've had at the hands of a lot of these people. And it's not like, but.
One of the things that maybe is coming up here is like, you said you sought out like truth for a really long time. And maybe like just to define what is truth. And now maybe you're more interested in broadcasting truth to other people. Like this is what we have to be really careful with these like with the media company and things like that, like trying to get the right information to people, more right information to more people. Is that safe to say?
Kind of. Yeah, when I say truth, I'm speaking like in a very like just like making sure you have like the right facts and figures about certain types of like political events.
Yeah.
Not like truth in terms of like how to be a good person. That's stuff I wasn't as interested in before. I didn't really talk about or care about that as much.
Before, but now you are?
Yeah, I have a much greater interest in it now, yeah.
Why? That's really interesting.
Because I think that it's a message that's sorely lacking, and I think that like my autistic way of like I think there are like two types of people that move throughout the world. I think you've got people that like to autistically break down like every little fact and data point and like study. That's how I work. I like that. I enjoy that. And then I think you've got other people that are more narratively driven. And I think that's like the human story. I think humans are more, they want stories and narratives and larger things in life to grasp onto. And one thing that I've tried really hard recently, and I think I've had a lot of success with it, is one is I took a brief pit stop back into Christianity, and I started reading more stuff in that world to try to like map that onto my understanding of like, well, what are my values and everything. And then I've kind of like taken that and I've adopted that messaging to try to give people more coherent views of the world using my values, but in a way that's not just like, well, guys, I think that you should probably move to a smaller city because there's a 32% chance that you're gonna have a 54% higher income, blah, 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 blah. Rather than like giving like these types of like very heavy data-driven arguments, very heavy statistically driven arguments, I like to speak more in allegory or Jungian archetypes, like stuff like this basically to kind of like get people to understand what I'm saying. Yeah. And I think I probably had a lot more success with that because that's how most human beings like navigate the world or think about things.
Yeah, man. It sounds like you've gotten a bit more spiritual.
Yeah, the spirituality part is something I've dove into a lot recently. Yeah.
That's so cool, man. That's my shit. That's my
Yeah.
vibe. I'm so happy about this. Like, what you say you've.
Did you avoid proud there to not sound condescending?
It's just that I feel like I've been saying this to you for a long time. so like I like even back like 6 years ago, I was like, man, like you've gotta stir the pot. Like if the soup comes and there's nothing in it, it's just hot water.
Sure.
Like life's about what you put in the soup.
Okay.
So what what values you said you've like? I assume that you know these values, right? That you've established.
Which
like
one,
so?
or what
so,
do you mean? Which values?
Well, you said that you've established what you went back to Christianity and for a bit. I assume this means you studied it. I don't think you. Like
I used to be. I grew up Catholic. I think I said that for about 16 years. Then I became an atheist,
Yeah.
and then as of recently, I've been reading a few books by the C.S. Lewis guy. So it's helped me like map stuff onto things I already know to be true. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, from that, and maybe from a bunch of other places in the last few months, you've probably you said you've started establishing a system of values that you talk about that kind of goes beyond like data-driven points. And my question would be, what are those values?
What are those values? Like on a very fundamental sense, or? Wait, hello?
Hey.
Oh, yeah. Wait. So what more
What do you
specifically?
think? Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah. What more? Well, so like here. I think that the fuck. The thing is that I haven't really changed any of my beliefs. I've changed the presentation of them quite a lot. Can you ask me a more specific question and I'll give you an answer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you define this change by you revisiting the things that you, I just want to like, I don't want to complicate this with like dumb words. I'm just gonna try to really say it.
Yeah,
good.
you're fine. You're good.
Okay. If you, there's things that are important to you, and I'm not talking about like the type of food you eat. I'm talking about like what we're talking about. We're in the realm of spirituality. Okay, like these things that you think are important to think about, and then by proxy to broadcast to people. You have said now that the way that you communicate with people, and because you have a platform that's especially relevant, right? The way you communicate with people is changing due to you revisiting some of the fundamental values that you have. You say, you point out and you say, this is an important thing to think, or to think about at least. And my question would be, and I'm like genuinely like really always excited to hear about like what those values are for people. And so like you kind of have to know the whole conveyor belt to like where the end of it is like you communicate that out to like a stream or like to a show or a podcast or something. But like right in the fundamental like base of it, like the seed of it is, you know, I believe that all people XYZ, like that kind of shit. Like that's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Like that,
have you seen the Kurzgesagt video of the egg or whatever?
The egg. I've seen a lot of those videos. Which one's the egg?
It's like a short story by a science fiction author about how you're like every person on the planet.
No, I don't think so.
Well, okay, if I can't use that, I'm gonna have to use a Christian allegory. Okay.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Oh boy. So. Oh God, get ready.
I'm so ready. I love this shit, dude.
Yeah. So when God commands us to treat your neighbor as you'd want to be treated, right? Arguably, in every person, there is a bit of Christ, right? The goodness that we do stems from the redemption that God has allowed us via the sacrifice of his son and everything, right? So every time you're good to another person, you're good to the Christ in them, and it's Christ acting through you that enables you to do that goodness. Does that make sense? That,
sort of.
That when you're good to people, there's a goodness inside of you that is kind of reaching out to other people, and you're interacting with their goodness. So when you're treating others, to make this secular, when you treat others as you want to be treated, there's a part of their humanity that you're treating in a way, and in a way it reflects on you, and it begs for you to be treated in a similar way. Does that make sense?
No, I'm sorry. I'm really thinking about it, but I don't get it yet.
When there is, in a way, we all have kind of like a shared humanity, right? We're all humans.
Yes.
We got that. Okay. There is like a certain amount of respect that I would demand for myself to be treated, right?
Okay.
And if I want to be treated that way, I need to put that energy out into the world with the way that I interact with other people. If for no other reason, because I'm treating them, I'm seeing a little bit of myself in every other person, right? You could have been any other person. We all have these commonalities as human beings. And when I treat another person with love or respect or dignity, in a way, it reflects on how I view myself in some kind of way, right? That whatever behavior, yes. Okay, that makes sense?
Yeah. It makes perfect sense. And that's they're very old. Like this goes back to, like you said, Christianity, Hinduism, absolutely.
So
these are precepts we can find in thousands of years of human history. Yeah.
Yeah. So if that is the case, right? If that is the case, I'm gonna steal another. I'll steal another allegory from C.S. Lewis. Every time we act in a certain way towards somebody or towards something, every time we act, we would view ourselves internally as giant blocks of marble. And when you act in a way that is a vice, you're striking against the marble in a way that you're sculpting something ugly or bad. And when you act in a way that's virtuous, you're sculpting out something that looks good or is beautiful or is whatever you want to call it, right? Every time you act towards another person, the actions that you are putting out into the world are shaping the type of person that you are internally, the way that you view yourself and the way other people see you. And hopefully, it's begging some sort of reaction from the universe, right? That as you act in certain ways, you're on a journey, whether you like it or not, or whether you're intentional or not. When you act in certain ways towards other people, you are carving out some internal view of yourself that is kind of like carving a block of marble that is good and virtuous. And ideally, as you treat others that way and as you put that out into the world, other people are kind of inspired to respond in similar manners. Does that make sense?
Bro, it makes perfect sense. I'm completely fucked that it's your voice that's telling me this.
Yeah, pretty fucking cringe. But,
because, I was the one shaking the stick and chanting, and now you're there. Like, so you're suggesting that there is a universal nature that energetically brings back what you put out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I would say it without all the spiritual cringe shit. But I would use spiritual cringe shit because
you
how
can't
people
get away from it.
Well, it's how people think about things. But yeah, I would say that basically, like, and when you look for it, you can actually see it in ways that if you're not looking for it, you won't see it. That when I act in certain ways towards certain people, that it puts out that type of message into the world. It encourages people who see the way that I'm acting to act in that way. And every action you do, it's kind of like moving everybody in a certain direction. So as somebody that is kind of like a figurehead or thought leader or influencer or whatever the fuck I would be, a streamer, the way that I treat other people and act towards other people is leaving a mark on me, and it's putting out like a certain type of drive into the universe to move everybody in a certain direction. So every time you see me go online and fight with somebody or do something, it kind of encourages you to engage in that behavior. Even if I think it's worthwhile, even if I think it's justified, it's still encouraging people to move in that direction. Or anytime I'm nice or treat somebody with respect or kindness, that moves people in like another direction. And I think trying to be able to see into that other realm of, I'm going to use that cringe word, spirituality, trying to see into that world can put me on a guiding path more that I wouldn't have seen before. I fucking hate Hassan. I hate him as much as I ever can. But I was on a show a while ago, and some girl ended up bringing out like she wanted to say something like, oh, like I've heard behind the scenes that like Hassan is, a big womanizer or has maybe been improper to some people, whatever. And as soon as I heard that, as much as I hate Hassan, I would never want anybody to say that about me. And I don't ever want anybody to think that type of vague statement is ever okay in a universal sense. So I said something. I was like, hey, listen, like if you don't have any concrete proof, we're not going to do that here. We don't bring out anything like that ever. We're never doing that against somebody. And when I look for it more, I notice that people appreciate that kind of stuff. And what's more, if you appreciate it, it's probably something you're a little bit more likely to do in your own life. So as long as I'm putting out like those types of interactions or those types of vibes or energy or whatever the fuck you want to call it, not only am I kind of sculpting my own statue, in a way I'm kind of like enabling other people to move in similar directions. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect. Have you ever heard of the Buddhist idea of a bodhisattva?
No.
Okay, so a bodhisattva is so everyone in Buddhism, this is a really big generalization, but a lot of people in Buddhism are seeking enlightenment, right?
Okay.
The idea that you go inside yourself enough that you meditate or you come to awakenings or realizations that you basically escape what we call samsara, which is suffering.
Okay.
That basically the whole world is predicated on suffering. Everyone is fucking suffering. Everyone is suffering together, which is really cute, but still everyone's fucking suffering and it blows. So we want to get out of that. Enlightenment is the way out of that in a really general sense.
Okay.
What a bodhisattva does is they say, I've reached the point where I see the path to that realization, but rather than do so, I'm going to stay within this realm and help as many people as possible.
Okay.
And because I've identified that reducing human suffering and reducing through positive successive action, which is what you're talking about, right, is a greater goal and means more to me than the selfish action of pursuing one's own enlightenment. Like, because pursuing one's own enlightenment is actually a selfish action, right? Because you're basically saying fuck everyone else. I'm like escaping the wheel.
Sure.
And so this sort of tendency that you've embodied, to me, I like that analogy. Like you now believe that successive positive action creates these outcomes in the world that are outside of yourself and reduce suffering, and you've done that at the behest of your previously hedonistic view.
Yeah. Have you ever read any of C.S. Lewis?
No, I haven't.
So he has
I'm a big like Jung guy, like
sure.
like all that weird shit. Yeah.
So he's got a book called The Great Divorce, which is an interesting story. Basically, what the story is I'm gonna spoil, but I don't know if that matters. So spoiler alert if anybody wants to read the story, I guess. It's a short book. It's like 90 pages long, I think, or maybe 100 pages long. But basically what it is a guy shows up in a city that's like a gray town. And what you later find out is the city that he's in is purgatory, kind of. And what happens is there's this bus that shows up, and the bus will take you from purgatory to some very beautiful place that's hard to understand. And what happens is when you get there, so you are a ghost, okay? When you show up in this area as a ghost, everything is like, it's difficult to stand there. Everything is very solid. You're very transparent. The blades of grass hurt your feet. You can't pick anything up. When you get to this area, it's obviously very beautiful. Obviously, this is like heaven, or heaven is beyond this area. You can see a mountain range where heaven is. There are all of these spirits that will come to the bus, and the spirits try to argue with people for why they should go to heaven. But the ghosts that come from the bus always have good arguments for why they want to go back to purgatory or remain in hell. And there's a lot of interesting series of dialogues where you get people for a variety of reasons that basically debate their way out of like finding salvation in heaven because they have these very earthly reasons for why they want to remain in hell. And there are two aspects to that story that I found interesting. Is that one is that in a way I kind of saw myself as being part of those ghosts because I have very good reasons for why I should always fight with worthless fucking losers online for the rest of my life, even if it destroys me, because it's fun to me. And then the second one was that it was an interesting thing that there are spirits that are essentially traveling back from heaven to try to guide the people that are coming off of the bus into that like salvation. By having the dialectics basically with those people. So like one example of this story might be like, I think one person showed up and they were really upset that there was a person that they knew in life that murdered somebody. They were like, how did that person get into heaven before me? That's ridiculous. I don't want to go to a place that accepts people like that, because they didn't understand the concept of forgiveness. There was another woman that went up and her son died, and she was like, I don't want to go to a heaven where, where God can kill children. And she talks about how much of a good mother she was, but the spirit talking to her was like, well, it wasn't that you were a good mother. It's that after your child died, you spent the rest of your life obsessing over your dead child and you destroyed your family. And she's like, well, that's because a mother's love is greater than everything. And it went on to show like, well, even a mother's love can be done selfishly, etc. There's like 10 different little anecdotes for like the different reasons why people. One guy was like a religious scholar, and he's like, oh, well, I don't want to go to heaven to find truth. Like, I need to write another philosophy book on how to find true happiness. So he's like ignoring the happiness in front of him to have like a debate over the philosophy of it. It's a really interesting short story, I think, but it's got a lot of like good points like that. But yeah, so I see like a lot of different parts of that story in terms of like, how can you be a better guide towards other people to showing them like ways to act better, and then how can you yourself like, because when it's ironic in a way, you can be really intelligent but like make a lot of dog shit arguments for staying in bad positions in life without even realizing it, you know?
Yeah, and many people do. There's an allegory. Sorry to use Buddhism again, because we're talking kind of spiritual religion type stuff. Like there's a thing called a hungry ghost, which is depicted in art as this like really fat creature that has a tiny mouth, and so it's always hungry. It's always trying to consume, and it lives in this despair of never having enough, whether it be like greed or jealousy, or and so in the same exact way, it's like it's always trying to seek out these like pleasures that it thinks are going to satiate it, but it can never be satiated, right?
Sure.
And yeah, the allegory of the ghost like is really interesting because like basically like we keep ourselves in hell, because we attach ourselves to these ideologies that will defend to the death, literally, right? That no one actually like really cares about, like when like at the end of the day, like that there isn't anything to it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or sometimes you miss the forest for the trees. Like you get so hung
Yeah.
up on some individual things that you ultimately forget at the end of the day. Like, what is this ideology supposed to be serving? Like, what is the purpose of this thing?
What are we even doing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
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 Why has this become so important to you now? Because what's interesting is that you made it on the hedonism view, right? So like for the vast majority of your life, you had the different angle. And is it as simple as the fact that you're just like so comfy now that you can? I wonder not, because like you were comfortable before.
Yeah, so this is really cringe, and I wish there was like a better way that I could explain this. But I learned a lot in my life. Unfortunately, it might be the best way that I learn is through conflict. And over the past like 2 months, I've had some personal, probably more conflict than I've ever had in my entire life before. And then through that conflict, these are like things that I've kind of been challenged on and pushed on by a couple people, and they're things that I've been forced to kind of like reflect on, essentially.
Why is this public conflict?
No.
Okay.
And it never will be. But yeah, I'll just say that much. Yeah.
So certain events in your life that we can call like is traumatic the right word, or like just really challenging?
Basically, just very challenging events where I was forced to confront certain people and certain ideas of myself by other people that I respected in a way that I have never traditionally had to before. Because for whatever reason, it's very rare that somebody in my life can push me or challenge me on a certain thing.
It is,
yeah.
and you don't let people very close to you to be able to do so. So I'm really curious as to.
Yeah, well, listen, if we ever.
About.
Oh, you live in Texas. Maybe the next time I'm there, we can hang out and chat.
For sure. Yeah. Because I think this is like it would have to for you to move on this. It would have to be a really game changing thing, you know?
Yeah. Next time I'm in.
Respectfully. Yes.
It's like 2 hours from Austin to Dallas, right? I think.
Yeah. It's super close.
Yeah. Next time I'm there, we'll hang out. We can chat. Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's I have a decent place here too. So like if you ever want to hang out in Dallas, like it's actually like people sleep on how good it is here. Austin is kind of the thing everybody talks about, but Dallas like has like way better food. Just like a really kind of cool like thing to it. Like it's just like anything you want to get here you can get. Like it's just like really neat. Yeah. But yeah, I'd be really curious. Why or as much as you can say, like why haven't you decided to share that publicly?
It's like because a lot of it is just cringe, like kind of personal drama stuff.
Do you think people will be parasocial about it?
No, it's hard to explain. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
I just. Basically, that's like some of the people involved are like people that don't want their lives on the internet because it's kind of like normie people I know and stuff. So it feels kind of weird, even as much as I've said, like, I don't know if any of these people even still watch my stream or even know that it exists, kind of. So it's kind of weird to talk about. Like, yeah, but.
Yeah, it's. I made my life really private. Like, here, I'll write you something. You'll be like,
great.
What the fuck?
My whole stream is getting so triggered right now. I love it.
Yeah. So like, what I just wrote you, I haven't told anybody.
Gotcha.
And it's like a really personal thing, right? And there's
That's
a whole
crazy, dude.
Isn't that nuts? Yeah, like, and there's a whole story there, right? But what's crazy is at the time, hang on. Right, and so we decided that like, yeah, the chat's gonna get so triggered because they're just talking like super secret. Okay, like we decided that because we could have approached that two ways. Could have done an announcement. Could have you know, all kinds of things or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And it's so interesting to me, like how people will make your life relevant to them, and like every issue. I mean, you must experience this endlessly with Melina, right?
Mhm.
Like every issue that it becomes their issue,
Mhm.
and that was just not something I wanted to.
You can say that, and I think you have a right to say that. I don't think most people have a right to say that, though.
What do you mean?
Like, I'm never going to complain that my audience is too parasocial or too invested in my relationships when a lot of my relationship stuff is like part of my stream. Like, Melina's on my stream quite a bit. Like, I kind of in a way capitalize on it. So I think it's a little bit disingenuous for somebody in my position to be like, wow, you guys are so invested in my personal life. Well, yeah, of course. My personal life is a lot of my stream.
But it's not just you that gets affected by that. Like I would argue that Melina herself is like
Yeah, for
way
sure, but,
more impacted from
but she's also
by you.
Yeah,
by your platform.
Yeah, but she's also like part of it as well, you know? That's why like I didn't buy when like for instance like Mizkif and Maya breaking up. People are like, you guys are way too parasocial invested in that relationship. But like I don't believe that's parasocial. Like they made that relationship was a big part of their streams and a big part of what they did, and they talked about like him fighting her and Ellison, blah blah blah. So it's like, of course people are gonna be parasocial. You've like that's not parasocial. That's just part of your content, you know.
But Maya just had a clip yesterday that was like, guys, it's been a year and a half, and every day in her chat, people are coming in talking about the breakup. It's like when there's no like my point, I guess, is like
at some point it gets to be a lot. I agree with that.
Yeah, but that point can be like really soon, and like and the problem is I don't think there ever will be an end to that. Like I think that like that just lives with Maya and Mizkif as long as they're on the platform forever, and that's kind of like a really shitty fate. And what I typed to you is why.
Yeah, I understand.
Wait.
It's challenging, but like here's like the thing that I'll always say you got to consider. Like I always say this to people when it comes time to being vulnerable, okay? This is true in real life, and it's true in terms of online content. It's true in everything. When you are vulnerable, you're essentially gambling that by showing somebody more of yourself than you would traditionally do, they've got a deeper investment in who you are. If I'm vulnerable to a girl, to my wife, to my audience, what I'm basically saying is, listen, I'm going to show you guys more parts of me than I normally ever show anybody. And I hope that you like those parts. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the ability to get closer to me than you ever have been able to before. And there's two things that can come from this. Either one, we develop or foster a closer relationship than previously was ever possible. But two, it also gives people to hate you in ways that was never possible. And that's always the gamble that you take when it comes time to showing vulnerability. And that's just, because Maya and Mizkif and every other streamer that talks about their relationships publicly, you benefit a lot from that. It's a huge boon. It doesn't happen accidentally. There's a lot to gain from doing that. But when you're going to gain from doing that, you got to be ready to lose as well. And I think that's always like the double-edged sword. So for people that like don't have their relationships public at all, and they don't really talk about them, and they're like, I want to keep my stuff private, don't be parasocial. I think that's totally fair for those people. But for streamers that are very public with their stuff, you can't really complain that other people are super invested in it when you've made it part of the like investment of being a streamer.
So number one, like what you're talking about with that vulnerability is a personal decision. But once you bring somebody else into it, it becomes a mutual decision, perhaps perpetually for the duration of time that you are both pursuing that career. And like when you are with a streamer and you end up being in a relationship and you start doing streams together, you are very much shitting where you're eating. Like it's the literal definition of that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Now,
but I mean, you better hope that they're involved in that decision then to make things public, right? That's all.
Exactly right. And I guess my point is that I don't think that these broadcasters like go into it with the awareness that you're.
Sometimes they don't, for sure. But they still reap the rewards, whether they have the awareness or not.
Well, until it goes south.
And then you have to deal with the consequences. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I like. In your case, I'm pretty sure you would have really carefully thought through like the implication. Like, you probably had a conversation with Melina at some point where you're like, how do we want to be on this?
Yeah, this is part of the reason why we started dating, is because it seemed like she was able to handle like a lot of the online stuff pretty well. That was a huge benefit.
Have you found that still true when
there's definitely challenges?
Yeah, because she's been through some shit shows, right? Like since then.
Yeah, the problem is nobody, especially my life, nobody's ready for my life until they live it a little bit. I remember we had that conversation in Glendale because she was like, yeah, I know you said your life was crazy, but like, is it really like this all the time? Because it seems a little bit unreal at how insane everything can be. But
it's unbelievable that a person so young like was able to tank that. Like that's.
Yeah, especially considering her life before was like girl that travels around fucking New Zealand and does like very real. Like she was like lived in grass and then switched to being like 100% an online person.
Yeah, she's must have. This is a lot of personal growth you have to go through as well, right? Like, yeah, I would never want to be with a person like me, and I would never want I would never want to be with a person like you.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Like for a lot of the same reasons. I respect the hell out of the people that do it, but like it's hard, man. It's like a really hard life, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I agree, of course.
Yeah. That's so. God, yeah. I guess that'll just be a source of infinite curiosity. Like, what could be the catalyst for such a drastic shift in a real fundamental belief, right? And you came, but regardless, you came out of that, and you. So is living for other people. And this is the only context I know how to put this in. There's probably a better way that you could say this, but is living for other people and reducing their suffering, is that more important to you at this point than living for yourself?
Kind of. I wouldn't say that your goal is to reduce people's suffering, right? I would say that's a byproduct of what I would say is that, like, everybody has kind of like unique gifts and talents in ways that they can contribute positively to the world. And I think you owe it to yourself and the world to pursue those talents. So if your talent is like being a doctor, that might be one way you do it. If it's creating like really good art, that might be another way that you do it. But I would say that like helping other people or being kind to other people or improving the lives of other people, that's like a byproduct of you pursuing those things that you are best at, that you can contribute the best way into the world at. That sentence is really fucked up. Does that make sense?
You have to choose actively to also make that part of your calling serve other people. I in most cases. So for example, if you're just like, if you're just building houses, the very best that you can build them, and you're really good at it, but you're building them in the middle of Indiana in like a field where no one can live in them, right? Like you're not, versus you're part of an architectural plan that's like building affordable homes in downtown San Francisco, right? Like there's a huge difference, but like you have to make a conscious decision. Like it's not enough, I think. Like actually, let's use a way more relevant example. As a streamer, right?
Oh,
so,
real quick, I have to leave in like 3 minutes. I need to go because I told someone to go eat with them. So.
Oh yeah, sure. That's chill. Well, yeah, we could just like end it here. But I didn't expect this to become like a whole talk. But,
yeah, no, if you ever want to hop in anytime I'm in this room, you can always just jump in and I'm cool.
Really?
Chat. Yeah, it's way easier than like trying to schedule something. Just hop in here. So yeah.
Yeah, scheduling is impossible. Like I'll make sure that it's like I'll go check your stream first to make sure you're not like doing anything. Or, like you're like I don't want to like I don't like that clout chasing shit.
No, I don't think you're clout chasing. You're good. The only people that are ever worried about clout chasing, every single person who said it, are always the people that don't care if they clout chase. Like if you clout chase, I mean it's fine. Yeah. There's a lot of people that say shit like that. It's like, bro, if you want to come in cloud chase, knock yourself out, plug your shit, whatever the fuck, it's all good.
Nah, that's not about. But I do want to say that I'm really glad that we got to talk and just I'm actually like I'll think a lot more about what we talked about because I'm just like so happy that you've. I'll probably come up with more questions, but
sure.
I'm looking forward to talking to you more because it's really cool we got to reconnect. I miss you, man. Like you always were, and like I made like videos about this, dude. I fucking said it over and over again. And I'll say it to you again. You were there for me at the worst times for me, and I'll never forget that.
Well,
and
thanks.
You're a good friend.
I appreciate it. Well, hey, listen, yeah, we'll chat again, I'm sure. And next time I'm in Austin, I'll hit you up and we'll hang out too.
All right, brother. Take care.
Okay. Love you, buddy. Be careful.
Love you too, man. Bye.
Okay. I'm gonna try to stream. I'm going out to eat, and I think Melina's coming. We're gonna go with our good friend of the stream, Nick Fuentes. We'll see if we can stream that. We'll see how that goes. If I were you, I wouldn't donate or anything like that because I don't know if they'll work. We'll see if it happens. All right, I might be streaming in an hour. We'll see if shit works. You might stream. Broken promises. Yeah, I don't know. It's the problem is the connection always sucks, but we'll see. Send us to Lily. Okay. Hey, follow my TikTok, follow my Twitter. You better follow my YouTube, you motherfuckers. I love y'all very much. It's been fun. Did I miss any good donos? I give a lot of random presents to people less well off because strangers gave me one long time ago.
Would it be great if Biden was more...
Okay, hold on. And imprinted that happy feeling on me, so that spreads even on small interactions. Okay, nice. It's time, Steven. The Rift is calling. That ain't what the story's about, Chief. SEK20. Wait, what? You might like C.S. Lewis's science fiction trilogy. The last one, The Hideous Strength, is an interesting dystopian novel about technocratic evil. Progressives have defined themselves into being good. $5 from Lawson Harrison. I've shifted politically and intellectually to the right since 2016. You've been a good anchor of reason for a cross-reference. Nice. Why would Fuentes' potential wife want kids with 1/8 Mexican genes? Okay. Has Jordan Peterson now become a retort? Oh, and then that. Okay, cool. All right, we got 3 months. All right. I love you guys. I might be live in a bit with our good Nazi friend. We'll see. Is Lily actually live right now? Oh no. Wait, did she just say oh no at the same time I did? Did it work? Okay, cool. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripper, cappuccino, 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 by doing I think I will see you guys hopefully in an hour streaming, but we'll see. I love you guys. Everyone.